not showing appreciation for this goodness that exists. Because we did not say Hashem is not with joy and peace of heart when everything was in front of us. And this first teaches that just as Baal Shem Tov taught, joy is the vessel that both persons hold it to share with the Lord's evidence. Joy, the flow is blocked. The Torah tells us here that the downfall is this. But we have to serving God for out of joy. Ingratitude leads to an attitude of entitlement, leads to destruction. Torah warns us that the root of this spiritual damage is when we have lost the ability to be thankful. But gratitude is a spiritual discipline that has to be consciously cultivated. Indeed, this is the thread that connects these dark verses to the opening scene of the first fruits. The secret of joy, because you do not serve Hashem your God, you're happy.
Jerusalem Lights Community. Go fuck yourself. All I want is 8-minute dop. And they're like, oh, you want 8-minute dop? Here's some fucking kid climbing on this wall. You like it? Do you like this kid climbing on this fucking wall? Hey, Rabbi. Do you like this kid climbing on this fucking wall? Oh, you want to learn about brachos? Oh, okay, cool. Here's a kid fucking wall. It's like, no, dog, that's not what I want. I want fucking brachos. What up, baby? Yo, I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here. Who is it? Smoking. Smoking. How you living? How you living?
I'm going with the
If you're there, I'm adjusting to the
Sean. I live in South Collinsville.
every single day, smoking. Yo, dog. You want to listen to 8-minute dog process? Yeah, that'd be great. I want to hear about the fucking black cat of the daughter of a black cat and her afterbirth. Oh, okay, cool. Here's a kid climbing on a wall. Oh, why? Oh, because you want to hear about the black cat and the black cat of the afterbirth? Huh? God. Dog. Do you want to hear about the black cat and the black cat and the afterbirth? Huh? Oh, okay. Dog, look at this athleticism. Dog. Look at this athleticism.
Welcome to 6,000 new subscribers. Just joined us in the last few days. Welcome to original subscribers. We should all be done together.
Look at this athleticism.
Finish shots with Mashiach and the Omega. This picks up out some of the amazing benefits of that value and some of the reasons why people fall off that value, what they can do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about the dot, it's about the value. Now, the other provides an opportunity to learn every single
Hey, Rabbi, do you want to listen to the 8-minute doc? You want to hear about the afterbirth of a black cat, of a daughter of a black cat? Huh? Well, here's the kid climbing on a wall. Oh, dog. Dude, I think I just fucking tore my kid. I fucking felt it. I'm over here like lost an echo. Non-contact injury. Don't worry about the non-contact injury. Why does that matter? No one knows. So, non-contact injury. This athleticism. That's not be like, hey kid, you want to tell me about the daughter of a black cat? Is her? Hey Rabbi, you want to tell me about the after birth of a black cat? Black cat. Black cat, kid, calm down, woman. Doug, no one. Yet, sir. No one knows this English. Speak English, Doug.
finish the stack. Finish my library is that finish my chapter. Russell is not zero. Tremendous amount of every single one of you starting shots. You should be something to stay on board, stick it out, finish shots with your shot. Welcome to over 1,500 subscribers in the last 24 hours. That puts us up to 7,500 subscribers in the last 4 days. I think it is. Our goal was to get to 10,000 subscribers. You're the same shots. We're almost there. If you don't know, just send out the thing, put it on your status, tell your friends about it, or make a tremendous finish. I'm trying to do difference. We really use that one for the other. So much more shine at the end of the first mission. There are 3 responsible watching the Shemai along with Shiva, and when one mission ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say 3 missions. The question is, if the one I would see for 4 hours, why don't you just say it's a mission for 4 hours? That's when we teach us that the Shemai from night on Sundays with the Shemai down here, we also have Shemai. For instance, the first Shemai will appear in the Dominant Day and the second, the second Shemai will appear in Lost Life. At the beginning of the first one, we make these wake up nerves, and when a couple wakes up, the wife starts calling her husband. For the next shot, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Mishmar. Then the third Mishmar is really on Armina side. Because you come in and you're dark room, and your wife starts talking to you, when your baby wants a nurse, you know it's time to say, preach. Because most of the Shoyek Armina, he roars like a lion, 3 times a day. And he says, only thing about it is I will send you right to space. Well, the nation that I keep the heart of my sons, I have destroyed my house, I have worked my ankles, and I have set my shoulders. Says Willis. I was
Number 1 team in the country right now. This is
Number 1 versus number 2.
First of all, you don't go into the full door. Traveling, on the way, that's how you name it. I'm not confused. I'm asking what you're in the full door. Said I heard. Like, it's taking a stand with what you said. Or the ones that you just said, not from my house, that's from the people that I will come. So, I'm not talking. And the one that I was sure, I swear to you, love. So, it's every single thing. What is I so home show this in Rama. That was that very awful. It says, it's time to go. It's a fine scroll. While for the first is a shot. That's the reason Don't people, they're not that good. So it's still in the shot. People say it through study. The second thing is my cousin reported that the rumors were came in. And that's a reason they don't let you culture people over the north. Finally, the third is Mexican Chile. It's a brand new place. And there's people that are culture. But it's in their place. Mexican like to hang out. It's still dangerous to do work. It's just a bumper by yourself. And you can't go restaurant. Let me say that the practice of performance work is over 3 hours. So that says, over every exercise, it says, I swear, I will put 2 hours before the depths in the hole that there are 3 responses in the night, morning, middle of the night. There's only 1.5 before it's night. So tomorrow, because I was thinking more about 6 hours. So then the night was 4 hours. 8 hours before anyone else. 8 hours divided by equals 4 hours. In other words, it's 2 responses. All of these are the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1 hour response. So it's 8. He was 2 responses before hours. But I just said, you call one of the responders, responders. 2 responders. You want to set up with everyone, so it's not fucking hard. Unless you talk since anything becomes released, it's still going to go back unless you talk about amazing stuff. The conviction is in one person says that the other person says they woke up before that. The Gemara has a shot. I'm not saying I never slept as Chatzos, or he says that I was under the Chatzos, like a horse that goes to off and he's floating in his building. And then that one time he was carrying that he was letting me go like that. One time he's like, look at this here. And then he's on the basically she was this covers. Word next up means when something goes away, when the second becomes day, or when the day becomes night. But Allah says, it's like a bubble, a wake of a passage. So, what Allah was, and on the other hand, he said that Moshe Rabbi didn't know what passage was. Passage, how many does finally passage? Almost like passage. What is something in the world? He's a good enough to do Moshe Rabbi, he didn't know another way that his heart is only exactly what passage is. What is that Moshe Rabbi also just he's in order for what decided was the thing one such a story that people will say flying with that's why I said they don't have to his work. Or you try to know I said or take place for us. I also try to work also control in the smell everything one of the first child but what do you say? We can also find the amount let them compete each other. And close starting up and find like to fall in the water. So I water, water, different the other means less issues something. And we also actually and the other let people war as a wonderful Rothschild Valley. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. What's that? I found out in 16. That's it. That day I started just recently I promised to try to get 30,000 subscribers to Super Shots. That is our passion. Your skills. You achieve that. And you should try to class for a super Pasuk says in Miller, the other Miller says, Pasuk budget. Because of the house, once you have a plus, other world, you know, 3 hours a day, I do exercise, or the other kids, they sit right up, their friends, or I have this local rabbi,
Right.
I do this. I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are covered to their husbands. And just I ask you questions, known as questions. The reason why it's called legal questions because it embarrasses everyone else. So everyone else asks the same questions. It says, this part, this question, it embarrasses the Allah. It's not embarrassing the Allah. So no one else can do that. They had a son, Danilo, he's called Kilo, he was able to embarrass the questions. It says in the famous passage, really, Hashem, the word play has that sometimes, but it does. So I know I'm sure that well enough. And you see this because he's worried, showing perhaps his sin won't be over. I was whenever I was through that, before the time is to shoot for reflection. It says the person by Kira Yasser, who's worried, why should he even have time? In fact, we see that the fact he was better. That's where I should
Yo, what up, man? How you living? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, Doc, what'd you find out about me? Oh, your friend is amazing. All right, very well. Have we met before? Oh, absolutely. Bring him in. Take your time. Take your time. Tell you what that's about. You want to just take my fucking deal? All right. So, okay, what do you think about David Mark? What are your thoughts? That, he's not starting. It's the number one team in the country. Two, number 13. It's a great show. What a throw. What a catch. What a beautiful. What are your thoughts on that? It's the best. But feel like you are. They should have mayor of videos or YouTube. You really don't. I've had a couple of bad days. Real time. I'm deep. Get my number one. I need to. I'm proud of you that your parents are working for the country. Incredible. Aside from little people who even still think I wonder how you feel about this uh, diva way. These stadiums, it's just like putting roofs on their shit because they regulate are awful. This shit sucks. Where's this guy? Yeah, big dog. I know I don't have it right here. Where's this guy? Make a mistake, starting scattergood. Where's this fucking goes? I don't give a shit, but I do. Facts, state, right from the state. Dallas, people arguing. Dude, that's us asking cancer people. They have people scoring 18 points. Half a million. All right, give me a breakdown. All right, my cat. Just head and shoulders. He sucks. That's a cat. Honest. This should even be close. Tony Howard over scattergood. That's what we're delivering. Just asking. That was not good. He's already better than man, it's man. Everybody's got Tyler Martin. Kobe Myers dropped the others. Kobe Myers dropped Dude, are you serious about that?
This song, that whale tail.
What do you think you do? Enjoy bananas? You would think when they built these big fucking cities, but that's not true. This show will have oh my God. Oh, pretty good. See, that's the worst idea for a show. Let's do Toronto. No, that's a terrible idea. United States? Yeah. No. No one's going to watch Risers next. No wonder it's on CW. Dude, I didn't even know that they had sports. They have a ton of sports. Yo, dog, will you please tell me about the black cat, the daughter of the black cat, afterbirth? Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the afterbirth of the black cat, the daughter of the black cat?
that just as a person from you're concerned that a person could have to work hard to work on the field. Just a little bit, it's in the middle of the night, and a false sleep the rest of the night, and now we can hide on this. Why is the more so strong with this language? It's kindness. Because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another fact is, I want to tell you, you should know my rule. It's not, it's pretty sure since I've been doing it, say Krishna says the Gemara, and then you say next when that goes over your Gemara says that so much utility. When you mention it, it's inside of the opposition next to the meeting. Rashi explains beautifully that is because first, for example, his heart and having love and you have to open his heart. But once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for the trouble in the situation. Shua Levi says, don't say Krishna didn't transfer. Obviously, that's what it is. Make a sound. In the morning, Krishna. That's really Krishna. Because it's stop both sides. Why the child of the question is, what do you consider the best material? The main part happened in the day, but passes the income is a little bit that started at night before and that also that same relates to now. You find it happening today, and that's what we do. Or the question is, shuffling on the difference between laying down and getting up. According to Yoel, just like when you get up, you have to see Krishna again. That's when so many go to Krishna. The lady says, the Hektish is that you get up, see Krishna is also to sleep. And also, first session actually,
There he is. What up, big dog? Just watching it.
You have to see Krishna and that's what. Why is the three moderate?
There you go with the gun.
That's what's from the second. It's considered a long expression. It's
Okay, sounds good. Yes, sir. All right, watch it. We got the Trojan, the Boilermaker.
The Seder of Adam Base, every person starts all of the 7 plus days. And the only reason is it's combination of these two reasons.
Oh, it's a weather play.
It's possible. Sarah, notice actually the possible starts to shoot that possible. Also, that the place of falls doesn't go. After somebody learned that also, that place of get up. That's the not kind of work at finish. So by the way, the following way of Sama, so different from the music. The start, lift up goes to the floor. What tells us that not to fall, he flies, it's non-stop. But the Buddha has a stop over. It makes one stop. So basically, he has flights. The Rabbi has 4 flights. In other words, he's stops. The Rabbi has 8 flights. The Rabbi has 7 stops. We want the person to do this, but make it hard for the Rabbi arrive at a destination. If there's a gate call, many people are dying, and my mother is a direct flight. So, like he says, that it's when they see Krishna, because you see the person to not the phone, goes out from the Shana, laying down, you say Krishna. However, from a Chacham, because it's a spirit of Hazaras, perhaps watches the evening half, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Krishna either. Like says, you don't have a Chacham, say more person. For instance, you don't have to say Hashem, MS. Wonderful. Rothschild got paid. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very little for everybody. We're working on it, fucking technology, and hopefully in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use the Yetzer Hara in a battle against the Yetzer Hara constantly. If that will work, you should learn Torah. If you see that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, you should take Kriya Shema. It's still not working. You should remind yourself of the end of Easter, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down the way of Israel. As we learn in the Pasuk, the end of the Pasuk, Rufus or Evan, that's referring to Rufus, that's actually the person. That's Torah. The one is included to learn Torah. When you should be Torah, that mitzvah is the first Mishnah. I should have Sakti is the living mitzvah. What's your right self? How do I get a lot from the mother? It's not the right all from the Mishnah, rather from the mother, and all these came from Moshe Messiah. We want to discuss this Kriya Shema. The Kriya Shema acts as a double-edged sword. It's all the way to Masikim, and George says, get rid of the swords. So remember, I need a puzzle for that. Every little, and the Pasuk says, if you do like that, the Torah tells you for a lot of something that's trying to split up, it's something that gets rid of the swords. Since the other one, no one would play with Hashem, then a 4% probably be swords. The Torah doesn't act like a regular person. He's a present to somebody. When you sell something, he's upset. Or when he wants to play up and he's excited about it. He says, we lost our Azrael. The person has a story, and this is the exciting for life. The person is interested, trying to see what makes causes the story. He can't figure it out. He assumes because he's not learning Torah without words. And if not, you should understand that it's a spiritual habit, it's a concept of what is Surah in order to put yourself out of the realm above. As the 12% of the Gemara, it's a Surah that people he loves. On one condition, that these people accept it as Hafah, and if they do, they'll be serving our children and real estate. My point is, if the spiritual habit is only a situation where it doesn't create for Torah, but one I know it's only a situation where it doesn't create different feeling, but according to the reason I'm doing Torah and the feeling, it's still considered a spiritual habit. Or these are Talmud. If a slave meets his master when his master knocks out his teeth or his eye, certainly these students, which can hold the entire body, should give you a purpose of rights. Rishim Ba'ifai says, and this is also a great deciding of life, anything good comes with a struggle. God gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah against the Yisrael, and he gave us oil Mazal. If a person is a properly learning, or is being Chassadah, or a mother father buries his children, or a mother all are very nice. All are very nice. The Rebbe says that also Ras is considered a part of his better, yet it's not considered the Yisur Shalahab. Those Yisur, the difference is, those Yisur come take away a going in a way, a way. Yisur Shalahab, as we mentioned, means that it becomes double Yisur Shalahab. Many distinctions in the Gemara, perhaps somebody has some rats, and it's wrong, it has a lot of food stuff. It's very embarrassing as a nothing has to be accepted, then he has considered not the social habit, but considered what's going on in America, in Buffalo, that's a rise, that's a social habit. Another distinction you make is that the super are physical for others, and Saras is physical for others, that's not a social habit. Saras is covered, it's a social habit. Thickness. Also, the Rabbi had boys that were lifted, and he carried on himself the only one of his children, his last child that died, and he said, thank God for that here. This is a reminder of the story of a half of that boss who came through. When the Yoshua was decided he didn't have some that wanted to allow him. And what is this distinction? The person who never has children, that's not a distinction. long as I'm using a child as a student for an apple. Give an apple was something I doesn't want to listen. I never like to like student says no. I rather not have a student, I rather not have a child. It's what it is for me to post bucket. It's just easier for him to get his hand in the field. Rabbi himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because any friends not around me is a student. A person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have a student, I'd rather not have a supply. And he came out of his hands and killed him. She was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleep, and he came right in the house, lifted on skin shining. And he asked him why he's crying. He's crying about the prayer that he didn't accomplish. He came his passion, that the hospital, that the man that's the passion, not eating for tonight. What? It's the quality of life. And you're crying because you don't have enough, and everybody has to someone to the table. You have prayer, you have your head. The laws are applied by you. Beautiful face, beauty, like what is every day. Explain for the living by Shakespeare, the living with the last beautiful people that last from the night. That's the end of the era. It's the seventh, right? Hold on. 400 sparrows came to it. So how came to find a sense? And they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. So he said, I said, look, question me. And they told him they knew. They knew that he did something that's much question the question that he did something that reason to see what he had every issue, all the people he had from the language. And he said, I don't know. You tell me, it's well, it's after the day. You sharecropper. And so what sharecroppers is not it's over. I don't know. Nevertheless, it's down. You still can say it. Then he takes a little bit of the neighbor. She said, okay, I took it on and said, I'll pay it back. And in fact, either all this 400 barrels of water or the price of vinegar became higher than water. I'm a beloved, God had before the end of our phone and before he ate. And not just as before he looked prayer. This is just, you don't understand what I should say before or not. Should put your bed in north and south because the is facing to the west. And you saw the heaven on the skull and what all this only have wonderful day. Rothschild is not both. We have the capacity to see the shape of it. To be so scared that we don't survive. All around us, many of them, many more than us. In fact, the person has 1,000 shades on his right side and 10,000 shades on his left side. If you blame the shades for everything, the fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a sheer field, as it's crowded, it's all the shades. If you want to see evidence of shade, you take ashes and put it on your bed in the morning and see footprints that look like those. You want to see them. That's how dangerous. You can take a black cat, female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female on this planet. After her, burn it with the ashes of the fire. Rabbi tried to strip, and it actually damaged him to other than damage her to be healed. But Bunyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in Shul. It says, Shmaya the place of tefillah that's sitting there where the Shmos was found in the Shul, and he comes and he's immediately actually, but before the minute gets there, the Shmos is there with reviewing the entire the Yonas, the comes into the Pharaoh, the Shmos is there with the person learning Pharaoh, the Shmos is there. Versus learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by something from himself is that a It says in the puzzle, "I'll punish me shmotim." It was Gemara. You smell the mitzvah. He had a witness and the mitzvah. It gets tired as if it did. And these 12 years ago, the Torah says, like Israel, gave me this one great Shvat. He said, "Shvat Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Shel." I'm going to say, "Come to Israel." One of the people who put in his tefillah, one of the backs of him, going Gadol, and the parachute me going Gadol. In the second base, he says, "Hashem Yisrael," and the parachute me. After the third base, he says, "Oh yeah, Yisrael." In the fourth base, he says, "Oh Elyon." The person is used to coming to the shul, and he doesn't show up. One asks him that, where is this guy? If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have life. Finds out that he went for bar shus, and also won't have life. It's time for Jesus' Gemara. Time says, ask him to show up and tell us a question. This is one of the first things that occurred this year on Shana. That's Shana. It's impossible that this person has putting time to go down and go learn. He takes that time instead of learning to go to the first part. Also, it's impossible that all food will take away from the learning that you're supposed to learn. In other words, you should stay and learn, and nothing will happen at the same time. The Reverend says if one comes to the shul, he needs that area. The yad finds it's a simple meaning. The person has a privilege. Brings down reading that he says it in Ezra, and when he dies, they say, first this is honor of this person, the child of when you don't go to the shul, you should run. When you leave the shul, you don't run. So this is the run away from the shul. And Shabbos, it's also to run. You're allowed to run. It's imperative to run to the shul. The Gemara has a list of things that you might perceive that you get scarred for. It's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech. You get scarred, not listening to prayer, but rather walking to shul. The scar for arguing and learning is the scar that you get for the yourself for the absolute that you get from coming up with the story. The scar you have going through the base of the bubble is not taught. The opposite. And so quiet is what's when you fast, on a fast day, you think that the scar is for fasting. In fact, the scar is greater when you give money. Scar of lastly, somebody said it has to not the speech that you rather the pride and the scar that you have with the last one is the scar from the hustle. Three things. If you daven the show, outside of the show, where the Rashi means, obviously during that wall, back is stored during Kodesh. It's in Russian. It's stored in Rabbi. That's something that's down outside the shoulder, back is stored in Kodesh. It's around, and Rabbi got a sword and a huge person. It says in the puzzle, the other, these are the things that we want to speak, such as davening, and people disregard the davening, and treat it with proper respect. The other one says, is a notion of a bird. This person is being supported by others. He has a sort of show that his face turns the color of his bird called wind. Not only that, he gave him a punishment for ancient fire. The Gemara says you must be careful of all your feelings. Beautiful, you see that on the Rabbi, his hands are beautiful. Like I have it says, because the Shabbos says, Hashem Boiker Tishma for you. If you benefit from a wedding meal, out, reading secret at the wedding, over other 5 privileges that says the Pasuk for such secret. Art Sameach Haskala benefit from the 5 privileges that says the Torah by the praise of prophets. The continuation of Possessing is very awesome. It says that you can't put the base on Shabbat. So say that go wedding. There was a balance as if you run a Torah. Or it says if you build one of the rules in July, there's also the creation of the same awesome. It says The usher is really so hard. So if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says because it's not being shown in the face. Now, if your friend says hello to you, you just nod him out, you don't say hello back, you consider it a gazla. It says the person, the Lashon of Zayla Sanif. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say no. Somebody stole that ability from you, that other person. It's a gazla. Rothschild is not saying. The Lord tells us that even if it's wrong with David, what does he say? What does he say to him? The Lord says he says to himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song, just he says to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer, Mishmol, and Elisha. Amachas, the Nasi, the Hakis, the Sheriff, the one who did put his Amigosh to Surah Hajbar with Paris. The releasing of his female Shash of Tzvokos, he saw Hajbar himself. The Elisha was sitting over a lady, holding her hand, even Prophet. A particle, once in the network, she is the Shurah, the Nefas Master. Your mercy should overcome the anger. The Lord is going to explain us the prophet's anger. The Koilach HaMelech is settled, and your mercy should overcome your ignorance. This is not for Nechem B'Min Tzarach, children with mercy. Then I leave the right shoulder, and he shook his head. The Lord says it literally, he says the same words. He says, what do we learn from the Shmuel? We learn that before we could ask the Prophet what was done, and he gave him the retweet, so that every possible done, even a headya, I'll clear the previous headya, even a headya, a simple person who sees himself by joy and benefit. We learn from the Shmuel that in order to visit a person who is still being wait until he comes down, or said, wait until I'm not moving. When is that every single day for a split second, for 60 seconds, what it says is 158,888. One part of that, which is 60%. Or about the time that says that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. He told Rabbi, he in an argument. When you knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to personalize the first words. In fact, if you spoke with that Bilam was about the first life story, so he didn't get mad those 3 days later. That usually those 3 days, that's a shock, there wouldn't be anything left. What's the story? The truth of Levi, as he said at a certain student was bothering him, he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his head. He said, when the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the kind of story, he said. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. He realized that it's a sign of Shemayim, and that's the most important. It says, Rafam on the Hamas, or Shemar who has performance, even on the dead. The Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world and the people of Israel and the Gaza of the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than somebody who did have mountains. So you're talking better than 100 mountains. I said to Rabbi that Moshe Rabbi asked 3 things. That he got all 3 things before he will not offer. He asked that Klai Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that the Klai should not have Shekhinah. He also asked that I understand why is it that sometimes Sadiq Ferralo, a good guy, is sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rothschild, the bad guy has a really good life. He's supposed to be in his home. That one shot is Sadiq Ferralo, we don't know Sadiq Ferralo. Sadiq over would have most of the shots. One who wants to do it so that the Sadiq does double should be don't get anything. It's also the code that wants to embrace all this wisdom in this world, even this current wisdom and the Royal above, we shouldn't have that. The mayor says that Moshe Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what Rabbi said. I offer you as a study. How do you want it? I'm not interested. So Gemara Bilson says it's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was so confident that his face glowed. It's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem. So he was fearful of him. But he couldn't be Hashem. It's hard. He didn't look at Hashem. What is a fire? It's Gemara shows the not for the children. But if it's all who says something, promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition is not going to go still, will fulfill his word. For instance, the Prophet said, I want to qualify Israel. And don't worry about your Rabbeinu. I'll make this a great nation. I'm going to qualify Israel. Rabbeinu, the nation, that was Rabbeinu had as Israel tells us, 600,000 souls. So then it said the name of the Rabbi, Rabbi being the first one to call everybody Israel masters, mothers. And the Rabbi was saying, which is married, but the Rabbi who was calling everybody Israel. Leah was the first one who invited the Rabbi to praise the Rabbi. Realized that when Hashem Yeshua was born, the name Rabbi Gemara is made out of wood. See my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. Esau is very willingly and complained. And he said that Yaakov put away illegally. My son who in house is prepared to Esau, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous and trying to say Esau and explain the other. The name Rus must describe David Amelech that would sing Shira Sivot that is born. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son is rebellious, is worse, and the war of very devoted to his parents. And he asked the question, David Amelech was running away from his own son Absalom, which would be the worst thing in the world. Yet David Amelech says, he's really David. He's saying, a praise that was born. She really David. David Amelech was relieved, like the person came off the dead. So he said he was relieved. He was relieved that a broke home you can have rebellion within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a matsu or a nevet. It's his own son. His own son's not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Rothschild? There are four ways. Either when it's used the Shmaya, it's not a dangerous. Otherwise, you make it dangerous. Or if the Russia is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russia in his life. He's on the down. On the down, you let it go after. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Sadi Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not at Sadi Gomer, still go after Russia if it's not a good time. If a person sets a permanent seed and shows them his enemies fall within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says, it's better to serve Hamchacham than to prepare him to have a wonderful day. Baruch is that test. Today must be one of the highlights of the Dafyomi career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the things that wrote three songs, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together, it was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Shema Kefevra, a fun, entertaining share, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why we're close to 2,000 subscribers. Now look at it. If a person has an illness, he's sick, and he can't make it to show, and he can't gather 10 people in his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that he's davening show. Because Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah does mitzvah chasadim and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. The Rothschild says if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor. And because of him, he creates Dwellos for him and for his children. Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel. Because it says in the possible like you can make that's referring to Israel. When he found that the more old people said it must be because they cut the shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that is Arichas Yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door and enters the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim from this pasuk. Al Zois is found called Chassid Elecha. Every Chassid, pious person, should daven for this, Le'eis, L'Soy. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rabbi says, is referring to looking for a wife. It says in the pasuk, Matzah Isha, Matzah Kayif, the Matzah matches Matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Israel, they would ask, Matzah by Matzah. Have you married? Now that you find out a woman is married, is she a matzah, matzah, isha? Matzah chayim is a good woman, or in one sense, you married your mother says a isha. The Russian sense is referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah, and a receiver. Rothschild says you should ask for kfura, for burial. And now Rabbi says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, the Gemara says there's 903 times of death. The worst one is askra. That's what it means is the shikha. I think like here in the middle. Askra is like taking thorns at a wall. It's very difficult. You should ask for a good misa. My Sutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The word says, in fact, my Sutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda. It's in the pasuk, Oyat Hashem, Sharit Tzion, B'kol Mishkenes Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyat Hashem, Sha'orim Tzion Ba'alacha. He likes places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and fucking letters. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When a guy learns halacha, he changes his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul. But then he changes to where we daven and learn in the same place. Now in Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria that they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. Says, the time before Rabbi, and he only has 4 Amos Halachos. In other words, that's why Rabbi also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned Halacha. That's why the Gemara says, somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns just as Yerushalayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, Yagia Shachol, Tzarchel Ashrecha V'Toivlah. We learn Ashrecha V'Toivlah, whereas just Yerushalayim only has Oil Mabah, not Oil Mabah. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe and be subordinate to his Rebbe, he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo Melech didn't marry daughter of Harry as long as his Rebbe Shimon Geri was alive and lived next to him. Says the pasuk for Oizvei Yichalo. There's a halacha that they say the prayer is over the shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Rabbi would leave the shul between Gabra and Gabra, 2 years. But Rabbi asks, what about the Sukkah? There's a pause, can you sneak out? And you remain with the faith. And Shimon says, I can turn my back to the same time and I learn they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. Allah I make that the Targum brings Arichas Yom and you should say, keep Sukkah to one Targum. What if no Targum on the pasuk? Like a Temer Skibon. Says Rashi, in that case, the Lord says you should still say it meaning, you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the Targum. One should not wait until your people to say the entire time you are because every people say that we eat is as if you're fasting, and you're not just trying to make a earlier than the week that you need to say that. You should maybe hold his children. First of all, when you shut the bird, be careful that you shut all the breathing in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the I was talking about something that has Torah, even though you forgot it now because of the highness, just like they put the broken mufais into the heart. This person is a broken state of Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana, you might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hands, some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The other is, you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis. One shot is, It means it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema Lamita. But the Pshad is Rabbi was telling his children who were Bananim to not marry the Geyeres because they were pregnant. It's also. And some say that it's a Goya Mamush. Why can't you sit on her bed? Because the stories were Papa. A woman told him, a Goya said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And he looked up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to live. Lacha is, one show behind the shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that it's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and the shul has another door, that people think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a beside the shul. Rabbi Kiva loved three claims about the nation of Moab, that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on the table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs, and when they discuss private things, they would go into a piece where nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yehuda says, I like things that are seen. They were that's needed in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Barsim are ready to go with all these things. They're ready to go straight into the air. The Allah is like when we in the Mishnah, they can say Kriya Shema all the way until Avodah Shachar. Rishon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Avodah Shachar and right after Avodah Shachar, the one after Avodah Shachar will count for the daytime, even though I love you right after Avodah Shachar is considered night. Since people get up then, the Yotza, Kriya Shema Shachar, have a wonderful day. Rothschild that's Rothschild's story. Tell me that they come from a wedding to Trump. They didn't say Krishma, they actually showed the lady the fuss on whether or not they could say Krishma, even though it is a problem. So it says, yes, the person like my time in a kind of a virus. Like Trump saying Krishma a fire all the way to the next. That's the halacha. You're supposed to say Krishma a fire for the whole. If that doesn't work out, you have a problem for Shabbat. Only in the case of kindness, we go to Leitzachah. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, we also went to the wedding, but they didn't have a notice. They didn't go on drugs. And that's when Gamliel said, yes, up until Avodah Shachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Cohen or the Rabbi argued their father or not. They knew their father, they weren't sure if Chachamim would agree. And when they said, yes, Chachamim agreed with me, Shir really is up until Avodah Shachar. How does the Torah say Yeshua before Chatzos? Lazar Zari has Zeri Shom. There's the word Chazeh. Learns out that the Pesach is only about the Chatzos. Pesach is only the morning. He that learns from the Pasuk doesn't even know it is yesterday's life, but the day. The morning, therefore, you need to learn Pesach no more. Lazar owns that what he's referring to. They were in a rush to get place filled out. The Ula started by Chatzos, but Chatzos is the one place filled out. The reality is place filled only left the following morning. There's a possible that simply has a great contradiction. It says, Shom Tizbach Pesach. When do you Shom Pesach? Which means you have to. It says, Rabbi Hashem, is referring to Shkia. It says, why is this somebody to try? But the place for cooking try in the morning. So which one is it? Shkia or the morning? You find out what's telling us Shkita of the Kohen Pesach happens in the eating of the Kohen Pesach. There's only after Shkita. Up to 1 point to the eating of the Pesach. When you're in Shua, which is like over in the morning. Or in your Lazar, it's like killing Pesach. Right now goes on to extend it. When Arnold, golden silver, possibly silver, not really enough because the Oman Shabbos. What's this enough? I've never been made. Or for those I made, I don't want a Rabbi to come to the kind of trials that it's literally enslaved by his own. But that's like a struggle. Didn't have this before, and then we should let them that they should borrow only so. Rabbi put it like that. And Christ was said, you know what about it? You want to live. You can why should we get up in the Bible? Let's do it right now. I got you with the minute that says your value means that it had before what happened first. The one sheet says that the literal force for better. Another sheet says the light is what you want to borrow. You felt that might be heavy for the borrow in the center of this room, might give you chase. You wanted to go lighter. And therefore they didn't want to borrow. So the price was first. And that's basically trying, says the Gemara, that once guys will borrow from the future, everything was that. And it's as if it's a trap for an animal without the thing. Or by less, it's like you just say, yeah, it's something defensive of ocean. There are no fish, so people try to find no values left. Hey, sure, hey, what's the double Russian? Just like I was reading now, I'll read them future goals. So I said, my son has a look at her head. Why should I tell them about future goals? Everybody should be right. Just not be with them. What's the double Russian that are relying on? And maybe Hashem and Maybe. Big story, they have vowed that they are false, so we had them try to consume meat, fire, and Shemayim. Then he's back to the Rothschild, 3 days, bring down fire from Shemayim and consume meat. That's what happened. And maybe the second time was, why Yisrael shouldn't be, it's witchcraft, you should understand that it's witchcraft. Says the mission. Yishma, the morning, said, when famous and loving. This is famous and loving. That's great. We had the opportunity today, the owner of famous to become share and gave us a life and spiritually led us to. The Gemara says that it's famous is in the love, peace of the Lord. Once the guys in the friendship like this. When the friendship is white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you can say, creation. Rabbi says the key famous and Harrison. Harrison is a leaf. So when you differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of creation. The same shear you might use it another way with the differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a ram, which is a wild donkey. And a favorite say it's when you can differentiate, when you pick up your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 hours away. Up again, one time you say, Ishmael, once you listen to next time, that's not a kilo, that's the only for it. Shua says, until 3 hours, money is never to survive the day. Light, that's something we grew up in the road. It says we start from a Shachar, the event says start from a Tzachama, and that's when kings wake up, 3 hours. Moshe says, never beats Ishmael. Past this time, at least if you time, it's the rise of women of Torah. And it explains it says because this person is saying about that, and this person is saying can't say that unless he gets a fact. The Buddha says, Allah is that Ishmael can be said, the sheer of your friend from around the Suwek, Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to the field. But Ishmael is a secret, a speaking type of person that's a cousin, but a cousin is saying Ishmael immediately before Nate, right after Nate, because he's like doing this, he wants to say last week, the really class and press. But the sort of being on the Krishna right before, therefore, and when you have everything of the Krishna at the last moment, right before it says, how do we know this concept? It says, you will come Shemesh. You should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Krishna, hold on for Shemesh. Because the thing that you're after is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shekhinah. Yoisi and Yochim said in the name of people in Shemayim, and whoever says, Tefillah, right? Tefillah will be damaged that day. Seriously, what's damaged in there? This is what it says. Why? Because they had a monetary loss at a free one. That's what people pay money to see. You're supposed to see even $10 kings. See different authority to get people. Rabbi says tomorrow he was son of Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face. Hashem is supposed to say Tefillah, and we say, Gemara in one shot says you always say that as a fucking way. It's a question to you. Or if you had a little except that it seems to a couple of the day that it's like part of Shmuel Esrei. Shmuel Esrei says part of the body source. Shmuel Esrei is because of the 18 nails that Rabbi was trying to get. Here, Rothschild is a capital test, not that's what we say. Rothschild, every Shmuel Esrei, and not at 8. It's wonderful. Rabbi is not you. The Gemara tells the story. The Rameir had really bad neighbors. So he found that they should die. Ruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, I'm Chatayim and Aretz. Get rid of all the Chatayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should be tshuva. In fact, daven that they should be tshuva, and it requires the tshuva. A min once asked Ruria, how does the pasuk make sense? In Navi, Vani Akara Shaloi Yoda. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song. And she said, shut up. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are many more Christ from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children. Rabbi will explain to Amit why is it that David and Abela put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, the third parak of Abela, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak of Zion. It should be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. She told him, we believe in God's called Smuchim. When a pasuk starts another pasuk, or a parak is done next another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Goyim Lodon, which is very baked. Somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Goyim is going to rebel against my father? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Rabbi Yochai explained, his pasuk in Shechai, he was b'chokma, v'soy es-chesed al-shoyno, Shlomo wrote about his father David. That he had look later on in life about 5 times that he was in a different world. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Hanafshi about it. When he came out and he looked at the stars and the Mazalis, he said another Baruch Hanafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Hanafshi. Because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse nothing but from everybody. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rothschild, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rothschild says that it corresponds to the Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. The Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. The Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it, it's not seen. The Baruch Hu feeds, the fires the whole world, the Neshama the fires the whole body. The Baruch Hu is pure, he's hard, so the Neshama, the Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise the Baruch Hu. It says, my innards. The Baruch is not like a human being. The artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life, and in the Neshama, not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something, a baby that's within its mother, can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't surtem kalim, and we learn ain't sire. There's no artist like our God. In other words, it was powerful to create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ain't those recha, we learn to ain't levaloischa. Ain't levaloischa meaning that the Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist usually his art outlives him. The Lord knows what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Rabbi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other one should come to them. So the Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick. He told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him and said, he makes Atam, you're going to die, the life tip, and you're not going to live, which is a double loss. More explained, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have it in my body because you didn't do who you didn't get married. Because he said, that I'm going to have descendants, they're not worthy. So, Yeshayahu told him the famous line, the Hadi Sashi of Achmad of Allah, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two chosim will be certain that it won't have bad descendants. they told him, "Look, Xer already happened." So this guy said, he said, "Akiva Khair Hakman Shravan Shaladam, Ayun Asmi Dinaracham, you can't have sharp swords on your neck. You should never stop tapping." And the word tells us that immediately he took the ulcer, got up and went to the wall. Went to the wall, the walls of his heart, he said within his heart. Or maybe he said something has to do with the wall. He said, if Isha Sinamis was stored in Elisha, and Elisha did kiss Anisa for her son, and it is caused because she built a wall, as more is discussed later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built a very something that should have deserved this place. This kid only was powerful. He said, I did everything. What did he do? Says Gemara, amazing thing. He was so much cool of the tefillah. What he says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he carried it. As what it says, this he did 6 things. 3 things, Rabbi, a Chomer, a Hebrew, and Pina, buried the book of the toys. He broke the copper snake that was made away from the hill. People started doing that with his artwork. And when his father, the Rothschild, died, he dragged his body in the streets out of benefit. Broke to show people this is what happens when you do a Sarah. Those 3 things come from agree. But when they didn't agree to that, when he plugged up the water behind in order to create that the social behavior should have water, they didn't agree to that. It says, let it go when Tiski gave the doors, both doors, the prayer, they didn't agree to that. And when he did give her a place, he made an extra month of the year. On the last day of Mother, he said that's not good because that last day could be Nissan, and because it could be Nissan, you don't do Hebrew Shon on that day. If somebody uses other people's custom when he dies, he says, "What will answer you? This custom of my forefathers, what you're going to do?" He's answered in his own custom, but he's going to use his own custom instead. Answering nice with a short salap, etc. So they use this custom of God. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So how did she put Elisha? She put him in a folded Sandra, and she had to build a wall to divide the Sandra. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. She put him in the best of her houses. What did she put him in the attic? And she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kier, a wall? Because it's called kiru, is a Russian of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Lord says, Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from things that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings, nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was accomplished. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child, she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any hair on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Misha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Says the Gemara that if a person holds the Chacham and gets from his own belongings to the Chacham, as if he's a makir the public. What's the scale of in the Kila? First one is they shouldn't stand in the right place when you daven. You have a makir of Sita Hashem. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like you do during Shemini, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be a man with Shem Shemayim. Shmuel said, I was like Yeshua, and Kriya Shema said, until 3 hours into the day. Raisa says that you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim become a Kairo, but you should say Kriya Shema before and one after, but this agrees to that. But in one Lashon, this argues that Rani says, so he says Kriya Shema in the right time, has a bigger source than learning Kairo on a wonderful day. As we learned, the Pasuk says, you must say Kriya Shema to shut the whole Kunava when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further and they say, just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when we say Kriya Shema Shel Arvis, you have to be in a lying position. When we say Kriya Shema Shel Shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the Pasuk would say, but we still say, wait a minute, the Pasuk says with the left over there, you must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, it's not even standing. Therefore, say still, you can say Krishma when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Hopefully, somebody shall agree that from the words of Yeshua, you can learn a big thing. That somebody that's placing the mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's public and saying creation. What the left of Chaver teaches us, and not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a pasuk who's part of in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied. He's also public from Krishma since he's about to marry a B'sula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's fine. You need a combination of preoccupied, and it has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his shit with singing, that's not enough to give him a pillar from saying Krishma because it's not a mitzvah. And although he's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bizarre, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs. Besides tefillin, because tefillin say prayer, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bizarre, he's public. Even though they still use the left of Chaver to teach us this concept that basic mitzvah with Potter, nevertheless they learn the physical words of left of Chaver that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. More tells a story where Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Krishma, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like a Shabbat. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, jumped up to say Krishma. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and he told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you do the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, "No, I am worried that people will see us and they'll say that Allah is like the Shabbat." What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like the Shabbat. So what is the halacha if you do like the Shabbat? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay to do yaitza. According to Rabbi Yosef, you're not yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like they sit like, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Basil, it's fine. The Shammai say if you do like Basil, you're not yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like this Shammai, Basil will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you chayav misa. You see the Mishnah, Rav Tarfon says, "I once put myself in danger in order to be yaitza like the Shammai. If I told him if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it." Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, "Sheva b'yom v'lalticha," you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Krishma. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Krishma and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkiveinu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim when we're talking a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing it correctly. One of the brachas in the morning, you don't use the word loika because we want to say chesed, which is darkness, which is light. I want to mention that night during the bracha of the day, just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, when we say according to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahav Rabbi, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to the Chachamim, it's Hamas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahav Rabbi in the morning and Hamas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess this is for Chachamim Sarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel said that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkas Hatorah. And if he said Krishma with Birkas Krishma, so Havar Rabba hinders him from saying Birkas Hatorah. When do you say Birkas Hatorah? The Buddha says you only say Birkas Hatorah and Fresh from Sabbath. You learn Chumash, but not even a Medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. The Buddha says even Medrash. The other says you say Birkas Hatorah even for Mishnah. The Rabbi says you say Birkas Hatorah even Gemara. And Rashi says because that's the secret Torah. It's great for that young people. The Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that, it's the logic behind Mishnah, and it explains away the contradiction. And sometimes to add and take off words. Shmuel says, "What bracha do you make to bring to Torah? That's even Torah. You look in the hands. How do you finish off with a bracha?" And Rav Nuna says, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the 3. Why? Because it gives a place that is powerful, a place that is since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the korban tamid in the morning and they salted the barim, the Sgan Kohanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Rabbi, and according to the Flakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sedibros, but then say Shema B'Shmei Yomer, and then they would give 3 brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes, they would say the bracha B'Bayno, which is similar to say, just it ends up Shai Stavod or another bracha, and then they would say Bris Kohanim. Rabbi Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not have a rabbi. The Flakish says, well, here you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's 2 brachas together and you say one out of the 2, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, if you say just a bracha and shayad and that's your rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you guys. How does he prove it? The fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then that's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say have a rabbi? Have a rabbi you can say all night long. There's no smell for it. But if they said I have a rabbi, then there's no proof because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yotzar is only when they like to do that. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is not even the Gemara says perhaps they said both prophets. We meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the Seder's not ma'akim. You say one before the other, it doesn't matter in what order. That's a wonderful thing. Bracha is not debate. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aser Sedibros, the former was saying that outside of the Beis Hamikdash, we shouldn't say Aser Sedibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Free Shema Aser Sedibros. Today, Aser Sedibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week, a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shikin Shmoy Bebayis and said, Yashkin Binechem Ahava Ba'achva B'Shalom B'Reit. The Gemara goes through a series of questions. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Ma'ariv Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris, he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished off Ma'ariv Aravim, and in Ma'ariv, he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. A person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact, it's wine. So he starts saying Shahagol, and he finishes off the Goffin, he's Yotzer. What about Brochach Reina? A person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact, he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Sholish, the Brochach Reina. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. What happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahafah. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha chroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with the Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in a suffix. The Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by creations. Because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriyishma, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Arav, that's enough, that's the bracha in itself. According to Rav, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Arav, or Yotzer Ar, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like people in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriyishma, because Birkas Kriyishma, when a person starts a bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day after the night, and therefore he's Yotzer. The person does not say the Yatzik in the morning and the Emun at night. He's not Yotzer the mitzvah of Kriyishma. It says in the pasuk, you have to give shvach in the park in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemon Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees, by Baruch, and by Ata, you bend fine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, we say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rashi would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he'd be like a snake, he'd pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. It's interesting, we know it's saying Hamelch HaKadosh and Hamelch HaMishpah. What if one forgets it says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Hoyev Zako Mishpah? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not Yotzim, and according to Elazar, he's Yotzim. If a person has the ability to down for his friend and doesn't down for his friend, he's considered a sinner. If he has the ability to down for the Al-Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. A person is over an Aveira, and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing finish. Not only are they Muslim on that Aveira, but they're Muslim on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shol. Shol brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim Turim. He's embarrassed by the Aveira that he committed, that he killed the Oiv with the Urim Turim. So I don't even know that Shol was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and go to battle, you'll be killed with your children, but you'll be with me. So the Gemara with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shol was zoicha to be in Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous letter. More, because the Gevalim, they said they'll forgive Shol. Shol gives them 7 of his sons that they killed. Obviously, they hated Shol. And the pasuk ends off saying that Shol was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gevalim that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, forgave Shol. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in creation because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shafat Aryeh Tel It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of Shafat Kumecha. Why they didn't institute it? Because the Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a Peita Peir to a Samas. Why do we say Parsha of Tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. The concept of all mitzvahs, whose heart is all mitzvahs, it includes Asher Tzitzis, Muslim Tzitzis, Yitzis Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzis Mitzrayim. The words after the Vakum tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. After Erekan comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. After Zoidim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rabbi Ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the passage about Tiskor, Esim Tzischa, Esim Tzischa, all Yemei Chayecha, all the days of your life. Yemei Chayecha are the days you made. All Yemei Chayecha, that's your call, the nights. You should say parsha the night. Don't say no. All Yemei Chayecha comes to include time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is Dafi's Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and all that. But we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from the Gemara. As the Pasuk says, I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. That Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and you say, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We know that the Shmuel changed Yaakov and his name Yisrael. It's a mother to call Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Shmuel himself called Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no reason. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, Torah tells us, do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. Because it isn't right, so Allah bin Asay, he changed his name and called him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. So the Gemara tells us that she both called Avram Avinu. This is what you need to call her, but he didn't tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over. And this year, now we finish the first period of Shas. We should be Zoicha to finish all the program of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix the Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, and he's not Yaitz Kriyashma, it's the time of Kriyashma. But if he had intent to read, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yaitz. Unless you hold, like the Manora that says, Mitzvah Tzrichos Kavana, and then you have to have Kavana to be Yaitz to the Mitzvah of Kriyashma. The Lord is going to be discussing Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle of Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that if the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that if you kill him, then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him, smack him in the middle of Kriyashma. If it's out of honor, covered, so if it's between trucking, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to the mayor, according to the review, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody anytime, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the paragraph, the middle of the Sukkim in the paragraph, according to the mayor, you're not allowed to answer. According to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPrakim? Bein HaPrakim means between the two brachas of Kriyashma before Kriyashma, between the second bracha of Kriyashma and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema from Shemaya, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatz. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatz. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The Torah, the first parsha, is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Oklaf Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is Vahayim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because Vahayim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says Vahayim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chacham. Chacham say the word Shema. Shema is a Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chacham holds you can say Kriya Shema in English. Rabbi says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. Chacham hold even if you don't hear it coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Vahayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemaya in instead of Im Shemaya, you're not Yoitz, it has to be in order. The Rabbi learns that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be Yoitz? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not Yoitz. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha and that's how we pass it. So a person just had kavanah the first pasuk, and he had some items and he didn't say the rest of the Shema, he's Yoitz al halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Priscilla, you have to say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Aleph Avecha, and therefore you hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Also, it says Aleph Avecha, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah. And you're Yoitze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're Yoitze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem Daber Bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have kriya kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words L'daber Bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the Pasuk is telling us if the matter is b'neichem L'daber Bam, you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. It says the Gemara in the Pasuk of Shema, when we say Echad, If you lengthen the dalit, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it for money. Then Baruch will give you Arif Aslam. Rashi says, as long as you don't say the fest really quickly, the fest has a comment, that's fun. If you say it quickly, it might sound like a shema. You shouldn't do that. Okay, Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word Achad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only thing you have is to think in your head that Baruch was one in Shemayim and the Aretz and in the four Ruchos. There's no need to be migrant. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say preaching. He was actually close to preaching. So what he do is he put his hand on his eyes and he just say one passage, the first passage is Shema Yisrael. And the machlok is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over the Talmidim every single day and talk about the Tzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yotzei, the Tzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be masking Yitzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is Dr. Dalit. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, geschmack, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi Daf Yomi or Elvis Kansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. This is Gemara. If you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in Halal, which Halal is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Halal is a pursuit Lisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, so Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying the Halal Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov you have to say it full up, then you can only say hello to somebody, in a project, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a halal, like I'm showing the then you could say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Ravina didn't answer to Rabbi Bar Shava is because he didn't think he was cautious enough for him. It wasn't an issue of covenant. In fact, they passed him that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer that in the middle of Halal, in the middle of Krishma, so we don't have this concept of Shoyl Meshach and have covenant. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food that's less than a revius, and it's on a tightness and place to show them what kinds you're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, and you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a piyah and a pleasure. If you bump into your friend, you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lazis chafotza. You're not allowed to take care of business for your personal things before davening. I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has become an Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu isolates Rafa. Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rab. He's considered wicked. From the same pasuk we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah that they won't tell him any Besurah's rise during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered ben aprakim is machlokes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatza. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there. That's a lot. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elokim Emes. So it's one continuation. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, does it have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, we must repeat it again. But Rabbi, you don't repeat it. Gemara brings a very interesting lotion. Rabbi heard one of his Talmidim say, "Shavli Keichem Emes." Emes he answered. She said, "Well, Emes, but Emes hashli behind. This guy is grabbing onto every Emes doing the wrong thing." It's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? To say, that barely Bnei Yisrael B'Amar Kol Aliyah. That's it. Once you get to B'Amar Kol Aliyah, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Baba holds that's not considered a start, and therefore, if you just say that, I'm to B'Amar Kol Aliyah, you can skip everything and go on with Hashem and Keichem Emes. Rabbi says that our minhag is you start, you say the beginning of the process, and therefore that creates a feeling for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha later. Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you're going to say Emes V'Emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedim Alachullah Hashem Sheitzenu Meretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim, you told us about him, and you redeemed us from slavery. Well, Sisalon Nisim Kuris Alayom. He did tremendous things for us on the water, and we sang to you. What did we sing to you? Micha, Moicha, B'Elim Hashem, and then you continue from that point on all the way to God Yisrael, 9:6 for Netzor. Shimba Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first, but the parsha Shema has three concepts in it: Lilmoid, the Lamed, the Lassos. It says in the pasuk, the Barak Abam, that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed, that can teach others, V'shkinatum Levanecha. And Lassos, to do, to take action. Shartam, put on tefillin, Usaftam, and write mezuzot. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemaya. Vayim Shemaya only has the Lame, which is the Lamatem, is going to come to that report. The last, so it's again Shartam, Usaftam. And finally, the final parsha by Yomer is only to do, take action. Also, learn tzitzis that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin, and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss my Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make brings that Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no raya from it. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why would we bring the story? We bring the story for different reasons. To say that we had about 4 machlokes. When do you say bring the Torah? So here you see that Rav said bring the Torah, even Amishnah. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. He's public moments for repeating Kriya Shema, tefillin, for he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch on. Won't come out of the grave, and he'll say tefillin, Kriya Shema, and tefillin, and then he'll switch with his friends. Rabbi Shimon ben Marcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say all about the Shema, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he's mixed. But when it comes to physical Asiyah, tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Oma. The person says Kriya Shema without tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made a discretion. He's testifying also because the Kriya Shema says he should wear tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah to Kuda. Not doing the mitzvah as it's meant to be. A mashal, as if somebody brought the carbon oil without doing the mitzvah associated with the stachim, without the stachim, a wonderful day. Rocha is not as follows. Reverend says it's one must complete the process of all Malchus Shemayim to its entirety. First, do his body, not even the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then down to all that is built in his bed after the further upon his bed. It says Rabbi, not only that, it says this needs to first go search for water for saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a Siman. If I miss the Siman. That's on the other hand, the look for water, the Siman is much longer. You should look for water up until a person, which is approximately 2 miles in the direction that you travel. Go in to 4,000 feet. There's the Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the creation on his own ear, it wasn't mashmiya la'azam. Tanakama, which is from Yehuda, says Yaitza, and Rabbi says it's a very long sunnah. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rights. I'll try to make it very simple. The Maskana, we have 3 shittas, 3 things. We have Meir is the Muslim. He says, don't hear say whether it's Krishna, even prophets, or other rices, or Yotza, the Chatila. In other words, you can start out initially singing, have it here, and you're good. On the opposite side, you have a Yosef who says, when it comes to Krishna, you don't use your ears, you're not Yosef, you put the ear, even after you have the middle. Most of Azari, who happens to be with Israel. Most of Azari says, you are Yosef, hold the ear. If you want to be Yosef, you should use your ear. Not these Krishnas. How do these Krishnas match up with the following 5 years? That's our Mishnah that discusses Krishna. That's their right. So in Krishna, we're going to have 4 Krishnas. Every name says, you don't have to hear it with your ear, you only have to do the Sabbath. Because it says, Avodah Lecha, it's your heart. Rabbi Yosef says that you have to hear it in your ear. Because it says, Shema. You must hear it. The average Muslim Messiah is the middle finger. You should have people hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you know it. And then we have a price of being a person who's deaf, but he can speak. And he says a bracha on yes. What price says is only going to be that will be the only point of loss. Nazario. Now the big question is how does you do this thing? You want to try to say the past, he says like the mayor, you're going to out here, let's assume this is like you the whole thing from Rabbi, wasn't Nazario, you have to do that. So this price that says that you're going to deaf and speak, you're going to only the evidence. Rice when it comes to the person who can speak. That's what Shimon Pasuk says that you learn to even a chafila. That's his goal according to Rabbi. And then you have the halacha previous of it. Because Abbas is very right. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so. Do it. You have to do it. That will be according to the halacha. Finally, we have the place of we do. Kila, priest of Kila says that Cherish should not see priest of Kila. So, 42. Because the Nazaria are Yosef of Cherish. The same thing applies to Hakon. And she says the point is that Cherish, that the Tefillah, you should not be going to the Tefillah. If you did so, you're going to the other. A Shaita, even if you have it, you're not going to. But he says there's another Shia, as is, he's the Tefillah. So, that he's taking the question of how we might see other. That's then the Gemara says that it's possible that Yosef has by creation that you are not Yosef at all. You could agree by the Rabbanans, by let's say true mothers, that you are Yosef to the heaven. Gemara says it's just like a womb takes a Sarah, and then after it's baby, so to a brain, takes a baby. Then when you decrease how many cells, his body is to be alive. Just like womb, it's in, but it's quiet, so it comes out, the baby comes out, there's a lot of emotions, screaming, celebration. So usually it's how we find it. Like really, the body goes into a lot of time, the body comes out a lot, it's amazing celebration. This is the source for this amazing hidden photo. It says in the post, the phone is not a door to a whole another. Just like a river, they take a person out of his full of a car, so to the whole, there is a leverage. Take a person that is out of Puerto as a virus and really discuss. You learn in the Mishnah that the person said creation of the Muslim doctrine was that he said all the words, but perhaps two of the words were connected to each other. The word gives examples where the ends of one word, ends, every letter has a next one. Like how do you live without people? How ends with the lemon, without it starts with the lemon. If you say quickly, it sounds like how live without. How is supposed to stop in between. It seems different. They stop between all these words. We learned that from the Mother. She knew how. Or there's another example. He said something. Amazing. Atem, two letters. The place it brings down also the Torah Av. So you quickly, it sounds like Torah. It's not Torah Av. Also, it's supposed to be people high. It's Zion. It should sound like this. If somebody is very careful, the way he says Krishna, lower the temperature. So the Gemara finally says at the end, Safka, Sino Kama. There's a Havamina that perhaps have to say the instructions regarding Krishna. How to find the tefillah, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe we should only say something that has to do with Yerushalayim, where it says, no, that's only by a site that we take up all the instructions and just put the verses, so it says bullets. And there's no Yerushalayim between the sites of our sukkah, because it says, Sav Kam, you can see the Kama, wonderful. Always that's the Zion. The Lord tells us that Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi were building a chuppah for their friend Rabbi was getting married that day. Rabbi said, I'm a chassid, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. So if a person makes a mistake in Milah Krishma, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Uvisharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. He's holding at the end of the first parasha that has Uvisharecha, or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha, a person knows better than the other two parashas. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat. It says in Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, when the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided that the first cousin of Kriya Shema, they stop working and they concentrate on the first paragraph, on the first process. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. When it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they'll be able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and shouldn't cause a loss in his boss. So therefore, when he dies Shemona Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as Havidenu. It's the shortened Shemona Esrei where you say the first three brachas and the last three brachas, and everything in between is shortened to beautiful words. Like you see the picture. This is from a Siddur given to servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkas Hamazon, you only say two out of the four brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha you combine together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanan, not the sixth. When it comes to Birkas Hamazon, since it's only the Rabbanan, they don't even wash and say the bracha. Somebody that works for his food should be careful not to give chazan. That's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Kahanim, he shouldn't do it. As we learned at the beginning of the step, the Isaac, the mitzvah, ultimate mitzvah. Somebody's occupied with a mitzvah. He doesn't have to say Kriya Shema because it says Mishra. And from where we left the Chavedah, we learned that a person is not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a psula. Therefore, he is further from Kriya Shema because he has a combination of two things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, it's chayiv in Kriya Shema because he's obligated to take the preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Abel, he lost a loved one, he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, it's chayiv. Person who marries an almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, therefore he's chayiv in Gemara tells us that Rabbi himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechaven. And the Gemara says that anybody who's musaf, that has a chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechaven during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not musaf, according to Rabbi, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechaven." Chacham saying that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An Aval who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe. Unless he's what we call an isness, somebody who's spoiled, likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is in a time that the issur of rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbanan. The first day is the issur deraisa. But the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, that is only the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan were making when it came to the issur. The person who uses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of available family. We're not going to make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who uses a slave? We say Hamadayim Yimalach Esreinfal, like we do for any other object we one might use. There's no hespedah that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Ebed, the slave, was a kosher, used to Chacham, then you could say, "Oy, ish toive nemon in an enemy giyoi." Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was the henna. He worked hard, and that's how he earned the living. Chacham would disagree. They say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped about a slave. You don't call a slave Mister or Abba or Ila, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a fashion slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 Abbas, Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov, or Imais. We don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of our Abbas, because the Hashivas is up to 3 Abbas and 4 Imais. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema, and Shemona Esrei says the Gemara will have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amirayim and the Tanoim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And the time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava, a achva, reis, shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many Eden, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yitim Taiv, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use Rachamim and Ois and Chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and give us in ourselves. Rabbi Zera would say, you shouldn't sin, you shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say are in Shaidish. Long life, Chaim shel Shalom, shel Taiva, shel Bracha, shel Parnasa, shel Tzatzamayis, Chaim shel your estate. We should have Pushmuchima, we should have wealth, we should have a Torah in your Shemayim, and Chaim shel Malon is Koshas the Bin of Taiva. Rabbi would say, a lot of people insert that in the davening, people shouldn't say terrible rumors about us, we shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. So that I'm asking the kosher without the kosher, they should have risk, whether it's a guy or not a guy. Even though Rabbi had guards, he would still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Mr. Shalom will continue with the rest of the tefillos. Have a wonderful day. Today's daf is saying we're going to continue with the special davening that the Neumann and Roy inserted at the end of their Shmonesher. Safar would say, please for peace between the Malach and the Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between them and the Chachamim, and between people that learn Torah Lishma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their color. And those who learn Torah Shalom Lishma, they should have the skills to learn eventually Torah Lishma. According to one opinion, Alexander used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're ready to bring us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. And another Shaz Alexander said, it's our will to do your will, almost preventing us so much to be so the Sahara. And Shubit Malchiyah is the fact that we're in God's. Please take those two things away and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on Yom Kippur, by Vidui, Lokai, actually, I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust, when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Rothschild that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then it goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. Maybe one of this is what we say when you have a Chinese Yachad, you'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we'd be marked for bonos on the Zbeach, and we only put the chayla and the fat and the blood. This tightness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, and that should be as a person. And then the Gemara goes on to say, beautiful sayings that Anoim used to say. Rabbi would say, when you finish Yoi, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, Ashri Nish, praiseworthy is a person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Hashem, good name is better than good oil. This is my favorite. The mayor would say, every one of those people, the more believe try to understand my ways, etc. The Lishka Adasi, a person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart, and you should always have your Shemayim in front of your eyes. Watch, guard your tongue, guard your mouth.
There's one rabbi in it, and then
you should have the Pharaoh. Therefore, I will be with you. Chacham would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm supposed to go home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. The person says, I'm an Amaretz. What good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. This is Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands the same amount as far as that other person, because you have the same intent. Rabbi used to say, a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Tzahara, try to trick him. When it comes to Yiras Hashem, a person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says that the main point of Torah, and that's the thinker in the world, is to do the Ma'asim Torah and Tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person upon the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rebbe. We're talking about a different type of Shema. A person who learns Torah, Shalom Shema, the cantor, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better than they should have been created. Rabbi says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, we're not going to be jealous of each other. It's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question: if women don't learn Torah, how are these for Olam Haba, and how are these for protection from the Goyim? And the Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnahs and Gemara that they join me, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days, husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they share the Torah and Nailam Abba. The Gemara brings beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, that basically includes all the limbs in the body, that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. There's a machlokes in the pasuk. Alufein Misubalim. Alufein means our leaders Misubalim. We take the burden. One man says Alufein is that our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufein was referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to Yisurim. The Gemara goes on to say that make a bracha that we shouldn't do like David and all that they had bad advisors like Rothschild and Doeg. And we shouldn't be. But the same we have children that go off the terrace. My place in the pasuk. Abir Leib or Chaykim and Tzedakah. Who are these Abir Leib? One shot is we're talking about Tzadikim. That they're distant from Tzedakah, so to speak. That they could sustain themselves. They don't even come on to the Yochak. They're going to help them. The entire world has to look at this. More brings that the Chanina, the famous pastor, would come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxer, some karubim, where the entire world is sustained because of it. The other shot is that Abir Leib is referring to the Rothschild, like the Gebayim that lived within this Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Machasya, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom, 30 days before Yom, before Pesach, Shana, that they flew up. Fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do true, they didn't become Gerim. The Gemara goes on to say that well, we know that you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha, but if you're doing chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act with chacham, is that considered messy or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a person, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He should do so. On the other side, you could say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say, everybody knows that he has a job, the reason why he's not working is exactly as a Balgaiva. And basically that finishes, with that we finish the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Beiser, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you put it from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shmona Esrei, and there's a Machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, and we'll go into it a little bit more. Tomorrow will have a wonderful day. Rothschild is not being chas. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. It's a concept called Rothschild, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as you're going to see. So you're not allowed to walk 4 hours within the dead or in a cemetery next to the Kfarim and see Kriya Shema, Dam Shmona Esrei, see Kaddish, Tehillah, etc. You're not allowed to hold the same prayer in your hand and read from the same prayer. You're not allowed to even see the prayer about that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? If you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompany the work for himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, or his own home, or his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, and turn your back to the dead. And as an oval, it's also to be mixed, it's also to be wine. It's says to Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishonim, but a bracha of other Rishonim. It's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to do Rashi, other people have to be with you with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those laws don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine. And the point is whether or not you're chayav in Hayom. someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative is placing the mitzvah, and therefore his father from all mitzvahs. It's what that means. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of the mitzvah, but if also leaves, the house is not there, then there's no longer a heel to, there's no longer a door to other mitzvahs. When the Rashi says that Rabbi, that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and sorrow was no longer in front of him, Ephraim considers it as if sorrow was in front of him, he's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's punished from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the Arayim, the pallbearers? They are all other French right? The ones that are in front of the Arayim, they haven't had a chance to hold the Arayim yet. They are punished. The ones in the back, they already held onto the Arayim, they want to hold it again, they must say, creation. Those people that can comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also basically mitzvah and a mitzvah. If they have a chance to the first possible, or the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, and giving them the words of comfort, they are part of the creation. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avelim, they are chayiv in the creation. What about those Shemrim, people that watch the body? It seems like in the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered places of mitzvah. They are comfortable. If there are two of them, then one could go to the side and daven while the other one watches. On a ship is machlokes whether there are mice or not, if that's a concern, because one man knows what it is, and therefore one should watch the body, according to another man, both of them should go to the side, and once my Krishna comes and say, Krishna. There's an issue to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat with respect. We say a lot applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it into the sack and throw it on a donkey, the same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses and there are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? Because we're talking about like the Russian, poke fun of a dead person. What does he understand? Comes out of my spouse that a dead person can feel pain. Some say this is in shock, feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a mouth called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people can get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person who's nifter is a great professional person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before he's nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shmuel. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi are wondering if your father who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? Because they forgot their learning, they were busy working, and they forgot their learning, and it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, what do you mean it's a positive? Dead people don't know anything. This is the other one. You didn't learn right shot. They're referring to the Rothschild. They're in this world. You're not concerned about that. The tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. And tzaddik is most concerned about El Abba and what the future holds for him. What talks about Rabbi and Yehuda, that there's nobody like him in the first mikdash, the second mikdash. The Gemara says perhaps he was tribal and the ice cut open the ice and was tribal inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of the Beirav, which is the hardest Sefer, says places in one day, one short winter day. It says the Gemara amazing story. There's once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Yehuda B'Agloi or Yehuda B'Baba, that his wife really bothered him. At the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery, and we're talking about the Shoshana night. He was in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were nifter and they were talking to each other. He said, let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on. He says, what? I cannot fly. I'm buried in in reeds. The Tzach explained, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. He said, she tells her friend, you go out there and tell me what you heard. And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants Rabbi Rothschild, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Tashvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second reveal, and then comes the third reveal 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Rabbi Rothschild, he planted in the Shliach, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two guys saying, let's go fly. I can't fly. I'm a Matzah Shekhanim. So you come back and tell me. And she said, I heard that whoever plants in the second reveal, the Shekhanim, the heat's going to come and remove the crop. So he planted in the first, and and therefore he made money, everybody else lost their crop. Says his wife, how did you know to do this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother. And she said, I know that your daughter was buried in the Matzell Shekhanim. Third year, the Chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears that Rivka saying, let's go fly around. And one rule to the other, I cannot fly because live people are already saying they're making fun of my mother that she buried me with Matzell Shekhanim. So you see that the dead do know. So the more perhaps somebody was nifter, told her. Ziri once gave money to a lady and she died, and he went and he asked her in her grave, here's the money, and she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard from Duma the Malach that it asked. The Gemara says that Abu the Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and he was nifter, and people started making fun of his son Shmuel. They called him the son of the person that steals money from the orphans. So he went to the Sepharas, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into Shemayim because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the Shir. And he sees his father, and his father's crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be nifter soon. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual in Shemayim. He said, if I'm so big, have Levi go up to Shemayim. In fact, Levi went up to Shemayim. He says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It was established. Our money is the same as our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal it. And in fact, they returned the money. At the time, you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel was such a passionate person. They announced it in Shemayim, winning in advance, have a wonderful day. Rocca is Daf Yotes. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery, dragging the graves, and was told, Loig L'Rush, you're poking fun at the dead. It seems like Rabbi himself retracted. Rabbi says that the Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, tell the others of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise, I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael. You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. Moshe says perhaps they don't really care. Baruch wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov so that Rabbi Yaakov can have a person that Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants by Israel. The whole thing is speak about a mace, all is speak about a rock. For them, either they don't hear or they don't know. However, if you speak about a other chashon, like somebody spoke about Shmuel after he died, and he pierced his head, pierced the membrane around his brain. That's because the Baruch himself hears and spoke about the chashon person, but not necessarily that the chashon person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Shmuel Levi says that if you speak about Tam Chacham, even if the Tam Chacham is in peace, nevertheless, the person that speaks about it will fall with it. Speaking about Shmuel Levi, the Gemara says, and Shmuel Levi said, there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Baruch Hu or other things and they put them in meetings. Put them in the entire excommunication. The Gemara says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That Akav ben Mahalo says that the concept of Saita, if somebody has an affair, and the husband suspects her having an affair, give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyara Shukreres. That's what Akav ben Mahalo holds. The fact that Shmai Naftali and Hogerim did it, gave Mayim HaMa'arim, they did the Saita forth of the Iris, says Akav ben Mahalo that was fake water, it was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in Yudu. Says Rabbi that that's not true. Akav ben Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, couldn't have been Akav ben Mahalo. There was, in fact, the Lazar ben Chanoy, who made fun of the concept of the Sudaim, and they put him in the Yudu. In fact, when Lazar ben Chanoy died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you do Sila, you throw stones at the coffin. This is a concept called Nikis Daite Kapamala. Speaks and probably pours the Rebbeinu with. Like such as Chayni Mahago. Chayni Mahago, his name is Chayni Mahago because Chayni sat and drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon Michel said, if you weren't Chayni, I'll give you a favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher LePer Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon should have said, you deserve Kherim because you can touch him outside of Beis Hamikdash. That's a brisa. The famous story of Tanur Shalach Noam, Rabbi Lazar held that in order, everybody holds that in order to take a tiferes, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it in pieces. So let's say you chopped it up in pieces, and you want to put it back together with sand. Lazar holds it's tar. Some say it's not tar. Lazar tried to put it down with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A basket came out of Shemayim and said, Lazar's right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they came to Niku and he died with a. So we have 3 places in the Mishnah. Why did Shimon say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in the Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbi, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbi, and fought really hard, and that is deserving of Kherim. In some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of it. Says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it comes to supposed to make Krishma, people might miss my Krishma, unless it's other Choshev like Rabbi Yosef, they took it out right before my Krishma. People listening to a Hesed, right? It's the mitzvah, it's also going to rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Krishma, comes back in, and the next one. If the dead, if the body isn't in front of them, they can all see Krishma together, and the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he takes upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, I've sinned a lot. When you fought them in many, I hope you can help, and you didn't even give me what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000 says, if I even that's Saf tell us something. I think the other something shouldn't talk about because the reasons that you're saying deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, I'm looking at Menachem to the other. The outer row is not part of it. However, the word qualifies that the outer row can't see and be heard. The other can hear him, so this part of the Yifan Bam and these other information. The word brings the pasuk Ein Chachma, Ve'ein Tfuna, Ve'ein Eitz on the Neged Hashem. When it comes from His Baruch Hu, if somebody doesn't follow Hashem and say follow Hashem, there's no such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navain. For instance, if a Chashiv person is wearing shadows, even though being a tremendous embarrassment, he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. So, where those different cases, why is shad is different in those cases? I was asking Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanon or not Yoizer to Xera, when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Pesach Pras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there where concerned that perhaps small bones that are soira are spread out throughout the field, with the Rabbanon, if you're on the way, you're not going to Pesach, get on all fours, blow your way through the field. And you see that's a concept with the Rabbanon, therefore, if an Aval decides he picks his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Pesach Pras, a plane can follow him through the Pesach Pras for the covet of the Aval.
Oh, I don't
Same thing.
you did block it. Pick it up.
That's kings, where it says that Elazar Tzadok was a kohen would step over the coffin. Now, I love on that if there's a full tafaf of air between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most are right as have this tafaf. There's a larger person in the aron or something, and you don't have that. That's a deal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not choshesh to have aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and the time the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if the person, since it's written not only as since it's on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if it's in a terminus, which is a Shus Rabbanon, you leave it on. So then we have the pasuk that says the salamta, if you find an object, you must return it. But there's exceptions. If you're finding it, it's a foreign person that's not honored money that we take it back, you're part of it. Why Shad is different? The answer is because this is salamta, a special meal dafka in these 3 cases. And another who's a kohen gadol.
tried to forget about it.
So he's another and a kohen gadol. Or he's a person who's going to bring on his son, or to shut the korban Pesach, he does not become public. But if he's a mason, he's find the dead person, nobody's taking care of. Then you can go another from coming. Why Shad is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shad al Pesach by Milah, Pesach, and it wasn't said by everyone have a wonderful day. Rochel is that Chav. Rabbi asked about why is it that the previous generations they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start beating the tsar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, and we scream and we cry and we daven. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. They, Rabbi Yehuda, only learned the Zikin, says Rashi, the Kamba of Mitzvah of Asra. We learn also Shishas Rishon. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Oketzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi and Shmuel and Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Oketzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tum into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 shatim in that. That is that the previous generations they were Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. And one brings a very interesting example. What it means to be Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Barahava was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a korbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She can wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said is because her name was Muslim, which it sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is Mesiras Nefesh. He put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a chav for Torah. The Gemara says the Rav Gid will position himself by the entrance of the mikvah. So the women going to be titled and asking questions about feeling. They ask, what about Yitzhar? And women appear to me like white geeks. I don't have any Yitzhar. So Rabbi would also position himself by the entrance of the mikvah for a different reason. So that women can see her as beauty, and if they have children that are as beautiful as him, and as the Lord Balmatzia says, they could be Gedolin and Torah like for beautiful. They ask Rabbi, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yiv Rabbi. He's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. There's the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't have your ages by Kifar will not be Mizite from an Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Kanim are Pater from punishment. Even if the Kanim is the age of Chidam, it's Kanim of Krishma. If you don't want this father to be worried about his son's Krishma, he has to go to work early in the morning and can't show him the shul that early. Tefillin, Kanim, we're concerned we won't have a gufnaki, clean body. Women, as we know, are Pater from all mitzvahs, Aseshas, Magrom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time in the morning and evening. Women are Pater from Tefillin. And the Chiddush is that I would think that they'd be higher in Tefillin because the Chiddush Tefillin and Mezuzah. And in the Mezuzah, they are Hamash one's women are Pater from Tefillin. Now, they are higher in the Mezuzah. Why? Because in the Mezuzah it says that when you make a Mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that the Mezuzah would be Pater because it says after this place in Spinechem, and then right afterwards the Safta, there's a Hekesh, just like they're Pater in Torah. They should be Pater in Mezuzah. Hamash one, they are higher in Mezuzah. A woman is higher in Shemona Esrei because Shemona Esrei brings Rachamim, and women need Rachamim. Even though Shemona Esrei is Erev, Boikim, and Tzarayim, it says Man Grama, nevertheless, because of the Rachamim. What about Kiddush and Shabbos? This machlokes whether they are chayiv with their raisa or with their rabbanon. Definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, the chayiv with their raisa that says Sofer v'Shalom Shalom v'Zofer. Whoever is chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. According to Abaya, it's the only chayiv with the rabbanon. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klai Yisrael should eat in the evening, in the morning, so it seems like it's a sensation like Roma. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. You don't want to prove that perhaps the husband of a woman is the right side because she could be white to your husband. That's not right because in the same place it says that a Chatan could be white to his father, and Chatan certainly is the Rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the Rabbanon, less than a Sevilla or Seshini Akila, and therefore the Chatan could be white. So maybe that's what it means that a woman could be white to your husband in a situation where he's in a shiur d'Rabbanan. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashar told Rabbi it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take bribes, but you show favoritism towards Klal Yisrael. It says Yisa Hashem Pana Bilecha. It says Rabbi Shalom, of course I show favoritism. I told Klal Yisrael to say brings a muzzin when if you're satiated, and they were machmir on themselves. They say brings a muzzin even on a pizza like Yehuda or the Zayis like your mayor. But that's why I show favoritism. Like this, the Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Kerry cannot learn Torah. Ezra was misaken that that can be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if it's about Kerry? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say previous Kriya Shema. And when he eats, he doesn't say Hamoitzi. And Brikas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, he's Mahara. But Judah says no. About Kerry, he must say previous Kriya Shema. He must say Hamoitzi. He says Brikas Hamazon out loud. He says Kriya Shema out loud with him. Maflagi to Rabbi Rav Chizda, whether hearer is believer. Contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbeinu, it has the same effect. So why does the Bakari only think it as if he's saying it? Because when the guys are just like saying it, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. When Rav Chizda, he loves the people. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be basic and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day.
Well, the fuck yourself. Yo, no. I would be so good. I would be like, touchdown. Look at this.
Bracha is daf of aleph. We learned that he felt Kerry. He must say something in the Raisa, such as Kriya Shema and Brikas Hamazon. He has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only the Rabbanan, he doesn't think it at all. More clear than this. It says you eat Bisavata on your station. You say Brikas Hamazon, Brikas HaTorah. As Moshe Rabbeinu said, Shem Hashem, I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klal Yisrael is going to say no. And then from there, we're going to continue to the Shira, fall down in Arvis Hazir. From our Mishnah, it seems like the Brikas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before eating food, is only the Rabbanan, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all. You don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavachomer only in directions, that one should perhaps say Brikas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. If you make Brikas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. If you say Brikas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make the Brikas Hamazon before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Brikas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Brikas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have an eye. Whereas on the Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go with the chayla. This is the chayla above. You say prior and not after. Bullshit. Rabbi Yehuda holds, what we learned about bullshit, that Kriya Shema is only with the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, is the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in Prophets? The Shach B'chol Kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, you go to sleep. He says no, Shach B'chol Kumecha refers to Talmud Torah. The field of learning Torah is the night and the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Kerry doesn't make a bracha after eating. So Chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see the Chayra that is only with the Rabbanan. And the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because you know that the person said Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema he already mentions it is right. And Kriya Shema is stronger than V'yatziv because it has Omach Hashemayim and it is Mitzrayim. That's why he says Kriya Shema. Loza says no. Kriya Shema is very right. So therefore, if a person has a suffix, when you say Kriya Shema, it's repeated. Shmona Esrei, which is the Rabbanan, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says Rabbi Yochanan, Halavai, daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat Shmona Esrei all day. And in fact, that's the halach. What about if a person knows that he says Shmona Esrei and he catches himself in the middle of Shmona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shmona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shmona Esrei, also he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, wait, I'm saying Slach Lord in the middle of saying weekday Shmona Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is the reason? In reality, we should be saying Shmona Esrei the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. Because of the tircha, the tzibur of Chomsa, you don't say Shmona Esrei. Therefore, if he finds himself saying the bracha, regular weekday Shmona Esrei, whereas a person who realized that he already said Shmona Esrei, he's in the middle of a bracha, he steps right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he won't feed us.
Where's the
Avabika? Nevertheless, if a person comes to the shul, he finds that tzibur down his Esrei. He could say Shmona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas halacha, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it bigger.
this is the worst
If
shit.
a person comes to the shul, and he finds that the tzibur down his Esrei much bigger. Well, it's machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if you can finish Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to the Chazan gets to Moed, then you should start Shmona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shmona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moed, because then it looks like you don't agree with them. According to Rav Hizda, he has to be able to finish the Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. We the Paskin that a person can't say Kedusha by himself. Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shmona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shmona Esrei, you cannot stop from Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. So the point is whether you can stop the middle of Shmona Esrei to say Amen Yehish Rabbi, according to Rabbi, you could. You don't pass on a like that. I see things down that day. What do you think about it? That's the question that comes out that you are saying. You should look in places and see the halach. About Perry is also learn Torah.
There you go. That's
How do we know it's in the concept called Smuchim? Since there's a pasuk in regard to about Perry, that's the pasuk that says this learn Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim in all of the Torah besides Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And the Smuchim that the Tanakh learns in this parasha, he learns all the same that whoever teaches this on Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from her semen. When it comes to the Chashefah, which you can't keep alive, so we learn it. The reason that she has this people we learn from a behemah. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Rabbi Yehuda because he doesn't learn the concept of Smuchim. Yeah, when it comes to the Torah, he does learn the concept of Smuchim. It's machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's wife. His father raped somebody, he's allowed to marry this. You're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he lives with it says in the pasuk, Lahika Knafa. The scholar Rabbi Yehuda learns something about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have Zerah that they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a Zav. She's not about Torah. She saw Anita that was Pilot Zerah. And a woman, after relations who had Zerah, are not allowed to sing Torah unless they go to the mikvah. The holds and they don't have to go to the Ashma. It's only these three cases where the holds, they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Torah without any side effect, any ziva, etc., just a pure about Torah? Perhaps he holds, it's going to, where it comes out, it says, at the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Torah is also to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Krishna, etc., he made them like their Torah. In other words, since they are the Rabbanon, so you're allowed to say, have a wonderful day.
your business. We're going to make it like hard reference you. No, stay down. Rabbi, him. Fuck you. This is the worst street ever. Hey, ladies, shut the fuck up.
Prophet not the way. The Lord tells us,
Hey,
just like
everybody.
Torah
You
was
guys
given
want to hear
the
about
rest is Isaiah. So too when we learn Torah, we should be fear, trepidation, and trembling. Therefore, if one comes about coming, but it wasn't his fault. And the song, Torah, while Anita, by mistake,
others are black.
he can learn Torah.
We burned that
However,
shit.
first
And
becomes
put it on our
buried, which is an issue of callous grudge.
Where's
There's actually 7 Jesus.
idea?
The Tanakh says it's impossible for the Torah at all. Came from constellation. Torah is only the rest of the On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi that says that Torah cannot become common. Therefore, we can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tum of Kerem. Torah is like fire, says Zion. Fire is not Mekabel Tum of Kerem. And then you have 5 sheets in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnais, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. And you have Rabbi Yossi that says to go deep into Mishnais, and fire Mishnais, you just don't learn Gemara. They have nothing that Hashem says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Gemara when it brings a puzzle. Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say Rabbi Kiva, he meant to say don't go into a base Medrash. I'll carry his puzzle to go to base Medrash. But Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person is about carrying career full face narratives. This he on itself is not mere mode. But toward his Talmidim, who's titled first, and then he taught them those narratives. Nachman Bar Mitzvah says that there's a minute in the world, Haskell, like the 3 skated, one level that we just said, like your people of the stair, that when it comes about carry, you can learn Torah. The other one is like your Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, you have to plant 3 types of plants. Plant fita, wheat, soy, or barley, and start selling grapes. Otherwise, you're not over Kalayim. Whereas the Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loy, who says that the field of gracious ideas to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. Siri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of the Bakari, or he said they were mevatel the tefillah sidayim. Like you shouldn't go looking for water, it's better to wash your hands before Navi, but don't on the account of not damage from Esra. What tells us that Nocham Ishgamzu whispered to Rabbi Kiva, this comes out. Rabbi Kiva whispered it, but as I either announced it in public or he whispered it to somebody. It was the halacha that this new concept called Tisha Kabbalah, when one is titled for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to get people with 40 saw, he can pour upon himself 9 Kabbalah like a shower. Just pour the water on top of it. That's what it's later on. The Lover holds that when it comes to Tisha Kabbalah, it must be poured. You can't go into it like you don't have mikvah. Because that's going into the mikvah, you can't pour the 40 saw out. So Tisha Kabbalah is definitely pouring it on top of it and then going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? It's not that he's announced it, because this tefillah of carry caused a lot of different Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah, or people were battling for food. The person knows he has to go tomorrow and look for a mikvah. He might have stayed. And then he said it in Shikha because he didn't want his comedian to be with wives like Karnakoilas, like chickens. Yanni says when it comes to halacha, but tefillah of carry, some are made, some are not. Those who are after, they are going to have a refill stuff. The question is, if you could get away with it, so to speak, 9 cup water, why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sources? One was the common meaning. There's a story where somebody was about to be over at Avera, and the woman told him, if you're over at Avera, remember, you're going to have to look for a mikvah 40 soap, and that made it stop. And therefore, for Chacham instituted, you have to have our body soap. The Buddha holds that about carry can be played with the family meaning and buying shoes of the rainwater, or Shizan says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 soap rainwater. If Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 cups, how we could use it for carriage. So we told him, what do you mean? Kiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he could use 9 kavim. But you're telling me, yes, the Talmud Chacham is considered like a sick person that is typically weak. But it wasn't like so, he was Margil. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use it. Says the Gemara, halachically, Rav Nachman's plea was broken. Though, according to Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? So this is the exact opposite. A chayla who brings upon himself, carry, like an Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the king came against his will doesn't even need to be tribal at all. Ezra was not getting the tefillah for carry. He said you have to go to the mikvah with 40. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tuba came against his will? Rabbi says Ezra was also reciting something, and that's the 9th song, the 9th kavim. And according to the Rabbi, Ezra was reciting.
That's sick.
Rabbi says the halacha.
That's sick.
Somebody, and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the tumah need 40 song. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, blindness, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're all putter without anything, not even 9 song. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy, or he's sick, or he brought it upon himself, he needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 saw. And some are mafulin and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that about carrying needs dafka karka has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, like we mentioned before, it could be like in a bathtub. Rabbi Yehuda mentions the words, and the Gemara learns these words to mean that you could use according to Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim doesn't necessarily have to be regular. The Gemara finally says a story where there were 3 Amoraim sitting around. Rabbi says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me bench. Why? Because I was coming, but I used 9 kavim. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not enough when it comes to teaching other people, saying to other people, you need 40 stuff. And I, in fact, was coming, but I used 40 stuff. Says Rav Huna, let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench. It says one more halacha. Rav Chama was tribal in 40 saw Erev Pesach because he's went to other people. It says the halacha is not like him. You don't need 40 saw. Have a wonderful day. Rafa is not for people. Personally, you realize that he forgot he's about 30. He doesn't just walk away from Shemon Esrei. Rather, you should finish off Shemon Esrei, but be the concept. You should shorten every single bracha, just at the beginning and the end, and take out everything in between. If a person is about Torah, he's learning from a Torah, and he realizes that he's about Torah, he should say everything really quickly. And according to Rabbi, he can only say 3%, and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. It's also to David in front of waste exports. So if he sees waste, he should turn his back to it and make sure that it's at least 4 hours away, approximately 8 feet away. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he should at least put it to his side 4 hours. The person is diving and realizes that he's diving while there's waste right next to him. He's considered a chayta center. First, the Rabbi, he does not have to repeat the Esrei again. Point the Rabbi, he must repeat his Shemon Esrei. The person has a medical condition. He has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he can continue with the Shemon Esrei. Now, if he stopped for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemon Esrei, like any other tefillah, he stops regardless of what reason, he must repeat the whole Shema with Shemon Esrei. But let's say he didn't stop long enough to say the whole Shemon Esrei. According to Rabbi, he's exactly dusted. In other words, he shouldn't have started davening anyway. If he came to the situation where he's at, that means when he started davening, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't, his whole tefillah is no good, and it's repeated. person after a pee is davening. And now, this brings us to the $11. If a person is to himself has to go to the restroom and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is kind of takes a one parcel, so his kilos of people must be some hard davening. If he could hold it in, according to Rashi, he could start his davening with Chachila. The Pasuk says, Shmor Raglefo Kasher Chila from place of the king. So what shot is you should watch your body. It should be clean. When you go diving and basically you go to the shul, make sure you have a clean body. Rashi, the other Manama says, be careful not to sin, don't be sensitive, because then you have to bring the carbon to basically king refers to this situation of the possible. You can't have sin zeva. Don't bring the carbon like a fool's meaning. A fool doesn't know why he's bringing carbon. Perhaps he has to bring a fatness. And he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right tshuva. The person is wearing his tefillin shirut, he has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbi, he could go and leave himself panic. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go.
Look at this.
If this bathroom is a case of easy to walk, it's a permanent place. A lot of waste everywhere those days. Coming out, there's no hole in the ground. So you can fill in before you even approach this place. Just like 4 hours before you get there. Now, what you do once you get there, that once it's plugged, it's part of the thing. The whole thing that you can support your tiva, you wrap it up in your clothing, and you hold your clothing. If it's a piece, actually, it's alright. It's never used, so you don't have to remove it 4 hours before you get there. But once you relieve yourself, now you just create a piece of kipua. Now you cannot put your phone on until you move away 4 hours from that place. According to the shaman, you're telling us there's a wall separating the base of the say from the Rosh Hashanah, where everybody's walking, it's a busy place. So you put your tefillin on the shelf facing everybody else in the Rosh Hashanah. The issue with that is when somebody comes and snatches the tefillin. The Lord tells us a story, but once I started to walk by and she grabbed the tefillin, she ran to this and she told people, where's this boy? He owes me money. That boy, obviously, wasn't really out there, but she lied. And was so embarrassed that he was so fucking. Then they said, should not be well, rather than somebody making the inside part of war, because inside it's quieter and there are a lot of birds, and they might take your tefillin as well. But that's the deserve of the therefore it says, you must hold your tefillin in your head. So what do? You take the tefillin in your right hand and put it against your heart. You roll them up, and you have to make sure that the mitzuas don't come out of your hand one time. What the mitzuas have usually done. The tefillin shel yad has a yud. The tefillin shel roish has a dalet. Together with the shin on the tefillin shel roish, that spells shakai. Name of the word, so that's special future. This is all if you're going to wear your tefillin after it's still daytime. But if it's night, this is the last time you're taking your tefillin. You're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hands. You must put it in the bag. Now, if it's a tefillin bag, then you must make sure that the tefillin bag has one half of air in it. That creates a new domain. The tefillin bag is its own entity, and then you can put the tefillin bag on the ground. But if it's a brand new bag, you never used this before for tefillin, and even if it has less than a tefa, you can put the tefillin on the ground, just like if you take a jar and you put it in, you bring it into a room with this. But their body, it's not the common tefillin, as long as a slight amount of air in there, says because you don't need a full tefa in this situation. And this brings us to other things. The Lord tells us 2 different both in the same thing that Rabbi Erev Nachman, they approach the rescue, gives their safer of a gathered up to the Talmidim. But they didn't give their children the Talmidim. They preferred to hold the tefillin itself inside the restroom. He said, since there's a hesher, they still use the tefillin into the restroom. They prefer to bring the tefillin into the restroom because that gives them a shira of protection from us. During davening, the Lord tells us you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hand. You're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. God says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hands because this will reduce your concentration during Shemona. You're not allowed to sleep until even a temporary stay, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body. And you could bring the design to the There's a concept of steals. When one goes to the bathroom, people, nobody's going to move with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself. Two of them to the front and one step up in the back. A woman, only one step in the back and nothing in front. If a big set, he said, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom. So there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is soft. So we're not concerned that there will be a splash of Adam on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off. And therefore you may hold the tefillin in your hand. Whereas if it's a piece of alright, it's more chomer than if it's a piece of cloth because since the ground is very hard, we're concerned that maybe there'll be insights, something will splash on the leg and you're afraid to wipe it down. And you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to tefillin in your hand. A person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. Let's do this ever. Doesn't want to get up and build a meal, go to the restroom. He has guesses and is embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 hours, approximately 20 feet. And every time try to go to the bathroom, do this 4 times. Or 10 times, 4 hours. The machlokes, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table, or you hang up your tefillin by the table, put them on the table, that's the problem for the table. Everybody agrees, though, that the previous Muslim should wear your tefillin. Those days they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like if a person designated a couch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also puts tefillin in it. So there's 2 things. There's also to put money inside that bag. Point the buy him, even if he never put his tefillin in, as long as he put that for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside his bag. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is not so valid. In order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to hold to your necklace and pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But Allah is like Shmuel. Put your tefillin underneath your feet. That would be complete disrespect to the tefillin. That's possible. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he see that Allah is like Shmuel, but he constantly that Allah is like Shmuel. So he told his father, I'm going to hold to my tefillin. Popular when they just didn't realize the train were below, not where Roma put his head. And that is why I'm living in the night before. In other words, even in the situation of Ishtay Kiyot, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your feet. If 2 people were undressed below, beneath the blanket, how do they say creation? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely awesome. If they're not facing each other, back to back, if it's his younger children, what exactly the age is my place in Florida? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's either his wife or his older children or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's my place in the rice of weather. You have to put the pizza in Alex. And it passes Shmuel that's a mother without the Hesed. And according to Rabbi Yosef, it's a difference between his wife and other people's wife. His mother is and other people, it's possible. So there's no concern about Rabbi speaking to the readers that are touching each other. They are not considered in the parable, and therefore you take the Mishpat even if they touch each other. Now, what that is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, Rosh's colleague discussing, should be standing up, making the bracha. If a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have covering of his arrow. A woman, if she's sitting, it's really for her to make a bracha. The ears of the arrow by a man are not considered arrow, and you're allowed to say Krishma in front of them. A half of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily arrow, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Krishma in front of that half. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even if the woman, if he does so, to gaze at, stare at, and the benefits of it. The thigh of a woman, according to the Shabur, means above the knee, of course, below the knee is considered an arrow. Therefore, the way the Pharaoh explained, it's worse than a knee because even if you're not staring at it, the benefit, it's still also to look at it. No beach or arrow, the voice, specifically the voice of a woman, is considered an arrow. And the fear of a desired arrow of a married woman or typically covers her ear, that ear is considered an arrow. The Gemara says it's also to hang your tefillin. Either it's on a bed, but you're allowed to take the box is a focus if you let it hang by the actual box. If it's in a bag, a tool bag, you let it hang a tool bag on a peg, even though it's a mirror, it would be also to hang by the peg. And this brings us to other things. If somebody is allowed, sexual answer, allowed, if it just is trying to show Hashem that's also to show that it doesn't have a moon that Hashem hears him, not to be allowed. If he's doing so, because that's how he has Kavanah, then it's mutter provided that he's not in public, because it's other people that are answering, and he's disturbing them, that is also that's disturbing the secret. If somebody really raises his voice to answering, it's considered a double shepherd. If somebody burps or yawns during davening or shemesri, it's considered dasi or what? If the burps not first, if he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good signal. The other part brings a story that in Sarah, who had a sneezing issue, that had allergies, he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this. Allah, that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered a simple. He said this is worth more than all my prayer. But Hanina witnessed that Rabbi Berg sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned, so the Gemara explains. When he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore he's not considered a God's support. When he sneezed, that's considered a sneeze when he sneezed from his mouth, and that's a sneeze of. When he spit, he didn't spit until he went to the ground because that's considered spitting from the feet. So he spit with his clothing, a person who's in this. Put it in his scarf, and he's really in his he could spit it behind him, and that is only so that's in front of him. That is the Rabbi who used this garment to crush allows during the Esrei, and also when his palace fell completely, he would return it. It's also returning his palace during the Esrei. But beyond, he had manners to put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his However, if you calls it sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it, that is also with a purpose that's considered a jasura. Now, what do you do if one feels that he has to do something? During davening, he must walk Dalai behind the way until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shmoneh Esrei. Before he does so, he has to say a bracha, has some sort of forgiveness for what he finished done. He says, it's our blood, how embarrassed we are in our life, about we die, and I didn't see the word. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemon Esrei makes this bracha, and then he continues with this bracha of Shemon Esrei where he left off before. One tells us that Rabbi who the hell that is closer to from Hitler and starts to struggle. Because he says, I will come and get you from this. And Rabbi Abba holds that it's smoother. So Rabbi Abba holds Rabbi Udo, Rabbi said before I go there, I just want to let you hear one more Allah, and it's not Allah, but he says, you see this bracha, walk away. And he said, if I want to keep it to this, it was worth it. If a person is, let's say, a folks thinking that, and he's not dressed, he wants to say Krishma, but it's too cold for him, open his head out. Now you have an issue of people rice Arabo, they don't rice his Arabo, his eyes brain Arabo, his eyes is Arabo, his heart is Arabo. So you do is you make him a pizza, some sort of log through there. And the Arabo, and that's enough. That goes through the matter that says that it's not an issue for you. That's an issue. You put the log a little bit lower down, and that creates that pizza. If a person is walking the street and this excrement is soil all around, well, they have a cut off. One man longer says, put your mouth, your hand on your mouth, and you say, you walk. You're standing still, everybody holds.
As a spot.
And the other man longer says, put your hand on your mouth. Doesn't work. Have a wonderful day. Roughly is not so bad. If a man is not wearing anything on the waist, Krishna, but it's also a decision as like that. The pikes, you have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that his ring is full, you should just jump up and run out. That would be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But puts his hand on his fillet. What if a person has soya waste on his head? According to Rabbi, that's not a problem because it says, the parts of the body that say the person is wrong, those are completely blown with the mouth and the nose. When you're this says the positive, all that's supposed to matter. All my bones, all my limbs are saying praise. Therefore, every single part, including hands, has to be the source of the smell is there. When you have to distance yourself 4 hours from this, not so much the smell. When there's wisdom, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell is. At that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 hours. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of wisdom can I from my humans, dogs, and chicken wings? This says, I mean, the chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken food. According to Rava, the only time dog and pig wings are also secreted when they are used and hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you can see inside us, it doesn't matter how far away it is. As long as you can see it, it's us to say Krishna. If it's above or below you, let's say Krishna is considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's not to say Krishna from the bit. But when it comes to Erba, if a glass separates from the Erba, that doesn't give you a head there because over there it's still an Erba. If you have a very small amount of soy of potion, all you do is cover it.
What is
you
this
sit on it.
bullshit?
If the soda is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soy is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a thing for whether or not you're allowed to say Krishna. Now the halacha is if the soy whose stomach is under the tree is like the cat is like the other. So anybody that's part that walks underneath the tree becomes covered. But if somebody that's part is underneath the tree, and the Matzah walks by the tree, the person that's part remains part because it's not his domain. Says Abaye if soy, the same thing applies to soya. In other words, if soya is moving by, then you are allowed to say Krishna. But if it's stationary, it's also. Rava says no. When it comes to soya, Rava says you are need to be in a proper place. Sure. Since he's buying you, then at that moment, of course, it's just to say Krishna. A rare, a smell that doesn't have a source. So here is an example that the sheep walker, they would sleep on these machatzos, but their friends would learn next to them. Now when a person sleeps, doesn't really have full bodily function control. And it's possible that there's some sort of rare smell that comes from the buffer. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say Krishna. The person himself is the one that created that smell. He's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is Meriklayim or let's say apple juice? It's a suffix. So if it's even if it's in a heap of trash, typically there's a lot of soy and a lot of Meriklayim, it's good because this from the Deraisa of Saint Krishna in front of Meriklayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not also the right. You have a suffix. However, when it comes to suffix, you don't know.
How'd you find out about me, my friend? Do I remember you? Maybe. I don't know. Tell me about yourself. When you're out. Worst thing ever. Dog, I'm so excited. I feel like good shit.
So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's also why? Because in trash usually you find soil. In the house, it's not like one number says you don't find soil in your house. What is the shear? How much your gland is it that it makes it also secretion? One number says put together and that's like yeah, no, it's so moist that fresh air out. It looks like it. The other number says it uses shares only needs to fail. As long as this year, and most of the says that you just see the outline of the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear in soil? You have another shear. One shear is that it's hot on the outside. It's along the soil. The other shear says the corner. It's fractured. The other shear says it's hard as earthenware, and if it breaks, the halacha is Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be so in order for you to be able to say creation. And this brings us to all the things. It says in the Mishnah we learned that if a person is inside the Mishnah and he realizes he can't say creation, and he doesn't have enough time to get out of the dress, he should say creation on the water. Now, number one, we're talking about the secret. So people use a word for that says that all their people are a secret. They don't have a secret. That's a family. The other people say hard to out. The other point in ordinance is when the water here, water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your air bubble, or your heart and your other part that's in your we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue with that.
Worse.
There's no issue with ain't no right in this area.
Look at this.
La halacha.
Motherfucking hamstring. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at this.
Excrements.
Look at this move.
Now it's completely. Nevertheless, it's concentrated by cultivation because the sword is disgusting mostly. Further than the entire house, even if the drum is long, it has enough of Dalamas, because a lot of the soil, according to Chicken, if you have soil that doesn't create a pizza, therefore, this is a soil. If there's a bed and the soil, that creates a pizza. What if the soil is covered? Well, that's if the bed is only red.
I don't accept that ball.
If the bed is
And I look around it,
then
all the way.
it's us. It's a creation.
Like the ball. It's so sick. They were penalized.
If the lyric line,
I would have looked like Jackie Kennedy on September 12th, 1953. Everybody would have known it.
if it is first, everybody, or the lyric line becomes the water, then the lyric line becomes buckled. Drop by drop, as it hits the water, they become buckled. However, if the lyric line
What is this bullshit?
Bottled water, oh, that's
Worst coverage ever.
Says that. Exactly. If you put it in water before the lyric line, then there's about like whether you need a push after your feet. The lyric line first, certainly need your feet. And finally, for today, there's an Isra Kashmish in the house that has some pyro and film. You either remove some grand film from the house or you build a pizza if you can. That's the price. Or put some grand film in a double wrapping of a wonderful thing. Rocha is Daf Chavov. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be here, I'm at the Shabbos, Shalom Zachar at my house. You're all invited. Achal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzaya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never used, it's mutter. So it's a type of bathroom called Parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the soya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered also considered sealed, and it's mutter kedaven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings three cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Israel is the second, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah of the person. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this earlier. A person is a zav gomer. He saw two reniyos even one day. Now he has to wait shiva nakiyim 17 days. During that time, he became about. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, doesn't really help much because it's already coming. Same thing. If a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was pregnant, she admitted she was there. So she also has the tumah of Tarek. Then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish. So Kashmish became Tamei, and then afterwards she became Anida. In all three cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the repairer review that says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a Nida, and that is if a person is about carrying and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to the Tanakama. You do need a tefillah in order to walk in Torah. According to Yudah, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the third parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadron alach mishemes. It says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shmoyne Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the tzaddikim, they would daven Shmoyne Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shmoyne Esrei up until Chatzois. That's midday. And that's the light up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours shows manios, up until 4 hours, including the fourth hour. If somebody purposely, the amazing, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says. This is something that is never fixed. If a person forgets to daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Shachris, Mincha, or Ma'ariv. He says two Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Shachris, we'll say two mincha. If you didn't say mincha, we'll say two myers. And the big chiddush is a mincha. Because mincha, saying that two myers already considers the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Omer's manoi, Oto korbanoi. No. Since it's davening, it's rachamim, you could say two myers because you missed the mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say two Shemona Esrei in the following tefillah, he gets the char saying that tefillah, but it doesn't get tired of saying that tefillah is just fine. The situation of the pasuk of Muvas Leif at this point is the Tzarin, the Pesrin, the Yuchal Lilana. The Gemara says that's what we get together and say, let's go mitzvah, let's go give the back of Chayil, let's go give stuff up. And you refrain from going with them, that's the Tzarin, the Yuchal Lilana. And with this, we come to Omer things. If a person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos. What should he do? He says Shabbos Myrit, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Myrit of Shabbos. The issue, the Indian is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. It should have 18 brachas. And just Chachamim said not to be matrios, not to be triachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if we say on weekday Shemona Esrei, say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the Mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is the Myra of Motzei Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do you do? Say two Shemona Esrei, two Myra, and the first one has a bell in it, and the second one does not. Because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one that you believe. So the first one is Myra, same Myra. The second Shemona Esrei is the Teshlumin. What if you reversed it? So the first one for is Mincha, and the second one for Myra. Halacha is he has to say the third one because it's not Yotze. The kasha is that where it brings down, we say that if a person says he forgets to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Halamata, it must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mincha? The first sheet that Rabbi see, it's based on our Avos English. Avram Avinu, he instituted chakras as it says Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha because it says Lifnei Sorah. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv Vayol and Shach. Now, Rabbi Shmuel ben Levi says that it's based on the Avos. They were Soimached. They compared it to the Korbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzais, like the curtain coming that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Chashecha. You learn in Rashi it means until Tzisik Chavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, Mishnah Berurah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazar Shashnas and everything before Shkia. B'di'evet, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzisik Chavim. But Mishnah Berurah points out that it's better to daven b'yichidas before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like the Tamen of the evening, which goes until evening, which the Yehuda says until Shlag Mincha halfway through Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the Yivarim of the Hayla that you're micro and the all through the day. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually Knesset Sadoila during Misakane, and that's why it's a pattern of Musaf that goes all day long. Where the Yehuda says it goes until 7 hours in the day. We should hear only Psuras Tavais. Have a wonderful day.
Did you catch it? Yes. That was sick. I would have done it a little faster, man. That was great.
Rocha is not from Zion. According to
That was
all
amazing.
these manam of tefillah are adbad l'chol. They each the prior hour. So, Shemona Esrei of Shafetz, when he decides to go to the 4th hour, that means including all of the 4th hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the 3rd, but rather it goes into the 4th until the end of the 4th hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as well. Let's talk about this Manu Mincha for a second. We have Mincha Doima. Take the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 12 parts. That's called Shais Manu. It's not necessarily the hours that we have today. Chatzos is exactly in the middle of 6 hours. Plag Mincha or Mincha Doima is a half an hour after Chatzos. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Tana is 9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight, or 2.5 hours before the night. Take those 2.5 hours before the night and divide that in half. Why? Half. That's Plag Mincha. Don't you say Mincha, not Mincha, until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours before nightfall is when you have to stop saying Mincha, because the first part of Plag and the entire part of that Plag. Most of the work goes all the way to the end of the 7th hour, Adai B'Chlav. Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has tefillas in front of him, he has Mincha because he said that Mincha Doila starts at 6.5 hours, and he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes first? It says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire, and davening past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. If you look at Ben Baba testified 5 things in the second savings. And we pass it like the second savings. One is that we teach a child whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon, in order that she shouldn't be after. In certain situations, the teacher can be meals. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation with 2 sisters, doing this kind of marriage to a brother, and her older sister is a third married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she falls to evil. She cannot fall to evil in this current state because there'll be 2 sisters married to the other. Therefore, we teach the younger one Yomiyah, and she'll be a property of Bama over there. we taught a testimony, that you can marry off a woman based on an Eidechad, one witness testifying that her husband died. We also testified that they did steal from a chicken who killed a person. And that for the suffering on this bath, it's enough, if you consider old wine, it's enough to be 40 days old. And finally, for our sugya, the common was never out 4 hours, in other words, the entire 4 hours into the day. And that's why we constantly feel that David Shacharis 4 hours a day, not as the business. Rav, except Shabbos, he did an early Shabbos, what we call today, after the flag, because he holds up to you that flag is the end of the day, and after flag is already nighttime. Chachamim say you can only do the Tal Shabbos after Shkiras. It's Chachamim that is trained, because they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the Myra about do any way you choose such a bar. If the entire congregation daven Shemona Esrei, they thought it's nighttime, they daven Myra for most of Shabbos, but it's still Shabbos, they didn't see that it's only a cloudy day. They're in tefillah, it works, because of Tzibura, but if they don't make a mistake, he has to repeat the daven. Rabbi said in the Beis HaMerchat, did a sauna before the Gzeiros against doing Zayal, and he was Mekabel, after was Mekabel Shabbos. First he was Mekabel Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then he fought Torah. Rabbi Baharo, who was a Talmud Chaver of Rabbi, he davened Mincha of Friday behind Rabbi, who's davening Meir of Shabbos. And you see from here that Rabbi didn't take his steps back and influence the Shalom because Rabbi was still davening Shemona Esrei. Learn out halacha that if somebody's davening behind you, you're not allowed to take steps back. You're disturbing them, or the Shekhinah agrees that the Shekhinah is there. However, if it's out of the 4 hours of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why Rabbi was allowed to daven behind Rabbi is because he's also his friend. He's not his cover. But a regular person, a regular Talmud is also to daven behind his Rebbe. If he does, he causes the Shekhinah to be quite strong. Just like if a Rebbe says Shalom to a Talmud and you answer him back like you answer to a regular person, Shalom, instead of saying Shalom Aleichem, that also causes the Shekhinah. And if a Talmud opens up the yeshiva without asking permission to Yeshua, that's Misal the Shekhinah. A person couldn't make it from Shabbos and before nightfall, as long as it repeats pre-Shabbos. Shmuel says that a person can dive in once a Shabbos, not the Fanatano, on Shabbos itself, and make a go on a cup before Shabbos is over. It's a very interesting story. The Gemara says that in the name of Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, later of Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. Says, well, that's not what happened. It happens to be it wasn't a pillar, so it was a palm tree. And it wasn't a Shmuel Berkes, it was a Rebbe Lazar Berkes. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos. On Shabbos, rather, it was Shabbos of what's a Shabbos. This is my point is whether the Meir is obligatory, you have to daven it or not. And in order to bring it, therefore, our Mishnah says, our Mishnah holds that it's not a fear. Our brings a very famous story that Rav Shua bar Yochai asked Rabbi Shua, you have to daven Meir or not? And he said, it's a Rishos. And he went and he asked Rabbi Gamliel, who's the Nasi of the Mishnah, it's a Playboy. He said, wait a minute, Rav Shua said it's not a Playboy. He said, let's wait until everybody comes. Everybody comes to this place. He says, ask him. He says, do I have to daven Meir? He says, you have to daven Meir. Or Rav Shua said, I don't have to. He said, no. So Rabbi Gamliel says, is anybody here before? And Rav Shua said, no, nobody argued with that. But they said in your name that Rabbi said that you said that it's Rishos. Says Rabbi Shua, I can't argue with him. He's alive, I'm alive. How can I argue? Rabbi Gamliel forced Rabbi Shua to stand as the year went on. And Tzibor was very upset. They said, last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, Rabbi Shua asked him that it's Yom Kippur. And Rabbi Gamliel said, I want you to come on Yom Kippur, which I know is not Yom Kippur, with your stand with your month. And he asked him, when it comes to Clarius, Rabbi telling him that you made Rabbi Shua stand up like you did today. You had to get rid of him today. Who's going to be instead of him? Rabbi Shua can't be instead of him because he's part of the story. Rabbi can't be instead of him because he's our specialist. It has to be because he's because he's a prophet. He knows how to answer everybody. He has this always his 10th generation from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He will deal with the case. Rabbi Elazar has exact that's what the famous excuse. So he asks his wife. His wife says, "But what if they remove you? It's better to be a glass cup and that breaks the next day than not to be anything. But you don't have white hair." The story in Pesach. That day, the nest, he has 18 rows of white hair, and Beis Hashem, like we say in Cheder, the Rabbi says, tomorrow we'll continue the story, and Hashem have a wonderful day.
What in the fuck, Bob?
How is that how fast you continue the same story where they remove some meal as the Nasi that desire that they continue in stats already mentioned you're right that day that was our Nasi is the only of the gatekeeper that determines whether birds or veggies meal 700 meal not really bad. Sometimes very prevented so many people were able to show them 20 vessels with ashes inside, meaning that they would not have inside wasn't bad.
Everybody got to take it out, man.
In fact, those people were proper people. Their voice was clear. They just want to feel good. That day, we set this particular walker. Everybody knows all the office. Any time you have this mystery, so everybody very that day. So obviously, any halacha that they had a question about to resolve and didn't themselves go back to the street and fighting again for Yeshua halachas. Facts. Big fight between Zim and Yeshua. Whether Rabbi Yehuda was a person who became Rabbi, whether she or not, it says the third, it's a theory of Rabbi. Yeshua claimed that Sahara came and mixed up denominations, and therefore they are no longer considered Rabbinim, but the parish, this particular non-Jew comes from the right, and therefore we accept it. We will argue with this if everybody agrees to Yeshua, says if everybody agrees to Yeshua, I see that perhaps I may have seen my fighting with him, he went back to some people, he wasn't sworn, he saw that the walls of his house were black, you realize this is not something he deals with things that make his house black. He says, I see you're Muhammad, Yeshua tells him back, I see you don't understand the rules of Christ from Muhammad, how to inspire this. He says, I accept. I ask him to go to Yeshua, giving the Tefillah. He says, the Gemara, an amazing thing. He says, well, at least when we're looking at Yeshua, he wants me in the honor of my forefathers. As you see, his great-grandfather was Hillel. And look at all Zion, all the see him as being from Hillel, all throughout Hashem Yahil. And in fact, Yeshua was mindful of him. The Gemara said, if so, once Yeshua was mindful of Yahil, we could reinstate Yahil, what he do, he sent the launderer, and the launderer said, Rabbi, the words of Yeshua, he said, let the person that wears the clothing that's cloaked continue wearing the clothing. Referring to the meal, and one who doesn't, or the desire, he shouldn't say, give me your clothes, let me wear it. Rabbi Yamil didn't accept it. He says, with the kiva, let's close the doors, let's not allow the servants, the slaves of the meal to come and persuade us. So, Yeshua himself, what the meal said, a person, who's the son of a Kohen, who doesn't have son, and supposed to actually require the book. He believes this people, so you're the son of Nasi or the Nasi, and therefore you should be Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do you do for the Israel? If you raise a Nasi, you don't go lower in Kedusha. So he said it, the wheel will say, you piece of sugar, and the fourth thing is Israel. And it's the job, hopefully, he was the main Kedusha.
Worst.
Rabbi Zero says the Gemara was very weak. He put him on fire, but he could get some silver. So you stand by the Spanish and you stood up. It's amazing. He put him on fire, so he could stand up. And he heard the following Allah from in the name of Rothschild that if somebody is late with his Musaf, the time is also after 7 hours, is considered a free share. Yes, if he has
Like that. That should be.
the option of diving in Mincha or Musaf, he should dive in Mincha first because Mincha is fun. The same repeated this however 40 times in order not to forget that it's good for the Yochanan and not through the lake. The place first you call it Musaf, you call it I'm not saying the eat before Mincha, according to Bishul Levi, is also but Allah it's Mincha. This brings us to other things. If a person is having a shul with a tzibur and they're not held by Muslim, it's also for him to have a Muslim before somebody else, but he's this and the shul is only the cook. Says the Mishnah, so when the Khuni Ben Hana had a special thing that you see for the Federation, for learning, that the Gemara says the those spouse, he wants to know the yards of the whole Allah, the question of Bar Allah, they should understand Allah for the East of the Father. I definitely the friend should be happy that he made a stand Allah for nothing to make fun of him. This would be too proud. So and I shouldn't say that coming sorry for coming and my friend shouldn't be additional and Allah and I should make fun of them. That means I should say, well, it's enough for the catch. Sometimes we usually do some measures. The Akinash, everybody knows this from the same thing. That's such a humble and Akinash. When Rabbi Yezu was saying, he told us that if you want to know what's all, it's down with it. He says that this water is very interesting. First, the friend that you respect, that's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to get children. Then the story from tomorrow. Having children be surrounded by them, put them in a place. And when you die, number one real dying is not so much to have fun, etc., but to remember why you died. When Rabbi Yehuda was about to die, he was crying and asked why you crying. He says, so it wasn't enough for a person that was ever going to be. We're so fearful that it was justice, it was jail, etc. But the king that today he's here, tomorrow he's done. It should be right. His own, I'm afraid. I don't know what the name is. You heard from him, and he gave him a profile that he fears the money should be as sincere of a thought as fear human beings. He said that he does. I don't know. You're about to come in and prepare us. This global I'm not sure that it is a place of the day. Says the bishop, that is really real. It's that's what it is. So to say the page of aspect. Say not all of it is the beginning of the end. Going to the head. You know, it's the lesson ever. Well, it's the lesson interesting. The place of psychology is something important. So, and you never have anyone. See, the Torah, again later on. Once it's very simple. Shashim's output, it's strong, conscious and equal. Defense, forever. Bad feeling. Person is right on a doctor. Must give off the doctor with 1,000. Insurance that was lying. And insurance was solid in his heart. On a boat. His heart. He puts production. Why do we say, when it's for 18 drops of people? One other was like, represents that 18 Shemas of Hashem, and you can think of all the Hashem, or the 18 Shemas, or the 18 celebrated in heaven of spine.
I would hand it off. Psych, bitch. Come take it. Touchdown. I think that's that. Worst one ever.
Rafa is daf of Tess, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shalom Zachar of my first grandchild, my grandson. And I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages. And I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcoming to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share and think this together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei. We say 19 brachas, and the 19th bracha is Bilam Al-Shinim. It's against the Minim, the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after your author it, he's davening for the Ovid, he was a Shnei Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets Bilam Al-Shinim, we must be concerned perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik, and just because he authored it, doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a Rasha, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a Rasha. If a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a Rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the machlokes whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yanai Amar. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a Rasha.
Word.
The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei. On Shabbos is fine, we call it Shemona Esrei. The 8th bracha is really 7.
Worse.
They correspond with the 7 chilos that David said in Kol Hashem Al Hamayim. The 9 brachas we say are Rosh Hashanah are correspond with the Asparos that Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifted because both decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On Atainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like Atainus. And why? These are corresponding to 24 Menorahs, the Shirais, the song that Shlomo said as they brought the Aron into the country after the lot. Rabbi Yeshua says that you say Me'ein Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody's supposed to say the Me'ein Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havineinu. So you have before it's a Kitzur of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya cursed those that would use Havineinu instead of Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havineinu every single day besides in the Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havadolah that we put it? We insert it to the Shemona Esrei, but at the time we put it at the Hanadolah. And you cannot make its own bracha like he said it should be the 4th bracha at the Hanadolah. And according to Rabbi Eliezer, the reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say it in Kitzur in Atachayim and add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's passion. Rabbi would not say Havineinu in the wintertime because you can't insert the same Talmud Matar into Havineinu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Birkas Hashanim because that would be matching him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atachan and Torah with Atachayim because the beginning of Shemona Esrei where it says a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah and Atachayim then we can insert whatever we want.
This is the worst shit
and we don't
ever.
insert it purposely by Shemona. That's only if a person made a mistake, you can insert it. If a person doesn't say Mashiach Ruach Moed Geshem, we make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talmud Bracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei unless he's passionate. You can always say by Shemona. If the person doesn't say Yahweh, he goes back to it say. As long as he didn't finish Shemona Esrei, he goes back to it say. Now, if he takes 3 steps back and says no, then he has to repeat Shemona Esrei. There's some people that say that if a person is not used to saying Tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, because that Shemona Esrei doesn't say Tfilos, he must repeat Shemona Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shemona Esrei a fixed. You should make your Shemona Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? One means numerous pshat. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is it doesn't say like a It doesn't say it softly as if he's begging or something.
Oh,
Another shot is that it's a shot that you don't add your own words. Just from a singular you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. But Zara said that's not true. I know how to add my own feel, but I don't because that threw me off. Another shot is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by the you don't daven with calm.
it's like
By
college.
Shkia, with this all the way at the last moment. And the straw they would curse those who
Hey guys, let me
forget
who you said
got
they and we eat that.
Mishnah discusses the Torah if you're in a situation of danger, you should take tefillah Torah short and tefillah. One of the things we say that tefillah is the whole parsha see evil. In the parsha of Hebrew, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. It's just like when a woman is upset, she's
like the
pregnant, so too happens Baruch Hu when he's upset, should ever want to find causes the Shalom Tov, just in a little fart. What is a woman that is pregnant, she's upset? That is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation.
This is
The
the
Gemara said
worst
this scroll was given to the student. In order to come
ever.
to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else out. So just a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end of beautiful things, so you implies on the most upset that comes to beautiful things. The Gemara said at the beginning of the set.
Or no
That
one to
wasn't upset. It's like those days when Philip was the first Israel that led people to go off the dark because they didn't have their fear of the passage.
That's a good look.
Actually, it's good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this field of Shas Hebrew means when Israel are not doing the right thing, like the still thing about Israel. If a person is walking in a safari with dangerous animals or bandits, you should say field Torah. What is this field Torah? Lezer says, I say return from Shemon Yimel between Nafas Ruach the Yiriyah from Metachas. I told you I say Baruch Hashem Shemon. The Lezer Ritzilik says, Shemon Tzakas Amshel Yisrael, but I say the Erev Shosam, Baruch Hashem Shemon is another one. And finally, Acherim said, I think this is a song, but I think Torah. He wrote it just because Echad Echad Kedei Kana Sasoi. Echad Vio Vio Dei Machstoira. It should be everybody what they need. Tefillah and the halach is this is what Tefillah Torah. So the other we said, don't get upset because if you get upset, that brings to Aveira. You should always say that we know what it is. You wrote saying, etc. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. Have Mazel Tov. And by everybody.
Worst logo ever. Worst. Just let me score it.
Brother's not flamming. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl today. Please remember to serve a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime and 8-minute dive. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The word tells us that we're going on the way of Tzidkei Sadera. The way of the city, but not Tzidkei Sadera once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes hold that when Tzidkei Sadera stands still, Rav Sheshes says he's moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes picked Rav Sheshes, and he still didn't want to keep that in a place of, in fact, Allah says it's preferable to be in a standing position where you say, riding on a donkey, it's not like whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi said you don't because that's going to take away concentration. You're going to be carrying the donkey. A person who's blind who doesn't have a compass, he should think about what you have in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the person who's in the Dashim. So if you're in the face, that's a stroll, which is eventually going to get you to the Dashim. If you're in a stroll, you're flying, it's a English, it's the Dashim. Really go to the Dashim, face the pirates. Behind the pirates, you turn around like everybody else faces the pirates. You're north and south, always facing the pirates. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into this? The father's treatment is to dive into this extremely early. According to Rashi, before places says that doesn't make sense. Shimon Elazar is Mechol. He says, first you say Kriya Shema, then you say Shemon Esrei. It's better to say Shemon Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema that you say Shemon Esrei standing up. When the with Shmuel, it's better to say Shemon Esrei standing with Kavan. The Rebbe before they said a shear, you grab him, and even though it's really early, their opinion and that. And once they gave the sheriff and the sun came up, it was Netzachama, then the Talmud would sneak out one by one and daven Shemon Esrei. Well, actually, very interesting. He would give his material his announcer, he'd give him a lot of material to say over, and when he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shemon Esrei. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shemon Esrei? This is actually an amazing thing. He didn't want to be that person who caused the whole basement of Shiva to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a difference for everybody. He didn't want to daven really early like Shmuel's father, because he never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring a minute because he thought that was a difficult reason to show up at the start time of the year. Says the Mishnah. Chachamim say that you daven Musaf even if it is not a tzibur. Elizabeth Nazariah says no. Musaf is only a tzibur. Buddha says in the name of Elizabeth Nazariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the shnei tzibur is white tzibur. If you don't have a tzibur, then even if Yochid is required to daven Musaf, and that in fact is how Rabbi and Shmuel Paskin, and Rabbi and Rabbi Paskin comment they see Musaf in the kids, they had in the beginning of the Sefer, and they used to daven in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, daven the Yichidos, Shachris, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw beyond davening back to that Shemon Esrei. The Gemara says the same Paskin saying that he didn't have Kavanah, that's why he repeated Shemon Esrei, because look, testified as Rabbi Yochanan, who knows what he's saying. He told us the story in order to bring at a point that daven also even be Kiddush. Or does a similar story. Rabbi Bar was davening Shemon Esrei, and he repeated it can't be because he didn't have Kavanah. Lezer says that before you daven Shemon Esrei, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you can at least have kavanah more profit according to this. And therefore, it's impossible to Rabbi Bar didn't have kavanah. Therefore, it must be that each one answering because you was Shkodesh, you got say Yal V'Yava. One forgets to say Yal V'Yava in chakras, or Muslim forgets complete Muslim instead of Muslim. He says, I prefer to read this one answering if he's in a seaport, he doesn't read one answering because and he himself is going to Rabbi later on at Mincha. But obviously, he does short repeat Shemon Esrei. If a person forgets Yalav and Meir, Rashi says never repeat Meir. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is Mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. It's not enough crucial in order for us to make him repeat Yalav. However, Meir says that's only in a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you can say Yalav in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. But 1 day Rosh Chodesh, you do repeat Shemon Esrei. We're supposed to repeat Shemon Esrei, or he's davening Musaf immediately after Shabbos. He must wait enough time for him to walk down the Yavis. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. And with that, we finish the 4th parak of Tfilas HaShachar, and now we begin the 5th parak, Ein Oindem. The mission tells us that the daven Shemon Esrei has to be with complete respect and awe of the Torah. You can't be laughing, giggling. It has to be with private grudge. The Hasidim Rishonim would contemplate and meditate about the davening for 1 full hour before the daven. Even a king comes over and speaks while you're davening Shemon Esrei, you're not allowed to answer it. Or if a snake wraps himself around the snake, don't move. The Gemara says, don't learn from Hana. That says by her smartest nefesh, she had a pure heart. Hana is different from our children. Don't learn from David Miller. It says, when you bring Chazbafah to the Sefer, and he worked extremely hard on himself, fearful, powerful. Perhaps you can learn from the positive by Hadras Kodesh. Sometimes the hate affects interchangeable, so we'll be prepared that study. We should have fear of the Kodesh. If you want to know, we could just read simply Hadras Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing, glory. You should wear nice clothing when you die. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with private grudge? It says the person, if you do this Hashem Yira, you should serve Hashem with fear. The grudge of the person is people who are other should be joyful of trepidation. What does that mean? That anytime you are joyful and happy, the other has you should have that Rabbi asked the buyer, why is he joyful? He says, because he says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. I'm wearing tefillin that will keep me in check. It's a similar story. Zuri said, Yirmiyah, I'm a litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the litvak's most favorite puzzle. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what Hasidim would say about the litvak. According to see from the puzzle, be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. Zero, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi Zaphod Aleph, the Gemara tells us to get that balance between being joyful and being feared of the Torah, because one of those two stories are identical. Margaret, Rabbi, and Rabbi Ashi both are weddings different times. We saw that the crowd was very joyful. It was extremely expensive. The last dishes broken. It's the minute to drink a glass by football, but they put everybody in their plates. Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan holds, it says, once so it can only then, when the chef comes in, you have a full smile and you be happy. The shlokish was stomach at the time. He heard this, that did not, never smiled. I love it is that when you come to an answer, you should put down and right after you have it in, or after you learn, you realize that will be working concentration. That's the Allah of Sukkah. There's no argument about it. For instance, the word says, the raise the scroll, they accept it for themselves, and even if they see down the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 17 days. The rice, you don't have to wait 17 days. You have down all throughout 7 days and go to pick on 7 days. Another Allah. With the rice, you bring food into your house, you take weed into the house, you put the back door, shafar, you pull for mice. Because Allah says you have to be through the front door, and you have to do the door, and it has to be smooth and fire. Another Allah. If you let the blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you're not allowed to use it where the animal was a carbon. You shove the animal that's a carbon, use that blood, it's no evil. You did chop it,
Do you like boxing? Do you like MMA more than boxing?
Rabban said,
Yeah, why should we can fight on the ground?
Rashi said, Allah is right before he says Transrate, saying, I love you. You don't have to translate. You're sad, or you're extremely happy and joyful, or you just finish a great conversation, or the thing, has to be a simple of image. Simple of applies. You take about your friend, it shouldn't be the callous rush or the thing. The best thing is, you give him a great reward. Think about, remember you after you leave. Riz Bukanima says, the only places that are inhabited today on earth are places that other Rothschild said at the time they should be inhabited. Therefore, if you see the tree growing, that means that back then other Rothschild said, I got a trade idea. That makes sense. When you got to yourself, you start out in one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you have all these fears and stuff. Now, so when he got in the seaward, he was mindful of other people around him, and now they're really pushing an answer, so they don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they killed the lions, as we know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to their young, he asks a question of an the right is because he has windows in his house. This motherfucker. Would you climb it? So you see the window down, you have to climb it, you have to see how maybe you have to walk through the house. That's not the level. This motherfucker is dead. When you down translate set up, you see three brooks, and you think there are shots and brooks, and we ask around these. Why? One of them says, then one should ask his niece, the brother should have if he literally wants to ask this motherfucker, and I want to be okay. Yes. I know the famous story I'm like, China was in the field, she was married to a friend of the Navi, and she was on church, she went to the English, she was davening, and she had a place, she was very called, she was grown. In fact, she she ended up having Shmuel Hanover.
You like having yeah, boxes was too many.
It says, "Never something." The one in the top of the diamond. Rocks in the size of the shooting, meaning that perhaps it must move to lips. You can't just stare at the paper. It sounds like a yell must move. You lips. It says, "Friendly Shamat." If there are reports in weird sound, because it's also for a person daven out loud. Letting you Gaiba. They have Chevelle, the Chevelle, making conscious drunk, meaning that a drunk is also for daven. Says it, you play with it, sorry. This brings us to the base. It says, I must have Chevelle, making drunk. In other words, you must rebuke your friend, even if it's a Rabbi. She said, Loyada. I thought you have a friend that you have to know me. I thought you did that. Somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. Yeah, I didn't give them wrong. He said,
This motherfucker. Damn. It's over for this guy.
Must be that person of wrong.
I hope he won't be able
How was the first person ever told you?
Yeah.
And the name Scholars.
This motherfucker was straight.
Tricks and feelings.
Yeah.
You don't get
Don't
your son.
play
I'll
again.
pretend I'm a son. And assume that if you remind him of a murder, he really he's the water. It says the puzzle. It's Israel Zera. What did? She's proven not guilty. Have a child. Of course, I was more than a child. I know about the if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have an easy birth.
Yeah.
She's already birth. One of them, Madonna, Roy Reese, Roy Kira is not a drush. Once it says I'm a self, I'm certain times the word what? The word I'm a self, I'm a Lisa. Why don't you check me the three different ways that you check other women and give them Lisa? If they weren't mindful of Israel, Allah, and Allah Ta'ala, I am not. Why would I deserve what you're giving me? She says that there's one Zera Anosh, give me Zera Anosh. What does that mean? A man that's above other men.
They're a bunch of pussy. I feel like, yeah, got this shit. Give me the ball. I'm sick. West Side. Hey, everybody. Let's see. If no one has replied to me. Oh, chat. What up, babies? Restream always there for me. Psych. Oh, this motherfucker's like blah, blah, blah. Nobody.
In other words, learn from your Allah that somebody's not introduced to this dollar hours. Where else homeless people, we have to shut this boat. Don't get a fight. People said you don't need a fight for Shkita. You only need a fight for the other three avoiders. Rabbi love and Shkita. In fact, he said you're right. You shouldn't have said that. Now you're more Allah. Rabbi, you are saying you might be killing him.
Dude, it's out of the field. Next man in. I've been having a fucking
I try spirit. That's not fun. Even though it's not fun. I'll just give you something to know. One of the corporate reasons I said everything we created in the is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why do you need to put on nerves that don't have a trouble? Finally, the Gemara says, another element that's not going to it's a kind of one shot. I explains the basically never so much food that will break it start 70 years. Problem is that's it. That's it. It's all for that. It's different. That's it's rubbish. That's the something. That's the something. That's a different thing. I think it's wonderful. Shit. Ever. Where's shit? Yeah. Rothschild is not is one extent the heart of Muslim and daughter and son-in-law Megan and Jacob, the rest of their son, and that's probably relation.
This one's
bad. It is not
discussed. Yeah,
holy means tefillah. Tefillah when you're making. The word tells us that the Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the pasuk, "I'm the one that can cover that causes you to sin." Getting the fire man the answer like clay in the hand of an artist.
Get him one of those.
It's his fault, we said. That's the racist name evident that Paul should be removed. The heart of stone that he put on us, it's his fault. But it's Ruchi has to be given. I'm the ones that insert your Ruach. And then finally, Alel, Moshe Hashem. Moshe Hashem, the Gemara is Hashem. Which is not the best thing in the world. Dissolve. Once this place dissolves, it's the Russian dies off. Enough of this gold. It's your fault that we broke.
Yes.
You gave us so much gold and silver.
Get
That
the
we sold
fucking
the egg
tree
without
out
that we wouldn't be able to sell it. Moshe is a person that had a very weak cow, a bony cow. He fed him a lot, and then the cow comes around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him. Therefore, he got kicked. But your father, another Moshe, that kicks his son, feeds him, and he gets a lot of money. He puts him by the door of the house of the Zayda. It's the father's fault that he said. The Gemara says when you spoil something, spoil a pig, fill the stomach, that causes sin.
They don't even have
Finally, the Shmuel, this is what Rabbi says, right? Because of your basic, I give a lot of money, a lot of silver, saw also a bow, and a lot of gold, and what you made, so I think now, it's my fault. What tells me Rabbi, late for great feet, go down, what's this number, Lusha? What tells me Rabbi, I'm only giving you godless, you have greatness, hey, yeah, that's right. I told you, Rabbi, that since Pope said, every minute, leave me alone, so you go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So it's like a muscle where a king is beating up a son, and the king's best friend is watching that man. He's going to say something when the king tells his son, look at my friend is here, otherwise I'm going to kill you. The friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in, and he brings up the fight.
Well, dude, this quarterback.
If the player wouldn't have said it before it should be ushered to say it, the player says that Moshe Rabbeinu
quarterback
held on to his word
ever.
and wouldn't let him go until he
Hey,
came
but
back.
nice.
Say the big responsibility on the pennies. Like, how much? What does it mean? Like, how much? You can say, Moshe David makes follow Moshe. Or it gives us 6 options how to learn the word Mishkal. One is, if you know, it's a lesson of prophecy to be persistent. Or Yafet, which is a lesson of nether. It's a nether. Somebody else will know it. 100%. Like, Moshe Rabbeinu, I know the nether going to destroy Israel. Or the lesson of color. Color is the body of the person. But Rabbeinu said, if any of us give up my life, by Israel, or it's also foul, to rest. It's a refuge, rest of by Israel. It's sacrilegious. Which are found in one food, doesn't make sense.
I would watch this. This is like an you say
that
hundreds of moments. This is all
Rabbeinu said, God is so much that he got sick.
Dream
Sword off in yourself. What does that mean? Had a book sword in the heaven and the earth. Just like heaven and earth, you can destroy that true. Himself, never gonna last forever. So to destroy the body strong, they're gonna
what is this bullshit?
It's gonna last forever. But the barrel
Worse.
What is your biggest
Stream.
and then also this this is the barrel limmer. It is a thing. So either you can learn that the possible blue and English Rabbeinu is when you learn that the higher possible Rabbeinu. Rabbeinu said, I already know in school, you told me to say that you're going to give me the land, so you have to keep your word. It says in the passage, Hashem. It's a Lashon and Kei Panas, it's Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said, the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. We're able to fight strong.
You can't.
One nation.
That's not his problem. That's
you're right. That's what the rules are. So I'm not thinking that's what you should say. Why was the Talmud who is Rabbi? Give a shvach and then ask me. Feel is more important and more powerful than good deeds. No one is greater than Israel when it comes to good deeds. It's powerful. Hoping that later they don't say it's wrong because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah because kindness is money. And the whole function has more power than karma. But playing kills someone as a situation that's possible. They have done playing people, another individual, no longer look and can't do this practice. But once there's human values, the gates of the field are locked, open, but it's difficult. Put the feet of a partisan, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of failures are never locked. Rashi points out Hashem was 60 years. He doesn't feel 6 years. He just has to be able to travel his fear. Rabbi never made a penance for things that was cloudy, said cloud, stop the tefillah. And a person mentions tefillah as long as it's not behind it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something. And
Dude, this is a fight.
even when he asks, then his tefillah will be the stable. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, it's not behind his tefillah. Then he's going to end up with a heartache. What does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn prayer. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. It says twice. Kaveh Hashem has a next level. Kaveh Hashem. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, has a fight. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the Pasuk, Hashem forgot about us. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
I forget about that motherfucker, right?
Forget about it.
I like that.
3.6 billion times 300 billion stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros. But those are the stars.
What is this?
And they're all for sure saying, I forgot about you.
Who are these?
It says the Pasuk, Shula.
No.
Can a woman forget about her own child? Or it says, I'll never forget about your babies. I'll never forget about your brothers. However, I do sometimes lose my memory. When it comes to Taveras like the Egel, I'll forget that, but I won't forget. If I see the Rothschild says, we're an hour before davening. The Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. Davening took them an hour. So that's 3 hours of each tefillah. This 3 tefillahs a day, that's 9 hours. When did they have to practice? You had to see out the Shemaya that they didn't forget learning to learn before the tefillah. That's Shemaya that they're not saying. Very minimal. Finally, for today, if you're a real short answer, you see a king says something, we don't answer. That's the Jewish English, we do answer. I can see a king coming, the English king, and you're able to finish the rest quick. Say it quickly and run. That'd be wonderful, man. Where? Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There's a chassid davening Shmoneh Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because he was middle Shmoneh Esrei. Says the officer, Reka, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, if to watch your soul, I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She says, give me a moment to explain it. If you yourself were talking to the king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do? Cut my head off. Okay, Kavachimer. I'm coming to Melech Malchim Baruch. How can I stop? Learn in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps itself around somebody's leg while it's down Shmoneh Esrei, you don't stop Shmoneh Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shmoneh Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because the lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shmoneh Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack is unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Rothschild and the Aroid, so call it Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rabbi. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And the next happened that there was a Ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroid. He took Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of and he said, ain't Aroid mates. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Chanina ben Darsin. It says in the Mishnah, we're saying, Mashiv Ruach, where? In the Bracha of Mechaya makes, because rain is the same thing as this amazing, it's the same power, it's the same nace. We say the same Kalumatul Bracha, in the purpose of Shonim, that's the Bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the Bracha of Chodesh Adas. You need das, you need seichel, the friendship between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. The Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha they say in the weekdays. Every Shemon Esrei say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then. But the first bracha of the weekday is Atochem. It says in the Mordor 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Dea, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel, to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, a person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rachmanas. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around Hashem's name, also great. The person that uses Seichel, it's as if built the Beis Hamikdash. Milchama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. You want to know, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Lezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atochem. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the fourth bracha. Rabbi Lezer says he inserted it in the Bible. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe Knesset said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 hakanas from Anshe Knesset and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first hakana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemon Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they kind of changed it. They said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one hakana. We'll say it in Shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can afford it will be Yotza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, because the first hakana was to say it on Shemon Esrei. But what if the reverse? The person said Havdalah in Shemon Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? We know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha of Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's name for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's a brisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us to this. You can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazayis of bread, they'll be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemon Esrei, and he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemon Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemon Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas HaMazon, that's 24 brachas. What's a Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov? There's no Atochem, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or invite them. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's 3 Lashonos from Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Inviting, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Lezer, or the Lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Lezer. We don't tell people in public that looks like Rabbi Lezer, that you insert that Havdalah in. And the final Lashon is near it. We conceive Rabbi Lezer's words. In other words, we don't from an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself, in Moedim, we don't make him read one answer. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass it today, we say, after the in the middle, after the Farkano, we stop, we say after the which describes Yom Tovim, and we are grateful that we work for giving us all the cooking, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov, because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shvat to Baruch and says, "Look, Baruch Hu, you can have Rahmanas on birds. You made us do shidduch hatan." We tell them to be quiet, either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and the birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says "Moedim," and he says it, repeats it again, "Moedim," it looks as if he's talking to two different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, "I recall Hashem's great chesed, all the good that He does to me," you tell him to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for that. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad. You say Baruch Dynamics. There was a person that was sitting in front of Tanina, and he started saying, "Okay, Hagadol, Hagibar, Hanoira." Those are what we say. But he added, "But he says, Oyam, Hanoira, Bayam, etc., etc." And when he finished, Tanina said, "That's all you got." In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shvachim, and Ezra only said 3. And actually, say, "No, we're talking." So say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling a Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, "Oh, he has a lot of silver." You know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. And what Rabbi says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that Baruch Hu, all he has in his Oitzer, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, he covets Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is now on the ballot. If a person repeats the words in Shema, it says Shema, Shema, V'ahavta, V'ahavta. It's really nice. It's good enough. If a person repeats the entire pasuk twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's down different entities. We teach a person to have kavanah. If he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shtiyat tzibur, a chazan, makes a mistake, he can't continue further. And no, that's right. You need to replace him, you need to do another chazan. But typically, when somebody asks to be a chazan, it's the process. First time you're asked, you refuse. The second time you start getting geared up. No, the third time you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan, it's not an emergency. It's similar to the person who eats meat without salt. You can fix it. If a person refuses too much, that's if he's eating food, too much salt, that's not fixing it. The replacement chazan, where does it begin? It begins from the place that the original chazan is extended. The typical chazan, when we get to Rivas Kohanim, it doesn't answer on it. However, nowadays, when we have Sikurim with the Nachafis, the chazan should say on it that the Sikurim of the Berachah are not that the Berachah of the A chazan tzikayim should typically not be Rivas Kohanim without confusing, unless he short himself and he won't be confused. That's what they do nowadays. The Gemara says that there are 3 things that too much of it is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing down for the Amen too much, declining sarbanas. On the whole, the person makes a mistake with the first 3 brachas. That's right. He starts with the beginning of Shemona. The last 3 brachas of Shemona, he starts with the beginning of the last 3 brachas of Shemona. That's it. The person makes a mistake in the 13 middle brachas, and he begins from the beginning
Let's-
Free Russia. It's same anyone in any order. One, make a mistake. So, it's one of the places that you go back, the place that made the mistake in its original place. Mara describes Mishra Nation works. First prophets is like a servant set up praise for his master. Once he praises him, it turns in a middle prophet and asks for his needs, and finally the last prophets are thanks to his master. I'll give a picture of residence. This class is no good. The ones in diamond, the last moment was the deal, which are better diamond before the demons. Instead about another class, the housing is way too quick. So what's the deal, which are better, is also very quick. And love, upon Allah, without the mirror, in a very short scale. In this class, we learned that if a person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to mention the name. Because for a baby, didn't mention your name. We know when we got into that, down forward, straight down. Because 3 times is actually 4 times more. 2 in the first level, right when we start to answer, we're looking at Rome because it's the end of the first level. And then we do it once by minute. And the other one, which is actually called another level. If one has to add extra trios, you cannot do so. And a couple of these things, it looks like
Oh shit.
this. No. If you're a
Fantasy
level,
football.
you do bows that focus on the product at the end of the your kids bow at every single drop at the beginning of the drop and at the end of it. What you make it to think you bow once the finish pedestrian and anything that is hard for it. There's 3 types of bow. There's one called you head forwards until it reaches the ground. Do that by the feels of time but not an hour. Rio is where you get on your knees and put your forward, off, is legs flat out on the ground, hands and feet. High and rubber, the only two is this high and flat on the ground, but you on each side, not to have to face forward. And nowadays, we just put our hand and we put our head on top of our hand like that. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in the restaurant, it's a really bad sign for him. If he's a cousin who makes a mistake, that's a bad sign for the congregation. Rava saw that Rav and Rothschild was bound twice by Moedim, one at the beginning of Moedim, at the end of Moedim. Rice that says it should not bow by Moedim refers to the Moedim because the Moedim comes to bow there, bow very power. So people from this which did the place of Rava, someone that's sick, he would know whether he live or die based on the flow of his word. Let's say he could go on. You say that the person makes a mistake, it's a bad sign. Some say that means in the first bracha. Some say the first bracha is referring to the second kavana, that's kavana at least in the first bracha. There is an effect word of judgment said regarding the rule of this, which is a rule of good things are going to happen in the kingdom, says regarding it's referring to a person who marries off his daughter to the prophet, or does this is foreign from the prophet instead of the prophet, or somebody who become closer to his own. But for the prophet himself, very kind of head what lays in store for him. Another member reference that they quote is for the time of Mashiach. But the Rabbi, which is different than the time of Mashiach, nobody can comprehend. One sure, the time of Mashiach and how we can say themselves, and they have the same home, the same fire. You're not going to have people of Dios, you're going to be in Golos, at least Amigos, it will be the same. And another shot is that when the Kuba was given to the Bali Chuba and Sadiqim, or draining Bali Chuba, we can't comprehend what your Sahara is. So the Babo is down to Bali Chuba, how great is it Sadiqim, what is Bali Chuba, only in Sadiqim, very family Laba. Plus it says, I learned Rasa, and I is never what is referring to the wines that's there from the 6 days of creation. Or it's referring to Eta, which no one has ever seen, other than the sea. Beyond the garden, but he's never seen it. When Jamil's son was ill, he went with the license of the disciple. And he spent confusion with David, and he said, okay, in fact he was. And he told him, when he says, David all day long, nobody will answer me. I said, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. But I'm like the general, I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around with his house, he waits like this. You pull washes down into the open field. That the person enumerates his sins and talks about sins in the open because people go, that's the first thought. And the other point Rabbi is not loving, hey, bread with Eric, pizza, cartoon, discusses the progress of making food. We all know that the true make very eggs. Besides, otherwise, the fruit of the ground, vegetables make very good. Besides, I'm bread, which you make away from the water. The unit says, the rabbis like cabbage, lettuce, we make very we make very well expensive. Right? That it's split up, it's not, it's much better from this world without making a profit. You might think that it would have the same customer with you. You know, this concept of Merlin. Now, on the fourth year, it's called net root value. You trade it exactly like the mice are showing that it's one equal fruit, you must bring it up to each other. You don't want to bring it up to the same, you must follow the fruit of money. What I see, yeah, you know, that according to everybody, one of those things is just a concept. You will follow the fruit of money. That was what's one. Now, the second, you might begin to interest that the person is talking about. Even if you say that the person is talking about all fruit, or even if you have another input with their shovel. So that leaves us just one problem. I would use that for group salads. It's most of the rice is the same. First, I mean, there is one. If I may have to make a problem for you, well, it's not a thing. If I make a growth up, I'm switch cable to suddenly, well, I'm going to make a growth. Problem is, you guys learn growth with all other things. And you're like saying, let's learn from grapes, grapes are something special. That's what we're let's give it to the and therefore I think perhaps I should learn from bread as a concept of balance. Maybe that's why I make it wrong. Maybe combine both together. Well, they are special with bread and wine because it's always there. Learn out from the Shiva Beetle. Shiva Beetle, you have to make a bracha. So Shiva Beetle have two. And besides, the Malhara that says, never, how does he know? Since there's no meat in the ground, it's just meat, eggs, and fish. Therefore, we have to come up with life. Story tells me that also benefit from this world.
I would throw something back. We like that.
Look,
Stuff is really
this is stuff. This company that won't know that above, which is the simple wishes. But it not be growing as a sin, growing only as a king. Plus, Christ with the sin as well. And therefore, one should go through a chapa and be free. And he should learn the growth of the It says in the Pasuk that Shem wanted to learn the entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, Shem gave us the land, so but before you make a bracha, Hashem wants to make a bracha. Buy it off Hashem, you have permission to use it. And it gives us what it says. It says the concept of safra, the right thing. And then it says, where's one hand, it's our brain, the other hand, it's Hashem's brain. Which one is it? Don't do Hashem's will. Was it our brain? Or you don't do Hashem's will?
I like your heart.
Famous Mafalekes.
Okay,
One person spends these days relying on the prayer of the burden of leadership. That says the possible Sabbath to come. You go out. What is it? Gather your drink. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn the peaceful body, the life of the faith. It says with people you have to combine it with the learn prayer. Probably, but combine it with prayer with learning the living. It says, doesn't make sense to the context of this life. Allowing
And every
what is
this bullshit?
Therefore, if we question His will, then this will also be done through other means. No questions will not only will we have to earn a living, but we will earn a living for other people as well. Since Aya meditated, did what Simon said, by earning a living with prayer, and many people try to do my Facebook, that besides what we have been bringing up different type of first generation, every type of way, they make their prayer out, they make try the day that they're earning the livelihood.
What is that prayer?
So they've been trying to come up with tricks to outdo the terror and the mitzvahs. Their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, to see the mice. And therefore, to the Gemara, the prayer stayed and their livelihood. They made a living. Later generations, they made their livelihood the main part of it. How to prevent such. How to keep mice from entering through the skyline. They didn't learn Torah. They didn't learn. On olive oil, you don't make the broth of every tree exact because you don't become satiated from olive oil. One is satiates and also makes you happy to make very double. You don't make good for money because no one made a smooth up wine. But I just love it. It doesn't give out nothing else. That's how it is. You don't make a broth on oil because that is value. Oil, in restaurants, the oil becomes something bread and make it bread. You don't have to rub it. If you put shemesh oil in a garlic, which is a certain mixture with to put oil, olive oil, into there, the oil is proper to make the proper oil. However, if you're a grower and you're feeding the olive oil in garlic because you want the olive oil to consume that, then you make a proper where for days on the olive oil conditions that you look through the medicine, you still have to make a proper wonderful.
New York. A city so nice they named it what? She's an interest.
Rabbi is not the
Oh
problem.
my word, what did you do to your face, woman?
But it's not the problem to make it. People plant olive trees for the olive oil final product. And therefore, you drink olive oil as is in a way it doesn't harm your body. You don't repeat what are three items. When it comes to flour, grain itself is not but once you grind it and make flour out of it, according to Shmuel, the other one continue to make it. According to Rabbi, since it's not
Are you fucking serious?
Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, it's works. And yet on the other hand, it doesn't body sustenance harm. Therefore, you make a shahaka. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahaka because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it and therefore it's a shahaka. The Gemara discusses pyro. Pyro is something that comes out of one tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what rough do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make very pre because it's a fruit. And according to Shmuel, you make a shahata because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shirana, he has a sharp one. You know, I had a protein from a turnip. Turnips they become hard. Right now, they are adama. The Gemara says it's not a kaya because turnips become plenty. We're eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a adama. But nevertheless, the Allah is a shul, that the Allah is to make it shahaka.
Eat.
The Gemara discusses a great letter of slab, which are caper berries. Caper berries have four parts here. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk.
Give it to me, baby. This is
around the berry falls up.
This is big.
Before you have a chance to take the berry.
Amazing.
In addition to that,
Sickest shit
ever. To grow on the leaves. The Allah says in the Gemara, that since you plant the caper berry from all four of these, therefore you have to make a program every day. And you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make a double. We know that Arla, the first 3 years of the tree, are the deraisa. You don't have any benefit from it. The deraisa. In food florist, it's the Rabbi. And we have a concept that though the food florist, like the most lenient is the Shem in their destroy. Who's the most lenient in their destroy? That would be the homes by Meiser. It comes to a paper berry. You only take Meiser one out of 4 things. You take Meiser from the berry itself. And not from the house, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to Arla and food florets, only are chayim on Arla and the berry itself. That's the shita that's the more making the kiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Bisham. Bisham holds that paper berry is a suffix tree, a suffix vegetable. Therefore, it's an issue to play a area with paper berry. That berry means to take great and plant it together with other vegetables. Since Bisham thinks that perhaps paper berry is a vegetable, he says it's awesome. If there's a suffix, that's a suffix Arla. And the suffix Arla, you can go to someone not marking an Arla and buy paper berries from them as long as they don't look. Maybe he's taking from a paper berry tree that's advisable, you can order it, just don't look. So that's even more than the reason why we don't look at our Bishame sheet. That's because the Bishame arguably still as if they don't exist. We ignore their sheet. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the paper berry a shiner, a protector to the berry? And if it's a shiner protector to the berry, it should be chayim bar, it should be quite very different from the husk. And the answer is, in a specific Florida, that a protector is only considered something that actually affects the tree. If you remove the protector from the field, and if it remains to exist and it doesn't spoil, it's not a protector. The paper berry, if you remove its husk, it remains a paper berry. It doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a good protector and a high mineral. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown you have something that's called a mace, or punch. It's a small flower that grows out of it. Underneath that is a petal. Inside, right there, is a petal.
How's that
That
better?
in one sense is considered a shiner. It's protected the food, and it's also included in the shield of Tumah. Because in order for food to become it, you have to have a kabetza. You don't have kabetza. The victim is considered Tumah. The mate, on the other hand, is not inspired for the food for Tumah. Because it's a short of two chambers. It has to be the second way. Yet, when it comes to Arla, the mate is also Arla increasingly. Because it's still considered a chamber, it's a protector, even though it falls off really hard and it's broken. So this are the this. If they have present, you have to eat from the tree and not destroy them. Off the shear, the one goes from shear from the shaman, one starts growing, then it's still dependent on it's carrot, or it looks like a chicken shear. So definitely if you grow for the last it's the same shear as full of a type of bean. Olive is which grows leeks, flowers, and all the other trees where they still are once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayim in order. In other words, it's
I would use
the first says, it's mouthful that I have a six. The intimating thing.
I would I would it's
You also look at that person that are strong goodness and eggs. However, the further associations refrain first if they are moist, and the profile will give a sugar. But if it's dry, if you have dry black pepper, it's chocolate. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you crave first. If it's dry, not crave first. You don't even know how they're called. Ginger, which is dry, is rubble, and it's super culture if you eat it. However, if it's part of a regular food that ought to be pushed, Rashi says, Ethiopia or other states, India, the point is it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not minding on, we should not do it because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet what would be Adama. And the Gemara finally talks about Daisa. So some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just the oatmeal or the alms or one of the finished meal, the Rabbi would give us like add a lot of honey to it, stuff like this. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the main part is the honey different of the shahada, and according to Rabbi Kahana, since it has one of the five freedom, one of the five grains, Rabbi Yehuda points out, even if you have the five grains are in there, to find the item, such as let's say licorice, to say that
They keep the
flour is just the
guaranteed.
but as blue, then Rabbi Yehuda is wonderful. Bracha is not like saying a person needs a mixture that includes one of the five grains you have to make very many things. Unless, like we said the other day, this brings down that if the five grains acts as a binder, then it's a chakra. Now we're going to be discussing something about kas oirez and kas doifus. Bread of oirez and doifus. What is oirez? Rashi says oirez is millet and doifus is panic grass. But many other Rishonim are holding Rashi. We call that rice. And in Israel, rice is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread? And what bracha do you eat? So four way machlokes. Rabbi Shmuel hold they make a shahada, and afterwards make a burden of us. And this is called as a very big surprise to a lot of people. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri hold on the other end. You make a haraboitzi and a birkas hamazon on rice bread. The bottom of these going today, they come to Sinai's both the burden and the oceans. Little ones are making Sinai's and Alabama. You mentioned where the functions. That's the word Sinai's explains a couple of words of burden functions. I would throw it as it says. If anybody wants to burden functions, grab with a spring. What is the spring? It is what's essential to life. Bread and water. Take a shake of bread and water. All my shukurasa la hachayos nefesh l'chai. This it means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if the perfect gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. La hachayos nefesh l'chai. What about oatmeal? You make a oatmeal formula. Before we are we make from the size. That's what we do today. And we make our mikveh. But under the meal, this is a huge dish. We make a breakfast for Muslim when we're done eating oatmeal. Somebody chooses great. Make a butter fish. Round it and make it. Depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, we make bites. It doesn't look like bread. Make designs. Rabbi Yehuda says you have to be more specific when it comes to where we are adama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make where you need to shine. Over here he holds that shoe grain, you have to make where you need to run. What if you shoot rice? You make also where you are adama. And if you ground it, face it, and cook it, and nice looking great rice bread, you make results. According to the Nero, all Shivas Hamina, pomegranate states, you have to make a because the Muslim done eat. It's unbelievable. So Mark tells the story that Rabbi Nil and Rabbi Kiva, they were eating things. And the Nil told Rabbi Kiva, he said he broke off right. Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made an aluminium and said, I'm the Rebbe, I hold that it's because the Muslim. Rabbi Kiva told Nil, you yourself constant that you should go by the right. Right home, make dates, which is something that we make. The Lord brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like a challah, let's say. It's a tafshel that has bread in it. So the Lord, if the size of the bread is a desires, then we have to make a it's less than desires, it's a desires. So we learned this from when you scroll through this mitzvah, and he hasn't brought one of the very uncomfortable that actually makes a chef. If the plate eats from the mitzvah, he makes omelets. Provided these are designed to see that you need a precise in order to make omelets. There's a price that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mitzvah, and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi kras, a fork eats it in 3 to 9 days. So he plates out the matzah. Matzah is left in my meat, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayav al chametz. It's chametz. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still exists, and therefore these crumbs have chashivos. La halacha, chavitzim, that has crumbs that are less than desires to make this. I'm going to see if you could see that these crumbs come from bread. They are bread. As it's true that I am. Now, if the crumbs are larger than desires, even if you can't tell that they are bread, you still make omelets. Voices hold to this. I'm asking that you're not talking about cook chavitza. It's actually just bound together with some other thing like eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need your desires. But the halacha, if you have crumbs of bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely not right. Something called cooking device, which is also known as kubadara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough. Then you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chayav challah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's chayav challah. Teresa. What is Teresa? There are two explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter. Maybe something like a cleansed batter. Another shot is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit and turn it around and put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as dough, but it's bread that's made from the sun. You get all these things, whatever the shot is, are covered in flour. And we know that dough is type of flour. So we must say that dough that a person deciding to make it a bread, you see what the effort you made, nice design and shape. That's type of flour.
Back in my day, we had nothing. No sound, silent, like fucking shoot.
That would be called flour of the wonderful thing.
They never played any songs. At the end of the third quarter, something matter come out and make a punt. That was it. You know. Oh, what? Are you seeing this bullshit? What up? How are you?
Take flour and mix it with water.
Yo,
It's liquid dough. You put the batter in the oven.
how are you?
This batter is considered
Can you hear me?
bread.
Oh, wow, you're amazing.
It's considered dough that's present.
I'm here. Just a moment. How's your day going? What are you doing? Okay. Do you have Discord? Okay, will you join my Discord? That's where you can see a bunch of people who are watching football and movies and stuff. It's discord.me/rabbi. 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 Just one moment. Yo, just one moment, big dog. What's your name? Marcy. Amazing. I'm Rabbi, and we'd love to have you as a member of Discord. You can see me on a lot more cameras. So if you just type into your browser, discord.me/rabbi, and it will give you the link to my Discord. Oh, you're doing that right away? You're amazing. Excellent. We're going to become very good friends. And if you have questions, let me know. Excellent. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? Excellent. What was the first thing you said? You like to stroll around? You said you like to stroll? That's amazing. I hear people say I like to walk or run, but never stroll. That's beautiful. It's totally beautiful. When did you learn to say I like to stroll? Okay. Um, just one moment. I'll send you an invite. Um, do you know your Discord name? Okay, just one moment. Okay, what's your Discord name? Like MERCY? MERCYY 0105. Okay, I just submitted a friend request to you. It said, this didn't work. Double check the username is right. MERCYY 0105. Not MAR. MER? Yeah. Okay. So M as in Mary, E as in elephant, R as in rhino, C, correct? C as in cat, Y as in yo-yo, Y as in yo-yo. So MERCYY 0105. Oh, 0175. Okay, just one moment. Okay, check your friend requests. Amazing. Okay, we'll accept it. Okay, now I'm gonna send you an invite. And then I'm gonna tell you all about myself. I'm gonna learn all about you. Alright, feel free to join my Discord. I just sent you an invite. Accepted. Okay, and then join the BC and I will talk to you. Okay, I can talk to you there. Easier. Okay, do you see how to join the BC? Are you at least 18 years old? You're 17. Oh, get out of here. I wish you were 18. Okay. Well, Mercy, when you turn 18, come to my server. Until then, blessings to you. Best wishes. You're welcome. Shout out to Mercy.
There's a little crust and it's in the item and aluminum. Our Sutro says that this is considered regular bread and we make a whole meal out of it. We make hamotzi and members of oil. Our Rash on the other hand says that this is considered a format bread and we make breads out of it. Rather than about juices that come out of fruit, is it only grapes and olives that use them and take out juice? That the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, you make a special bracha? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a dick? What bracha do you make on that? One of the that says that all juices are considered like fruit, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, if you try to pay that was bad, the pair of lepers because it is cooked for truma. And therefore, the bracha would be where it creates on the juice. On the other hand, if you cook truma juice, that's you don't make that much. It's not considered a drink, and therefore you make a shahako on the juice. It's about to call truma, take juice, mash it slightly. A lot of people about truma, you're not allowed to destroy the food. You have to make beer out of truma instead of destroying the food. Yeah, you're allowed to mash the food. And therefore, it's considered truma, and it's original bracha you made it really healthy, quite good. You see so. So you take grapes or dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, you add some oil to it, so the best. If they're thick, you can design something. And if they're very thin, that would be medicine purposes. You make a Shabbos. You know, Shabbos, you're not allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. That's really because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that acts as a medicine as well. To finish it, and even if you have kavana to eat it as medicine, you don't sustenance the body. Make a bracha on it, like we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus you sustenance, you can make a bracha. Bracha that might see, you have to make a bracha about the past. Barbecue, the plastic from the ground. So what much do you might see? Is that mean past or how might see? Well, we know that a lot of them say how might see past. There's a whole discussion whether might see the pursuit of
Oh, fuck.
what tells us that Rothschild was known as a great person in the talking that a lot of the brothers were telling Zera how great he was. He said, "Come over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave him bread, and Rothschild said, "I'm mighty," and Rabbi Zera was upset. Why did he say mighty and take us out of our status and push out of the cross? But like we said, the halacha is what we say today, Hamotzi, which means in the past. More than the whole discussion about convention, what's the halacha? More things keep in mind instead of that. Adobo or shana. But this says that there are vegetables that are great when they're raw, great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. There are vegetables that start out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins. The raw would be a raw, they a shahaka. All the African then they are very good. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that, as it is, they have flavor. But once you eat them, they lose their flavor. This is says, you know, that garlic tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and sugar and two things from what else can you put it in? But if you just take garlic and put it in the water, destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very good. I don't know how much you put it in the water, you cook it, it turns into shahak. Or says, not compare this to the my matzah. Everybody agrees that there's lights up and a matzah that was soaked in water. In fact, when it comes to the right, it's about what's whether you like the matzah. Where it says, there's no flip to whether the flavor of the matzah or the base of the matzah, that's not what we're looking at. Our system. But the vegetables, everybody might agree. The government agrees, well, I don't. The more agrees that the Rabbi Yefes said in the neighborhood of vegetables and shop. On the other hand, you want to do Kibar Abba, which is the river says that vegetables are Abba. Versus comparison between Yaman Baryafas and Rabbi was the that Barabba is very exact. There's a fact where it says, say over every 300 years in the past 30 days, every 30 days. Another third writing word for this purpose, that will be in 7 times. Remember to dawn on it. You see that even after the original bracha remains. These are a few where I was sort of living on, say, a bracha on a salted olive. Salted olive has a love as a cooked olive. Salt. The bracha before, the bracha after. No rice anymore. You made a shahaka before, where it touches. And finally, Maror, you like to with the small of the maror, if you put the maror, or you pickle the maror, you're not young to the maror. Why? Because the maror loses its maror flavor. It's wonderful. Rafa is the fantastic with target of ate a very salty olive. The question is, how do you make a Rafa from it? In order to make a Rafa from it, you have to use shear of an olive size. But every olive has a pin, and therefore that olive that he ate is less than a shear. So we're talking about a very large olive. The shear of the size is a medium olive. So even without the pin, it's still kind of shear of a medium olive. If you have two foods in front of you, one is a double, and one is a shahaka. Make the bracha on a double first. Let's say the both on a double first. Just like one of them more than the other. Let's say the bracha on the other. Says the Gemara story. That was sitting in front of our Quran with the meal, brought out and come to them. Average. And then we have the whole discussion yesterday. Which is quite great for and also, we must give out knowledge of that. As far as what we're needed, for sure, to be good citizens of God. One of that, jump to that, not as a question, to be the rough must be. His friend, his life, like the part of it was very example. I'll tell you for last time, friends, this because he likes me more than anything else. But I'm saying you can make the problem. You should have asked him. I'm over it. Versus the fact that he's annoyed, different times. More says, no, from this story, that the focus of what I look at is regard to the character, which is professionals. It's possible to say that everybody will have a job. There's another question. What's the answer about the annoying was when you have a situation you have two funny. One, absolutely only said profit, cabbage, and the meat. You're amazing. But one you like more, you like the meat more. But what is more filling? The cabbage is more filling. Which one do you make the rough on? What do you make the rough on? You have to make a rough on. What more? The other one does make a rough on. So there's this story. One of those like there are 3 days to cook. Now, turn pans that are up close. What it says makes the difference. How do you cut it? The very large pieces, it remains the original form, and then they make ladle. Not the very thin, but in the closest form is shalashal, the pieces not true. If you cut them very thin, you because you want it. And the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better. Therefore, one piece is into hadama. Rothschild says if you have a dish made out of beets, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, make hadama. What about a turnip dish? You put a lot of flour. It says you don't make the size on it. Flour is there, only to combine the ingredients together. Or it tells us that this is really good for your heart, for your eyesight, and it's good for your investment. So the money provided that we put on the stove now, that you can get a pleasing ear to sound so good. You want to sound really smart if you're asking your family a trick question. You know it's a trick question. What raw do you make on vegetables, just the liquid that comes out of vegetables? No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetables. And the halacha is that it's Now, Lord, it's here to impart the flavor or ring that once had built into the food, and it expresses flavor the whole flavor on each food, and the one health food the itself is food because it already imparted its flavor. So you see that it has flavor to impart. More brings a three-way athletics when you cut bread. At what point you don't need my brother Rashi, where Rashi says, if you have a very tough piece of bread, one you have to use is soaking water. Soaking the water creates a situation that's as if it's hot. And you make the bracha after it. That means that Rashi holds you make a bracha after the bread is completely hot. The key of itself is you should make the bracha on the bread at the end of the bracha. This is it. You make the bracha on a whole bread. Brother says, that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it says this. You made a bracha on the broken bread. This was the bracha. That's how you pass the bracha. Make the bracha. Make it the next bread and make the bracha. That means that's not the case. What happens if you have a bracha choice? One is a small roll of sugar, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. What it says, you make the bracha on broken bread. It's more beautiful to wash it, and therefore we can no longer share. But it doesn't sense. Bracha on the whole one. What it brings that Son of Him said, you should do is the word said, take both of them together. Take the bracha one, the whole one, that it is. It's what she does. He said, it's amazing. He asked me about what's the name. He said, I'm in showers. He said, oh, baby. Oh, baby. And good couple. But this case of a broken bread and a whole bread is not similar. And I love it is that if you have a large half of onion, which tastes better than a small whole onion, you should give a half onion as equivalent. Everybody holds it. So what this is, and it usually full flavor it. That's the thing. It's going to go to waste. So what am I going to hold? It says side. There's two. Better one, more comfortable. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of and a whole bread that's made out of garlic flour, as long as you make the bracha on the broken view, it's more comfortable. As it says in the Pasuk, think that comes before origin. Our brother is the one that said before, we mentioned before, you can put them together for miracle. On Pesach, when Papa says on Pesach, everybody holds it. And you put it underneath the whole mass, and that's when you make a mitzvah. Because in Pesach, there's the concept of left a mighty poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off from the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. The Bible says that a child is to have flowers left in the Mishnah, the Rabbi saw that by kind of cut only one out of two bread. The Zero says, according to Rashi, the Zero cut a very large piece of flour, and he said it doesn't look like a rascal, like a pastor or a professor, because everybody knows that during the weekdays you have a smaller piece of only the colored Shabbos that you made a large piece. Other Rishonim learn that the Zero cut both pieces, both flowers. So Rabbi and Ravasi, and this is the last one today, when they would get flour for his Eruv, they would make hamotzi. They had a choice of different flours. They would use the Eruv flour because the Eruv flour had one that's in it. And the Eruv
that is so funny.
They never had a mitzvah dumpster. Have a wonderful day. If a person talks whenever he says once before he gets his breath, he must repeat the process. Unless, say, look at it, like Rothschild, that tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of challah from the brother. What if he says, ask for the son? That's what like this version says, that's not a that says, the You must make this animal. It's also not because it's part of the bracha. It's before you feed your own animal. You prepare yourself before you make commodity. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt or whatever it is you want to bread. Otherwise, that'd be a head unless you're eating commodity and a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal,
$99
and after you drink
one.
have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath.
How's the paradise?
Aspirin, which is the disease in the tongue tomorrow.
Who's his garden? Nobody.
A lot of water, a whole flask of water
Nobody.
for every bread.
Look at this.
In other words, you flip to your stomach, so to speak. That prevents
It's
disease
my
of the
face.
intestine.
Not good. Hey,
Lentils once every 30 days. That's really good.
look at
And
this.
if you eat it every day, it prevents bad breath. If you eat custard once every 30 days, then it prevents diseases in general.
Look
If you
at
eat it every
this.
day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. You eat small fish like sardines, that prevents diseases of the intestines and causes this terrible cancer feels if one eats ketchup or one shot of Russian fennel, what is this shot more all that's it's this black you eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, the smell is really bad, especially one of the 60 7 moments, one of the 60 next to it.
Look at this one.
And it causes death. Or it does the unit's mother make the bread with that's up, but you remove it because of the bad odor. Mishnah says, and we learned that previously, the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So you have to say, where you need to show it, where you get this concept. Because it says, Baruch Hashem, Yom Yom. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, you know, Hashem, day of the Yom Kippur, Shabbos, especially Shabbos, especially Yom Kippur. So too, the difference is what different brothers within the same category, but the narrow down from vegetables is 3 categories. There's Adama, there's Shoyim for faith, and Zeroyim for seeds. What I said is before we look at the unit, when that's not supposed to be it up anymore. So the Baruch gave us a covenant. We learn Torah, the more we learn, the more we retain. It says the passage by Yomer, Shmoya Tishna. So another shot is if Chazar, as if Chazar learning, will be able to retain more. Tishna. If you say Adama, what is Adama?
I would throw it.
Say what?
I feel
Vegetable, you're not
wouldn't even
penalty.
penalty. Where's the fee?
Aloharis have the sacrament on the trail, on the landing field. What happens if you had a assassinated limb? Your tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared. It's still safe. He says, yes, it's still safe. The main part is the actual land, not so much the tree. So holds it's the land that people grow on, not the tree. So the place is what exactly, what tree the other mission, whatever you say. Point to a mayor.
What are they going to do?
Great. Because simply because of one. The thing it says, it's the thing. Because the thing is going to dress itself.
Oh, yeah. How did they get that?
The thing that try to
Let me see it again.
compensate for that mayor that he did. Finally, refuse the whole. It's the tree. In other words, wheat is a tree. The need the paints the dust. They gave him cycle. Child is the same. His mother, after he has me. In other words, that's how he had that. And I would think if you say a meat of wheat, the answer is that although it might be a tree, since it doesn't grow, you want to pick it. That's it. So you don't say, well, hey, it's on wheat. Rabbi says, if you say shahakal, or you have everything besides wine and bread. Rabbi says shahakal will be with even wine and bread. It's not like Jesus says the word of the prophets of Chachamim and actually that's a bread or the Sunday, you're not going to Rabbi says, the person uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this thing? Baruch HaMoka. Blessed is the Baruch says later these young. It's possible that the person it's better than saying Shahako. Shahako is a general better. On the other hand, it could be that Shahako is better than saying your own language because Shahako is a broker. One tells us that there's a shepherd, his name was Beloved. And by mentioning, instead of mentioning, he said, Baruch Rahman Morim, the high Rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. Rabbi said this young thing, the first part of it, the first broker is the Muslim. We know that Samoa is more fire because it can say in any language. Parsha of Sanka, Video, Heiser, Ishmael, this was Samoa, can say in any language. But it can say in any language. And you translate word for word. In this case, he says all words much more than two things. Number one is a different language, and number two, you can even mimic the language that the common institute, nevertheless, it's a good one. Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is to mention Hashem's name. The other one says you must mention Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that it's a king. Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow from the ground, bracha is shahaka. Yudah says something that is first when you describe what it is. Don't mention it all. It's an bracha. He also says to you that it's used different foods. One of them is something must make the bracha shizamid first, and according to Chachamim, doesn't matter. So here's a list. You have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that got ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or anything that's no good, salt, it's water, projects. What is projects? So you must say now understand that memories means dates that were something. They were burned in the sun, and if what you do that's considered a curse, it's a curse, and therefore there's no bracha at all. There's a second topic in memories, and that is when it comes to the halachas of masters. You have it at ours, but I'm sure whether that mice or not, you don't have to be not going to take mice or again until it's really cheap, like dates that were burned. So is whether it means dates that are burned, dates that fell off the tree. It's a fell off the tree. It should be where they are like here, you're going up to get a pile of them, they are higher than this one, they're bottom, they're higher than this here. Having wonderful day. Bracha is daf ben aleph. We have an emotional affliction. Which one do you do? Is it the shittas hamid first, or is it covered first? One like more. Says like some right and explains what. But only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are right. So you have an apple and an olive. The olive is something. The apples are like which one's made first? The brachas are different. And what you have a peach and an olive. The bracha on the card is like there's a price that says if you turn it and then you can olive, turn it, the adaba on the turn is quite see the olive that's right. And it must explain that the shot is very sharp. And the only reason you're eating the olive is fused with very sharp bits. In other words, the olive truffles the kernel. And here's a big thing. Even though you're eating the truffles, not together with the kernel. Nevertheless, since it comes from the cause of the kernel, it's still considered to be proper tree kernels, don't make a problem. Now this a sheet that says that the machlokes are used and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. But we have a Rabbi who says that the positive that discussed is I mean Eretz, Hito, Usoiro, Ugelken, Ugelino, Eretz, Zisam, Zis, Shemesh, goes in a very specific order. Hito, wheat, the bracha comes before Soiro of garden. And just go down the pasuk. Whatever is first in the puzzle, bracha comes before and therefore. That will tell us that anything that's in this puzzle comes before other vegetables as well. Chazal says that this puzzle is coming to tell us that these food of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to Shiurim in the Torah. So, for instance, we start with the beginning. Chiza, wheat. That is, if a person goes to the house of the Torah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become how many people can keep some kind of all his clothes, but he's wearing his clothes. He has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear to the Achilas price. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is half of bread is 4 bases, 1 suda. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So maybe you have the shear of wheat. If you're weaning, it has to have wheat there. The next shear is soira. The bone the size of a garlic is the common that person touch it, and if you lift it, but it's not the whole year, you like it. You have it? Right? It's a shear for another. Another eats parzanim, eats the peel, the seeds of the grape, eats a shear of the rubies. How do you measure rubies? With wine, the wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Eino is a fig. That's how much you have to take out the food. Chocolate is the size of the fig. That is the size of the fig. You might have pomegranate if you own it. We're not selling it. We wouldn't become money. We use this susceptibility for even if it has some hole in it, but if you own it clean, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of the pomegranate. Then it's the bone impact. An olive that's mostly sugar of fire from the setting it down to the rice are and finally bash, which is a date. That's the level of the
Get kicked out of the game?
Question. I'm talking about faith, and I'm talking about which one do you make a problem from? Now, going to list of Torah, faith is the last one in 7 minutes. Ready is number 5. So Torah, says the Gemara, Rabbi said no. The faith comes before the Torah. Because the puzzle is divided into 2 pieces. The first Eretz, the second piece. Date is the second one for the 7 Eretz. The second one comes before the 5th one on the first Eretz. And if this is heard this, it's extremely exciting to say, well, if I should have a metal feet that can serve you through Eretz. The first thing I'm going to do, they brought him dates, figs, and grapes. According to the ruler of Lefim, since it's not part of the school, you have to make some rough on it. And so it wasn't works to do noisy, because according to the treatment, you need to make a good bracha and rain up. Because Hamazon doesn't work right. Because Hamazon is only for something that's situated for just for sweetness, different to make another bracha. And this is one of the scariest moves of Shabbos. The only thing that I think that doesn't require a bracha. Rashi explains. What is this thing is bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted bread. Says Rashi, it's talking about after we got some other green toasted bread, in addition to the green bread, and since that bread has so little flour, less than precise flour, it has a lot of nuts, other stuff. Therefore, we don't have to make a bracha right now. This is argument Rashi very strong. Rabbi says, bread touches all food, and wine touches all beverages. So it says Rabbi, I love them as it's filled. I would say, a Rashi knows, but also the places where we go by places, and that's what's called things that come cause of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, go to the Prophet, says Rashi, that's talking about anything that is shit, it's talking about meat and fish. That's what we do today. We don't make meat and fish because it's a lava. It comes out of the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have this little bread, you have a table outside fish. Second of all, That the base contains the sugar of Kasab of the Kistin. Bread that comes together with Kistin, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very long flour. That's why I know that says you don't even make a bread that's mozanized. What rough from Shai can make out of it? What are your food that makes the oils? What the shul depends. If one is to get a suit on it, in other words, it's one basin of it, then it would have to make a oils. In fact, nowadays, any cake or whatever cookie that for the basin of it, you don't have to make a oils on that cake. After they see this issue, then it's just the Messiahs. The people was at a fascinating and the son, and they brought out piston. And he said, what's this seed noise that I hear? In other words, you heard him say, I'm going to see. And he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said to be Lachmaniyot, which are decided for Abraham. And the question is, why? It's not real bread. And the answer is, this started, it's real bread. Now, over on Friday, order of do not make a business of Muslim. So what do you make according to Rashi? It's a cautious according to Tyson. It's Salamifah. Or there are not other people establish a meal on it, they make a Birkas HaMazon. The concept of Chesed Hadas, what the size is no longer the meal, even if he didn't make Birkas HaMazon, if he more food out, he has to make a new growth. What's Chesed Hadas? One opinion is once the size of the meal is over. The purpose says no. You have to remove all the food from the table or actually move people out of the way. Rabbi was once at the rich fellows, even though the meal is over, in his mind, he understood that the rich fellows won't bring that much food, and therefore there's no capacity to make a bracha on the additional food that we have after. A third opinion is that if you wash hands with oil and you sanitize the hand, that signifies that it's going to be good for you, anything that comes after that point that you make a new bracha. And finally, the third opinion, that's not halacha, is that it's my machroinim that's established with this flag, wash your hands with my machroinim, that meal is hard. If you bench, what food after that point, you have to make a bracha. First, the four things that must happen immediately after you do the first one. The first one is I would use your hands on the easily smicha. You must do the smicha that comes right after smicha immediately. Rule out with tefillah. Say, God, you swallow, you establish the answer immediately.
I've been one of the things
The final thing is
easy intercepted. One hand.
you immediately have a bracha. It says in the Mishnah, or you can't do a meal that one would be going to accept as well. One would start really advertising.
Yeah, now.
One during the meal, that was what was the soup of food and stuff. And the people after the meal before do this halal. So it's the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the advertising before the meal, that's enough time for the wine that comes after the meal before because halal is the same thing as the bracha on. So advertising that's enough. The advertising during the meal as well. This is how it makes. Where it says that one cup of wine, one cup of wine, the second cup of wine, provided that it's over habits, young blood letting coming out of the head. But it's during the week. One cup of wine is over another cup of wine. In fact, if you have to really
Dream.
like a value, then you have to make a also on the second cup of wine. He didn't have a wine when he drank the first cup. He's actually going to have second cup. Therefore, you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on the liquor and you're waiting the coffee. So you make a bracha on bread, you're waiting the paris, which is like getting a snack. But not the opposite. Make the bracha on the paris, you're not waiting the bread. By bread, in the tomorrow, when they ate the meal like we don't say that they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a living position, then one person could raise their hand. Not being one person himself, then one person would not be people nowadays. Yes. Sit as a person. Drink wine. Soap. That has less of a consequence than drinking wine for enjoyment. when they're all meeting one to be with somebody else, less they plan initially to sit down, have the meal, and that is considered as a Maya, they decide to do so. Or it says a story that after Rabbi's Nifter, Talmidim and Goliath, and they all decided what things they're going to eat on the things that are done. When they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered established or suitable. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask because like their Rebbe wasn't there anymore. The Rabbi, Adam or Ahava got up and he turned his shirt around, the shirt that already had Kriya on it, he flipped it around so he could perform another Kriya because he was so sad that he had nobody to ask. And it tells us that the young Rabbi came and said, no, he thought he was usually aggressive and that answer and said, so he says, when we will get together and come over that pizza practice, so we decide to sit down, that's your meal, that's enough. There's still one like everybody else. It's wonderful. Rothschild said that people learn the mission that everybody's gathered around you, all eating on the couches, one person with the brother or everybody else. So the part that's not about that. But when it comes to wine, is and this view means what Rabbi said. The first lesson says, Rabbi said, when it comes to wine, if everybody's eating, then one person knows everything. The second lesson of Rabbi says, it doesn't matter. Everybody was eating, it won't know. Everybody must make some own brother. Everybody is only as long as everybody's eating. How do we explain this right? The wealthy person that invests many more people as guests. And the guests are coming in and sitting down in front of you. And I'm waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. As the waiting serves them wine, he tells them to watch one thing. And he says, he says, and each one makes his breath on their eyes. The question is, what did the person coming in have? Why can't one person eat bread? The answer is, because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, this we do not consider but that is sew it together and each one should make one. So now all the extra are and the transition to the second room. So they have then everything is down to the same level and you all watch all of them and you see your breath. Now one person makes a breath on the line. The question is, what is the second? How can one person make a breath? Where is that? That's bread. Since one person makes a breath on bread, so meat or bread, once the other people bread. Says the Mishnah that the person honored the same person how that bread on the summit once everybody else. It seems like there's another person than him in the room. Why is that he's doing all these brothers? Why does he watch this as first? Am I my brother? So he gets the museum. Once he gets the museum, he said he finished this stuff, makes a bracha on the sun mitzvah. One of the story that God was eaten by Rebbe's house. Then he stuff, and Rebbe looked around and said, go watch with me. When I started eating, Rebbe did something wrong. Everyone physics had to know. Rebbe wants to go watch with us first. I'm like, right away, he said, if you want to go watch us first, he's the one that's on my mind. Why do we think of coffee smell? It's not a physical thing. It's what the system of it called a Shabbat smell. So, what is it that the Shabbat benefit from the rest of the us? What we see is the smell in the book. It says, make a drop. Everybody says, just like when you eat bread, you say, I like bread. Before you eat that gluing for it. So, because the smells make the breath up before you actually smell. As long as it's going up the smoke, you make that broth. It says which is it says they put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance of smoke. Broth is acid salt on each side, motion to make it plus, which comes from animals. Broth will be other mix. Rice says different. Rice says the only thing that has to tell is parasite, Rabbi, and Nadas. Now, what broth do you make on a parasite? The oil of parasite. Don't described from Rabbi. The law that is strong, therefore, inserted in the bracha, where they shove it at the same time they were left. Brachas like Rothschild who says, where they shove it, or what is a list of things like, where they add to the song. Sharta, which is Festus, also known as Kamish, one of the Samaritans of the Aquarius. Sibla is Jasmine, Kiva is Spiker, also one of the Aquarius, spoilers. Arcoin, which is Guardian Roses, all as a song. What does it say? Big song for an example of Sibla, which is vital. We have a student that's medical, but also has very good skills, such as for the church. When you make a special profile, also, we have that things. And these sons start doing sayings, more actually, everybody's on the phone. Nothing is missing. You don't help them. You part of our fierce violence. It's not as violent. Why do you think we can change? It's not as violent as other things to us. It's like, it's part of the future of Shepard that Israel, young men, have the smell of the butter. What is this amazing thing that we don't read the world around? Every family breathes their smell, even a candle, really smell, it's the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says, Gemara, similar to the mushroom here, a person puts a hot sheet on the back of the pig, and it's quick. The pig will find his way to bowl the mud. Even if this person's panic finds another job, eventually it's in the back. And if a person walks by himself at night, you may encounter a shitty damages for part of the citizenship. Once a lamp needs to
There she is. How you love it, girl?
might see the shape, but she will reveal or
Excellent. What'd you do? Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that. Did you have fun? Okay, excellent. Would you do it again? Yeah. Excellent. That's what I was thinking. Excellent. All right. You should have an invitation. LFG, girl. LFG. Look at you. Give it to me. I wanted that. I deserve that. Give it to me. Work, girl. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Look at you. Get it. That was garbage. Get it. That was amazing. Get it. Miss Aquarius. No one's touching you tonight.
Miss Aquarius killer. Miss Aquarius, you got this. No doubt. Get it. Miss Aquarius, this is not good. This is very, very difficult. Very difficult. All right, Miss Aquarius. Get it, girl. What? Oh no. You got me, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win. You win. Miss Aquarius. I did win. Undefeated. Not just a winner. Undefeated. Word, girl. Word, girl. No doubt. No doubt. They should just make it so that a perfect game every time. That's what I'm going to get. I'm going to get it 300. First one. Come on. Big.
Zoo! Zoo, how you living, man? Zoo! How are you, big dog? Why do you say such bad stuff? Calm down, Juice. Oh! Nice spin, Mr. Aquarius. Dude, it's Miss Aquarius. What is so difficult about that? She doesn't call you Zoe. Oh, come on. That's right. She deserves the respect. Dude, how was your day, son? Are you ready to do stand-up comedy? I know, but I mean, are you ready? Are you ready? What are you going to say? What are you going to say? That's what I asked you. It's going to be on TV in January if he plays his cards right. Okay, when does the show go on TV? And what's the name of it? World Comedy. It's called World Comedy will open this year.
Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win, you win, I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Excellent job. Good night, Zoo. Are you ready for me? Alright, Zoo. Zoo, did you know that you have an invitation? Zoo, did you know that you had an invitation?
Are you happy about it? What up, man? It's never happened. I don't know what that's like. But I imagine if it did happen,
Not necessarily. Like me personally, no, it's never happened. I'm so funny that everybody finds me attractive. No, but I have an attractive personality, which makes people find me attractive. I have an attractive smile too, which people find very attractive. So just that alone allows me to get abs. Of course it is. Word, dog. Dog. What do you want me to do, sir?
proud of that move. Congratulations. Yes, that's because their boyfriends are good and sad. That means their boyfriends are good and sad. Many times. Okay, well then it's your personality. That's tough to do. You learn social skills. Like I'll tell you this right now, dude, your social skills suck. Your social skills are unattractive. You may be attracted to yourself with your social skills. You are rude to people. You don't recognize the people that you are, and it just shows that you're clueless when it comes to some social interactions. Like I have a new person. Hold on, let me explain. You don't always listen to people when they talk to you. You're already thinking about what you're going to say. In fact, that's most times, which shows that you are self-centered and you are someone who, I mean, you're a nice person, but you don't always recognize like what you have. You still recognize your faults. That can cause issues. Um, you're someone who thinks that Maybe it is, but you got to give people an opportunity. Like, here's a good example. I've told you like 5 times now. Her name is Miss Aquarius. It's not Aquarius. The fact that you shorten it like that shows that you don't have that much respect for her, and that's disgusting. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that you don't pay attention. Like I've literally told you this like 5 times. Like her name is Miss Aquarius. It's not Aquarius. It's Miss Aquarius. And then you'll be like, yeah, okay. And then next time you see her, you'll be like, hey, what's up, Aquarius? It's like that's not her name. Oh, big dog. Maybe you did. Yeah, dog. That's a perfect example. Perhaps. She'll probably get kicked out really well. I think so. It's Valentine's Day, right? Okay. Wow, you are really obsessed with this shit. Why did you break up with him? Well, that's what I asked you. Okay. Oh yeah, that's that girl. All right, so she was just using you for your money. Are you proud of that woman? Okay, I think remember what that girlfriend told you that like out of a million guys, a lot of them want to fuck you, but none of them would want your brain. That is I think about that a lot, and it didn't, nobody even ever said that. I see a big move for you. Do you see it? This is one of the biggest moves that you can have. The tide is turning, son. The tide is turning. You got it, though. But you gave. Oh, you fucked up, Sue. You fucked up. You fucked up. Sue fucked up. Yeah, you did. Big time. You could have gotten 5 extra deal points. Oh, it mattered. Big time, son. Are you gonna go? Okay. Dude, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant. I mean, like normally I'm recording for how you play this game. You just played amazing. 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 Amazing turn. Oh yeah. I'm set to as well. No doubt, son. No doubt, son. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Sue, what do I do, son? What are your thoughts, Cam? What's the issue, Sue? Do you really think you're gonna come back? Okay. You're drunk right now? How was that? Never get hot. Sue, you are down. Sue, did you know you were dominating? Dude, are you, dude, you could beat me right here. What did you say? Okay. All right. So, Sue, I think that you can be an attractive person to people, but nowhere you're perfect. But nobody. But overall, I think you're on your way to being a winner. Okay. Are you done? Are you done? Dude, I just lost. Oh, that was good. Dude, what are you saying, Victor? Are you? You leave. What stat did you read, dude? Oh, I fucked up, dude. I just gave you the win. Yeah, exactly.
That means what you have to do is fired as
There you go, big dog. There you go, big dog. Okay. Dude, I just healed 15. I just healed 15. Dude, please don't leave. Dude, you ready for? Oh, wow. Dude, you got me. Fuck. Dude, you got me. Dude, are you proud? I want to interview you. How do you feel? Do you feel better than you've ever felt in your entire life? Are you ready to play again? All right, just one moment. I'm going to send you an invitation to a game. We're gonna play a different kind of table soccer. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoot, you have an invitation. How did I get China? I never did China. Give me that ball. Excellent, man. Good job. Are you gonna make this? Or are you gonna stop this? Zoot, are you gonna stop this? Look how good the shot is, Zoot. Zoot, it's your turn. You gotta pick two moves. Dude, I just scored. How about score? I could have predicted that I was going to score. Okay, why? It's very fast. If you just, it's very fast. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Look how good a shot this is, dude. Dude, you're up. You're up, baby. Oh, no way. Dude, what in the fuck are you saying? You're not even speaking English. No. No, because I'm not a loser. No. Yeah. I mean, we made our own sign language, I guess. Like back in the day. Yeah, that doesn't count. What's that? Not really. Okay, but there are differences. Oh, zoo. Okay, let's see you score. That's all. Oh, what the fuck, Zoo? Zoo, what are you gonna do here? What's that, baby? Esperanto. It was a language that was invented in the 1890s. It was really easy to learn. Yeah, you can learn it in like 1 month. No song.
everything like the standard. Dude, I'm gonna try to steal this ball from you. Try to score. What the? Oh shoot! Look at this pass, dude. It's not in place globally. Yeah, they just don't want unification. Oh, shoot! Shoot! This is terrible. Oh, shoot! How the fuck did you fuck that up? Look at this, dude. Dude, look at this play. Your Tourette syndrome. You're self-centeredness. Yeah. You only care about yourself. Like, I'll even say to you, please do stay. I have to go to the bathroom. And you'd be like, okay. And then you'll leave. Like, you may not think that, I don't know, but that's like extremely self-centered. Dude, do you know what the Chinese dragon attack is? Dude, watch this. I'm going to block out your guys. Dude, did you know that it's 3-0? Dude, did you know that one of the biggest fights of the year is on right now? No. Dude, do you like sports? No, you don't. What's your problem with sports? No. It was very abusive. Was that because of your bitch, or because like he was really nice? You get along with him now? Was he crazy? Like, what did he do? So he was really a dick. Does he get along with your mom? Didn't she like try to protect you? Wouldn't you be like, hey mom, my brother beat me up? It happened. It happened when? No, you're covering your mic. What'd you say? Oh, it happened when she was working. Is he older than you are? How much older? Okay. So he really likes sports, which make you what not like sports, right?
sounds like you're okay. You never had this sports experience? Okay. Is it possible that like your mother could have like caused you trauma mentally? Like yeah. Okay. You sound like a total dick. Did you know that you're done for to nothing? So did you know that you're done for to nothing? I want to see it. It'd be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. You don't like this version as much? So what do you think I can score and make this? You're gonna not score. Guaranteed you're gonna miss. What up, Cam? Yes, sir. Zero. Zero. Look at this. Look at this. What up, Cam? I'm ready. Incorrect. Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? You know it's your turn? You didn't get the ball. I'm gonna block your guy. I'm gonna score you. Oh, you need cosmetic surgery. So you just tell me. Score, dude. Are you fucking serious? This would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Zoo, you know that this would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No one's ever come back before. Zoo. Zoo. What are you gonna do, big dog? Are you fucking serious? Zoo. Fuck this game. Zoo. Fuck this game. Zoo. Are you gonna? You are winning. Dude, shut the fuck up. Block. Make the greatest block in the history of this game. Dude, did you see that? Dude, did you see that? Dude. Oh, I know. I know. Dude, I know. I am well aware. I am well aware that this may be. We're done. We're done. It absolutely is the greatest comeback in the history of table soccer. We're going to give you that. No. 5 goals. Dog. That was. It sucks. Yeah, but he still came back and won, which was amazing. Dog. Are you going to watch this fight? Okay. Why don't you go do that? With McDonald's? With who?
Is it with the government? Okay, that's great. That's great, dude. Are you excited for it? Well, I thought you weren't autistic. Okay, I disagree with that. Welcome. Look who it is. How you living, Pam? Dude, calm down. Buddy, how you living? You can have sticky names. How'd you find out about me, my friend? Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I stream to go back to the pandemic, which is that between the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Okay, well, it's essentially a story of someone whose entire life is on camera. That's what mine is. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was the rich's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, it will make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you all have the ability to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and build private organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponic farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. It's sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. That's what all this stuff is. It's worth about $100 billion. One of the things that we do, we build walls in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the life share program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater and make it drinkable. How did that sound? Sure. In the upper right corner of this ball, there's like a little plus button, and you can click that. And if you look at the left hand side, there's a 20% live stream. Do you see it? Okay, excellent. I talk about futuristic topics. Futuristic is really important to me. So what up? How many Adverb? 7? Yeah, Adverb. How do you live in Pam? Adverb, do you speak? Does Adverb speak? Okay, absolutely. I talk about people. Okay, that's fine. Shyness disorders? I gotcha. Yo, what up? Adverb, we hear you. How do you live in Pam? Yo, how are you? Yo, what up, Adverb? How you living, big dog? Forward, if I can do it. No worries at all. So I talk about futurism and futuristic topics. Futuristic topics and integrating internet travel, technology, classical communication, things like the visibility of books, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I cover that things like quantum computing, I talk about things like cryptocurrency, and space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 in the colony of Ibex, which was a gulf located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that within the next 3 years, about the year 2028, to reintroduce the whole mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing astronomical circuits, which I just think is a really exciting aspect. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird thereafter. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. I'm an advocate for these types of projects. Additionally, I'm an advocate for life extension technology. Cartier, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I would increase that using technology to get it to be at least 100, 120. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. So when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about 80 years old. I'm going to increase that to 100, 120 through the use of technology such as, yeah, absolutely. Oxygen therapy, human growth hormone stem cells, things like nootropics, things like peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, all checked in. Pardon me? Yeah, I do. Yeah, very well. I'm an advocate for these types of technologies, things like red light therapy, shock therapy, conversion therapy. But eventually, you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been an amazing life. Will my body start to break down? What's the next plan? And if this is again with your consent, if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And later download it to an Android and other cars, download your cybernetic being, becoming yourself a robot, and if you will be, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm saying is that you may be able to experience the digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word up. So that's what I do. I also do my best to be a positive person, to have an optimistic view on the future. Pardon me? Well, it's already being done with device memory transfer for probably within a generation or two. That means you can basically have save points like a video game so that you'll be able to do base jumping and if something ever happens, your parachute uh, doesn't uh, band correctly, then you'd be able to essentially remove yourself from the brain and then input your mind into your memories into it, and you never know the difference. So that's what I do. What are your interests? What, how long do I think I've been on this? I don't think you heard about 39. I'm a certified project management professional. I've done jobs on bachelor global play. In addition, I've had a major contract with Fortune 100 companies. That's correct. 100%. National Eastern Europe. I, I love both these. I sit both sides at a table. We live stream it. I take out an app, get beside a crowd, take around the border. It's okay. It's not my.
watch it, TikTok, you just stay, just don't you have to stay in the call, but stay in the Discord and it grows, and I'll go viral, and if you're on the list. Excellent. You know, Canelo is fighting Crawford tonight. All right, well, enjoy it, my friend. Excellent. Hey, tell them to join as well. It's such an interesting idea. He's been up. Word, Mockingbird.
Yo, baby's not streaming too.
What'd you say, Big Dog? That's too many cookies. Okay, but if that messes up, you got me in the backup, baby. So what's going on, Big Dog? No worries. That's all good. Don't worry about it. Hit me with the Big Dog. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Dude, it's streameast.sk. Just put a box in. Okay, man. You got it, Big Dog. I support Rothschild. Johnson. You what up, Cat? I'm in the middle of streaming something. Shooting with you guys, give the opportunity. Check out the profile, join my Discord. You're watching the NFL. Here's Logan. Here's Mike Tyson. I'm going crazy for Mike Tyson. All right, here we go. Fifth round. Yes, sir. So, as I understand, Robert's 41-0. So he's got at least a loss. That's tough to bet against. As of right now, it's a money fight. How about you? Who do you think's going to win? Right. Ooh. And around six. Around seven. Unofficial scorecard was Crawford 59, Howard 55. Let's see what the second. 12. Right, just meeting 8th round. It's scored right now 69-64 in favor of Crawford, unofficial. Fight total punches landed 48-64 in favor of Crawford. I think that is good. As this fight goes on, it keeps backing Crawford up. Even though Crawford has the lead, that was still it was off. We've got 15 seconds left in the 8th round. Up to a close. All right, that's the end of the 8th round. So, pretty good. That's the guy at 59.
All right, here we go. This is the beginning of the ninth round. It's scored right now. Crawford 78, Melo 74. Unofficially. Leopold had it as the night starts. Time. So there's a night. Accidental headbutt. Against Crawford. So you know that Crawford. He seemed to be okay with the time. These guys are fighting. Minute and a half left in the ninth. 12 total rounds. Thirty seconds left in the ninth. Right, that's it in the ninth. 3 more to go, folks. If you haven't had the chance, please shoot the score. I'd appreciate it. But I think it's in my fourth round. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think Crawford got it. They're working on the pod. All right, it's 88-83 unofficially in favor of Crawford. We've got 3 rounds left. This is the beginning of 10. 10, 11, 12.
salt in its hat. Two more rounds remaining. This is live from the Lincoln Stadium. It's a New York Giants record, 70,100 people. All right, 11th round. 6 minutes remaining. 8 minutes. Right. 97, 93. Wow. That's 15 and a half. After 40 jabs, Canelo sucked. Wow. 40 seconds left in the fight. That's the end of the 11th. One more round. No, just my love for the fight. If y'all haven't had the chance to do so, please join my Discord. It's in my bio. If you want the link, it's discord.me/Rabbi. We'll be watching NFL tomorrow, all day on Sunday. Football North America, then we'll watch Monday Night Football. Do the same thing on Thursday Night Football, Sunday, etc. 3 minutes left. It is scored 97-93 for Crawford. So Canelo essentially gets a knockout. It's now 107, 102 for Crawford. Canelo's got to figure it out. 2 minutes left. All right, boys and girls. With 1 minute left in this fight. Round 12 of 12. Here we go. 60 seconds. Thirty seconds. Seconds. That's it. Crawford looks like he's going to go 42-0. You're welcome, my friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for the other Christmas tree. We're about to see who the official winner is. It's a pleasure to be with you all. Peace. You as well. Dave Chappelle, Alvin Brandon, everybody. All right, here we go, friends. Thank you so much. Feel free to join our Discord if you'd like to. You have to shut the fuck up. This is criticism.
says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to embarrass him in public because he's Homer Buddha. The person is holding his head. Oil smells good in Hadas. According to this fill, you make the broken Hadas, Shabbat with the broken Shabbat. Shabbat is right. Because Shabbat accomplishes the thing. It's smeared on your skin, and it also smells good. Jill says, Rabbi Shabbat is right. But what happened was, the Lord says, the Papa has like the silver. So, Will said that the Lord Rabbi Shabbat. So, Rabbi, yeah, when I heard that from Rabbi, the Lord's like he says. The Gemara heard it from the but Papa was embarrassed. So, he made up a story that Rabbi possibly person has two things. Oil and wine make a first. You should have said oil in your hand make a oil. And this is a little old. The wine in your right hand is from the wine. What do you do? Oil, emotion, your service. Service. Don't smell oil. Because first of all, the public should not go out into the marketplace smelling good, especially in places like and yours says it should put on his clothing, put on his body to have this deodorant, whereas it's trying to focus or having to put it on his ear. Both are put on his body. But the public should not go out and sell, right? Because people make rumors about it. Unless he has a celebrity, people know that he's going there, and that's what he's having. But the public should not have shoes there. It's not nice. Only if it's in a place that's seen. Only if it's summer days, it's mud outside, only outside. So, the farm should not be talking to a woman in the marketplace who does have a sweet sweat, daughter, sister, know that they are living. And the farm should not be in the company of an employer that others might bring them down. But he should never be the last one to spend your shoes. People say that it's never good. And he shouldn't walk very wide steps because he says, step 2500 on the high side, that if he does do so much, really should not be stores. That's finally. A problem is not walking right. That's a guy who was powerful and a wonderful thing. Rothschild is not very valid. The mission tells us that we make food, and the secondary food as well. Make one broth on the main food, and the secondary food is part from a broth. 99% of the time when we eat bread, bread is the main food. The mission tells us that it's an exception to the rule. Hay rice, hay rice. These are extremely sweet food that are found in Israel. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to finish the taste. And you get a little bread with it. That bread is a truffle. You don't make a truffle out of the bread. The Lord tells us that love this food very much. And it's coming and bringing thousands of these foods at a time. And then you eat them all and it's swear that it's not even satiated. But you eat them until you fly the blood on his forehead and slide right off from the oil. Rabbi, you're passing with so many of these that you have earwax, something fall out of your head. For sluggish, you get so many of them that become delirious and become shiver. You have to call the authorities to have them drive them home. The Lord tells us better to Israel. Yah had a city that had so many things that created that many employees that they needed 600,000 balls of food. Yah had a tree that had so many birds in it that could take 3 times a month what you saw of chickens out of the tree. It was a city called Business that had 80 years of Adam that married 80 Adam girls. The verse says it's so rare that only happened once. That was his twin daughters. And years ago, he married 2 brothers who were Israeli, Troy Barthama and Barthama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. It says the Mishnah, you will hold that you eat Shibasam why? Because the custom of Shibasam comes to second before That's something that says, teaching something to do every day. I love it. Will says, tells them, shoot, wait, you know, like, drink water, there's a thirsty, Rabbi says, alcohol, the very functions, this is serious mistakes. Whether you make a broth at all, broth right on water. Allah Mishnah on fruit is very similar to how we do today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Allah is our grades. Allah says some others, some clever or clever. We say sure, this is over. More does it. So the Father Allah said, "Allah will be of his women. Rafa Hashem will be his strong on that. But Shalai Rafa of the Rafa, this same day for Shalai, you will check with their you will as a cup, some people come and not quite make that cup. And on the 5 meaning of grain, Allah Mifla, Allah Sada, Allah Oretz, Allah Mifla. You know there is Shvaidish, finish of the Rafa, in Kaddish Israel, there, Rosh Hashanah, that's two things that we say. We say the same thing, we say one thing, then Allah Mifla. According to Rav Chizda, to say, Allah Oretz, Allah Oretz, according to one Lashon. In other words, you're benching of Eretz Israel. And remember, in Eretz Israel, it's Allah Mifla. That it feels Lord to say, Allah bears. Now, if you're not going to be here, we're not mentioning about Israel, and Israel, you say, Rabbi says that when it comes to vegetables and water, there's no broken bread. You don't make a bird by it. Rabbi says there is a vegetable, you don't make a bird on water, the Bible says you make a broken bread on bird on water and on vegetables. Actually, Nita says that this bracha, the hard thing is to do the bracha before it, but not afterwards. According to Rabbi, everything needs a bracha. Even water. You must say this referring to this. It's you don't make a bracha when you're done. Although in Israel, they would make brachas when it was still in the census and say bracha. So you must say that the Manuel and the Hamar is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha before it, you don't make a bracha afterwards. What does is that egg is more than this of any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worms of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world. Besides, it's the same size. But have the same nutrient value. Spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you should eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. Turn to one Lashon. Vegetables, raw vegetables, causes the person a lot of damage in the first 4 hours of the day. Another Lashon says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals are supposed to grow to large size. If you eat one animal that's only 25% of its actual growth, it prevents the person from growing. Animals, live animals, breathe life. So you get a small fish that breathes life. It's easy from the throat area, which is where the life goes to breathe from, that breathes life that revitalizes the body. And rubble is not what you need from the place of the shkita. The Gemara tells us there are 6 things that are missing. That is carrot. The Gemara says not only is cabbage good medicine, but it also satiates a person's needs. Heavy oil, water, law, the womb, and the diaphragm. Burning is really bad for your health. Unless you eat it together with meat, or much another shkita, unless you cook it with milk, or it hates it, and another shkita, which is rava, you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. And that's why Rabbi will tell his servant, servants, don't ever ask me to buy it. I would like to have wonderful. Hey, my shit, man, bro. I will fall out of shit. You guys, all completely with people. The other way, which says that there are some people that cannot be part of the zoo. These are people that are eating food that some mice was born taking from the more important mice showing or the waiter. He doesn't design it. But if you see this stuff, women,
No.
Cold
Cold status. Cold status. Go fuck
How
yourself.
much?
I don't want to speak anything. Jewish.
Enough of the person. Rabbi says, science says, you must think against it. You remember the same part of God that the person that answers woman should answer louder than the person himself. What it says, why should you not? You have to show that one should set over that sense of this measure. Then I should have able to read it over the body stroke. Here's word. The family word is about prayer. And arguments of a person repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The two, the prayer and the argument, have to be the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. Mishnah says that Tzibah is repeating. How about two people? And they elect to do Tzibah. Rabbi says no. Rab says yes, they could do Tzibah. Rabbi says the minute though is when people are happy. And people, each one, benches individually themselves. Support somebody that doesn't like me. But one bench for the other, twice the second one. So I love it. So we have here, the Rothschild says that you said that wrong. The Bible is a series of questions, asking questions about good and bad. And our mission says that three people get together to do two. And after there will be a question about this, that you can feel and I'll answer. Our mission is talking about a field, and I was talking about Rothschild. You will love it so you can. The rising says, so if three people get together, one of them not run away and leave his two friends behind. It seems like if two people are in one could run away, and the answer is yes. You have three people eating, but one can't run away because there's three men of you. Three of them are running away. It's destroying that theory. Very interesting also. Yeah, people imagine people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter climbs down next to them, is not considered guideline, it's okay. If we serve those two people want to submit so that they have a future, why should this be provided? It was enough. You don't need it. The answer is three is better than two because three creates a real field. We have a real field. Go to level 2 places, change 2 places. When you live, it's the mitzvah is great. As we said, women can do something by themselves, but they should not use an heaven inside of them and not using themselves to use an heaven because of it seems like that 100 women have the same kind of weapon. Heal 2 men. And it says the women are the so you see 2 men. This is more not true. Women have a greater field. 3 women have a greater field than 2 men because of the positive. If God bless them, now the Gemara says that if you have 3 people, and we can go one matter what, you're allowed to scream out them so that it turns around and it answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people, no matter what it is, you cannot scream out them so that it turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, you can fall back because you're saying she's name. Or she can go ahead and enable yourself on the way. And therefore, it's not time for them to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if 3 people are eating together, it's not polite, it's not their parents. One of them finishes eating and says, hey, I'm done. Please answer. But it's 1 against 2. But if you finish it, it's okay for them to ask the third one to stop and answer. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until you are finished. It's really rough and brings us up as I said. The one tells us that the actually are allowing the difference. And also together, he said, all on the same level of learning regardless, supporting on the us is equal. No one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided to touch on their own. And that's what the great about this is what's happening today. Where are you going to the mitzvahs? Because the mitzvah of Israel. As we go back and we see what it's back, it doesn't work. Here's our love of the mice. on Shabbos, and people are about to start entering. What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shalom Yisrael, so you don't get it. So what do you say? Or say to say, and to quote the word, unless you use the Tanakh, that's brought down in Shofar. Minus the word. The answer, oral to the word, Shemai, all the word, and for 10 people, all things are paid. Shabbat office, people without the sense of say, oral to the paid with the oral, Shemai, probably later. What if you walk in when they're already at the end? So there you just say the word, on it. The Gemara says that only the prophet, when you shall say, only my own brother. When you raffle with his life, I made more for you, say, when you shall make the other prophets, that's enough. Rashi points out, that's a sarcasm. It's a series of prophets. The last prophet ends from himself. So the last prophet, how does he say, Amen? Or Shabbat, say, Amen. This is hard to understand. Why this Amen, when you're trying to say, say quiet. Abayo points to this point, for example, that what you're trying to scream Amen, indicating that your time is up and you must go back to work and it shouldn't be done. Which is the Rabbi. But that's another end of that before the Rabbanim can say the last confidence, people won't treat you respectfully and therefore he said Amen. Why? Wonderful things. Prophet Yaakov, who is Moitzi? Everybody was Moitzi because the Chala holds the Malabak. The word tells us the Rabbi Zera was very sick. The Rabbi said to him, so the Rabbi Zera, after the Jewish life, will be healed. He'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that Rabbi Zera is short, burnt. His legs were burnt. Zera cuts himself out once a month, put himself in a box and sleep. Burnt, like to be burnt together. 1 month he's not Shahara, and in fact, his feet got burnt. Sarah had a full recovery and took a big part. Rabbi says, I want you to cut the bread. He might say, everybody, he says, no. Well, I says, he says, okay. But I want you to do the Sabbath. He doesn't see. Sarah, no, I hold. Where's the bread? It's the person who does it. The other holds that the Malachi cuts the bread. That's true. But see, the guest you see. Why? Because the guest give a profit to the host and the same he runs it. Famous in Rothschild, English, and said, what about this? The owner should have any embarrassment at this world that was pervious and he's not money from the hustle. You will fuss with stuff you bring in here. You will fuss with the same or something. Why you should stop living as you don't have living as you maybe, but it's not going to come to get it. You think are available, but according to our class, simple is like right? When you finish, you start Baruch Hashem. As long as you look to God. The whole Revelations, this is only for Hashem. It's incredible. Revelations home. As long as you look to God, is part of everything. That is, if you're not mentioning it, everybody's mentioning it. So it says it's you just start. That's when it starts. It's unbelievable. Places in Florida, Hashem. Same thing would be, let's say people are benching together, and they ask one of them to stop eating. It's 2 hours ago. So one that stopped eating, he's eating later on by himself. It's not funny. It's really start. According to the public, that's not how it is. He will start from later because he's all by himself. But when he comes back, he goes back. He says, look. Two rices that seem to contradict each other. How do you explain two rices? We're not going to explain. One rice says that something's mentioned is only 2 rices. The second person says sometimes mentioned is 3 brothers, sometimes it's one from that we explain the first price is referring to brothers. The others, they say as part of our martial. So that's 2 brothers are actually 1. So if it's only 2 people, only 2 brothers. Now it's not so about. And they have a heart. If you're benching the zero, you can add 1 more because the 0 is considered a brother. The second price is not one says. It's only about regular people. And regular people say what you're trying as a brother. So either you have 3 brothers, when you're benching your slaves, or 4 prophets, add Zimah. According to Rothschild, Zimah goes all the way to Brazil, all the way to Brazil. Therefore, the Machlokes between the rights is whether or not final prophet of the is the Rabban of the rights. We have commanded on that's the Rabban. So I know that says the rights, and therefore the first rights are also that's the Rabban. So if 2 people are benching, you have only 2 prophets. So you start doing it. And if it's 3 people benching, you add to that the Zimah. That's the third one. And if you hold the second right, that is the right, so now you add everything for the growth of that. More proofs that I think I need is the Rabbi. One proof is that workers skip a Levi. They have to skip a Levi. Another proof is that Levi starts to talk about Hashem who doesn't envy Rabbi. And if it was part of that chain, it's part of the rest. So it's called the Rothschild. It's a prophet that's next to his friend. And it should not start with Paul. All the prophets that start with Paul are short prophets like this. So this appears or prophets and messages. Few exceptions to the rule. Creation of instance. MSV starts without a bar, but ends with a bar. Now, another idea is that in the Bible's house, you don't say, I tell you, I make you a point. That would prove that it's not a good rest. The verse says that Rothschild went to this obligation to be not bubble. And this is how often invention, you say, hey, look at the reading, marine, etc. But you keep them alone. You say a point, I mean, you say, hey, dynamics, Shofet, etc. These judges with truth, etc. Prepare the mission, shall we love you, rules the world. Bless him as he wishes, or God, which God, or she lied, and says, before, I'm not the family of this one, you always have to be very in conflict. Going to Prince of Israel, we know the holes in Israel, we have lost. Leaders have put us always, men, spirits of Israel, the fight. Where it tells us interesting conversation that which goes had, tells them which goes, the Parsitic Persians, they know how to have internet. That, when the very important person is in, you sit down first. With me, lay down on me. And the second unit would live right above his head. In other words, with this way, the important person you want the first, the second unit, you have to sit up and fight. And that's not proper for the person. But if I see they would go with a distant head, and the person behind them would understand. I would show them. And in the small little thing, so you have to worry about these things late. I'm afraid we start to be supported. The basic person, the important person, what she says, I don't know anything about her. I know about crisis. And in the crisis, it says yes, the most important person. However, the second two things sits below, so that the first one got straight in his neck. The third is more important person sits. Well, if it's 3 people, so now you put the second person above it, and the third person below. Because as you explained, it's better. It looks more flushing. Or the second person has the straight his neck for somebody to warn. Therefore, better straight his neck for the second command rather than the third. How do you do? I'm showing you. Yes, we start with the most important person. But I'm afraid you start, there's 5 people left, the 5th one, he's the most important person, he's the one that starts by praying, he's the one that does it. However, there's a lot of people, 100 people, you start from the least important person, until you work your way up 95 people later, until you have 5 people left, then the most important person washes his hands by praying, and he does Zimon, Robin Diamond says, We all know that you're supposed to honor and cover the voices of these like you know, the Hollywood shadow that you want to put that for the world you know, that will put you on the or your life or like a fine
Look at this one. I'll do it for you. Look at it for you.
guy's done going away. Nice thinking. So look at this. What's the next scroll? Is black like this thing?
Yo,
Yo,
Spam. Hey, poo-doo-doo. Like nobody knows what you're talking about with that ching chang chong. Big Angus. Jerome, you're number one. You'll wake up. Swear two. West side. Shit. What? It's really impressive, isn't it? Look at this one.
Somebody say exceptionally long on me, it's not correct to say exceptionally long. Okay, what is that? Somebody says, Amen without even hearing the bracha. So he says, Amen, people around them are saying, how do you know is they don't say something with an hour, they say a shva on the right. Amen says, you know, is you don't pronounce the word at the end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these three things cause a person to lose life. And the person. So once is on it, it's properly that actually given additional things. I read what's the other. Person should not say a bracha as it's heard it, try to get forward, should say the words nicely and slowly. Rabbi holds that people are eating basically done after it was long in front of them. You cannot go to so long that as long as it's conservative about it, you can get the third meal is still going on, and that third person is the third or zero. Rabbi says, who's the second? The teacher should have seen them. The main person, the real leader, the person who's there from the beginning. I won't be asking. That is the most important person, the most prominent person, even though he played a middle meal as long as he ate some bread. The word tells us that the list of the item of Mishnah is that people were eating like some of that on the starvation. So if you're not starvation, you can't take the list at face value. Just a sense. And the person eats the right of the part of the sleep. Now, the rice has to eat, has to be part of the sleep. It tells us because the mind is looking for a money and a soldier. And every person, even a wealthy person, can be considered a poor person at any given moment, as long as he is not the ones belong to him. They'll become important. Therefore, it's not that in the world that person is united with the stuff. What says that if mice are quality, you get 10% of all food. And the way you put 10% of this 10% of the price, that's good. The that you can start. The answer is because the straw let you cook is step one. You and I don't only eat the lady before you cook, you must do that. 2%. And the Chiddush is that the lady is not responsible for that straw 2%. All the lady has to give is 10% of what you receive. What about my shame? What's the big Chiddush? Somebody eats my shame that was refused properly, that people started. The answer is what's the big properly? There's another step that's of face value, plus add an additional 25% or 20% depends double or back. And he did it so that is that even though he didn't take the money, he still didn't start. Once we finish that away from the start, that's really later, because he doesn't sit down his face, but he's walking back and forth, and standing, nevertheless, of the meal. Now, why did he start because why is he any better than I'm artist? The says I'm artist is not part of the answer is format of this thought. Or format and I'm artist that doesn't make him so nice, that's why he's not the start. But if we You see, since those ISIS are in the Torah, you see our market on other ISIS. Not only that, there are more market on their ISIS than Israel. Still more abuse. What's the definition of an Eretz? More means a whole bunch of cheats. One of them is that if a person who doesn't see on the morning and the evening, one person that doesn't wear kill, a person that doesn't wear six, a person that doesn't put up a mezuzah, a person who has children who doesn't use fire. Finally, the Gemara says, the Allah says, even a person who's very burdened, doesn't certainly common instead of Navaris. That's second. Nowadays, we are the scientists of Aratzim. So otherwise, we'll go off and make our own religion. But that's an amazing story. In Love Now, when in Masra, because he part of the sea, because he held a message that he didn't certainly Muhammad, even though he suffered Muhammad. Rabbi says, that's why Rabbi Muhammad died. He wasn't tired. He was happy. The question is, why? He didn't certainly Muhammad. He shouldn't be part of this. That's good because the rest of the people did certainly Muhammad. Rabbi Muhammad didn't know that. The other challenge is that he didn't certainly Muhammad. But he was coming to Muhammad. He listened to the prayer and he repeated it in his country, and that was enough for the rest of the people. This tells us that you can travel, you're not getting started. What would be good for that? It's also good travel. The answer is, because you're talking about coming to Rabbanah, it's not about food. It's a plant that you can have holes facing the ground that's going to nourish the ground. What does it do with the rice? Only us in the Rabbanah. If you don't think my change, of course, you can't even start to see much. That's the reason you can't raise a change from a pretty small point, but a flat point that don't have any tension on that. Of course, if you don't have even started, the answer is going to tell you, but when you have to pass the years as a Leva, the Jesus is still considered a good. Even though you have even started talking to someone, yeah, in this legislation, you have 9 people who are using them as a pet, even if it's a small child, and they all in this group. The True Lady says that you desire as a pet, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why do he doesn't feel the need to free a slave in order to free them? You have 9 people, and in order to get a pet, you free the slave. Why don't you just desire the slave? The answer is, because you already use one slave as the knife, and you use the second slave, you got to free the second slave. You can't use 2 slaves. And after this, I bet the answer is a mitzvah for the community, therefore you have to free the slave. The first answer is, let's show you what the practice is. So, you get tired, the same amount of tired as everybody else. Very interesting. A lot of 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a minute, so a place where they can get together, else. And finally, see them in the Baham that are working together, that Allah is that they're working, act as a third, and they create a teamwork. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild staff member adds, Mar says about Scotland, that a young child who understands who you make a prophet to, he would start to see one of the 3 people in Zima. Mar tells us that Rabbi asked very young, a Bayan brother, extremely young children, who do you make a prophet to? They both said, Hashem. He said, really, Hashem. Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, and a Bayan went outside and pointed up to the sky, and Rabbi the canary said, since these are very, very young children, and they understood this transit by themselves, it means that they are going to be big Rabbanim. Gemara says, putting the category, you can tell by a very small company, samples will tell which one is going to be a good company. Well, halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have a 0 plus 10 people for 0. If 0 is the super, what about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that in 0 as well? You need a majority that's average. Where it tells us that after Yanni and all of our women, we realize that he doesn't want to do venture by himself and need somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I need one who happens to be my own brother. And if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yanni gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him between himself and his wife. He said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. The children should have said, no, it's the player that gives me honor. So Yanni says, look at him. He's being a funcer. He's wearing the mufflers. Okay, bench. He says, how can I bench if I didn't eat the meal with you? I can't say Shalom Aleichem Shalom. Therefore, he takes a cup of wine and he drink it in order to be distracted in the meal. And then they give him another cup of wine. The Gemara says that's not the halacha. Since in order to be mighty other people, Hashem Hashem is going to say the entire bench. If you mighty Yara, we eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the three of Zimon, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. Says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu is the one that did the first bracha of the Brit Hamazon. He did that when Yisrael received the money. During Yeshua, when they went to Yisrael, they made the bracha Aleph Peretz Alam Mazon. Better it's Yisrael. David Shalom made the bracha of Bnei Yerushalayim. David made part of Al Yisrael and Milcha by Yisrael. And later on, when Shalom Abdel built the Beis Hamikdash, he said, "Alabayis Hagadol HaHakadosh." After that, it was the Rabbi. When the Haruni Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar, weren't buried many years, as Shalom says, and famous. And when they finally came to be buried, tremendous snakes, no smell, the bodies were home, and something made a broke out. Tell you that there was no smell behind me, they were buried them. So we have four prophets in Birkat Hamazon. Hazon, Al-Aretz, Bnei Yerushalayim, and I mean, Shabbos we had, Shabbos we say, insert that in the middle of time. According to the answer, the insert would say, anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it, you will mention the first prophet. The Chakini would say, no, Bnei Yerushalayim, no, I tell you, according to the time of Allah, with Chakila, you should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say, you would say, Rachim, you would say later on. According to the Chachamim, what you forget to say? You say, no Rachim, you must repeat prior previous Hamzah. Says the Gemara, the Alhamdulillah is the one that teaches us you have to be Mizabil, and that's the right. As Hashem Al-Kafa is the source for the first bracha of Hazan. Al-Aretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is the Bnei Yerushalayim. Hashem is the source for HaToiva HaMeitim. The Gemara says, how do I know that you have to make a bracha before you have a timer? If you make a bracha when you satiated, certainly when you are starving. The Rabbi says, you don't need a couple of bracha. You actually learn it because the concept of Zimon, I don't even use the word V'chal D'Savat. That I can learn from God L'Shem Eating, therefore it's extra. V'chal D'Savat will teach us the first bracha of Hazon. That Beitiv is only the Rabbanim. How do I know we're at the bracha for it? When a Baruch eats a food, before you eat it, you should already mention Shem to make a bracha. The reason it says I learned that from others. It says, very rapid last. The less your bread, don't eat it less, you should eat it with already, and you shall bless your bread. What is your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, the bread state should make a bracha. Or it tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's house, but he couldn't find him, so he asked him, well, maybe you should help him out. So he asked young girls, where should we? And the Torah tells us a very long argument. It said, better go to the outskirts of the city, to South Korea, London, Obama, and before he goes in, this is a bracha, this is after, this is now, on and on. So, first thing we see for our city is to make a bracha. Why did they talk so much? He asked me the question, which you know what, the verse is to be asked. Either because the women like the bracha, or because Shaul says that he should make a malach, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. The women, the girls, wanted Jesus, beauties, and so forth. The third shot of it says that one kingdom cannot go to another kingdom even for ministry. And Shaul was the ruler of Israel, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but the time didn't come yet. So therefore, they expected for that time to go on. Martin says he got a fiber. If you make a bracha, it just gives you sustenance. This is bracha, sustenance. Or above, Shmuel says it's actually it says out of Eretz and the Torah also says Al-Sam is seen by Etna, the Torah is people for Amen. So therefore, I learned the concept of bracha and make a bracha when you learn Torah. Rabbi says, Asher I learned from there, just like I make a bracha on the good. Whatever I push throws my way, I should not love. If it's bad, I make a bracha. Rocket that has there are certain words that must be interpreted as a Muslim, otherwise not get as a Muslim. According to the you must say Eretz Edna Playground. And you must say not Chicago, no, you have not something, you must say the word Chris. According to Grace, you must say the word Torah. Like it says, by the way, you must say Chris before Torah. For the word must not Chris, the word Chris, 50 times, which Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the Rabbi Allah starts with let me apply Hashem. You think to Hashem, you must assert that, and in addition to that, you must say, what you have to love. But the person doesn't even say what you love, it's Buddha. But what's the Gemara? You see, Rabbi, Yisrael Abdachah, Yerushalayim Abdachah, how do you finish off the book? You finish it off. What do you make Yerushalayim? What if a person wants to finish it off like he started? What do you make Yerushalayim? Yisrael. One woman, the Hamar, that's considered Mara, it's good. It's for the user, right? Finish it off, like you try, and then share Yisrael. Or it tells us, start. One out of, you can say, I Yisrael, I'm not like that. Say, either I Yisrael, or I However, in a simple, say, what you try to say, what you should like, you share Yisrael, say, or it says, already, that you finish the prophet, you have to say, it's not come down. Because it's short and track. This is one track. Or it says, what you do is, our parents, our parents. It's the land that brings out fruit. Our parents, our mother. The land that brings out sustenance. What friends would answer? Say, Hadish Yisrael, Vazman. So there, it's not Yisrael, Vazman. It's why Yisrael, that are Hadish Vazman. That's why Yisrael is Hadish Vazman. The old Christian are Hadish Vazman. For the sake of Hadish Shabbos, Yisrael Vazman. As it's like that. But that must be referring to Yisrael. Hadish Vazman. Hadish Shabbos, why Yisrael, and if you start rapping, just talking about something strong, then you can finish it off and share it strong. Otherwise, strong. Not considered. Garbage, how you start with rapping. You always finish it out. Always with one English language. What comes strange to this story? Say something is the come, let's learn, teach us something tomorrow. Or just how can I teach you tomorrow when I don't even know how to business? What do you do? He says, after Rich goes to his house and the bench. Rashishas jumped up like a snake, wanted to attack. He's really upset. Why? Because for God's sake, Chris, put her out. So why? Why did you do it? He says, because God said you don't have to say it. Don't say you don't say it. She says, Lord, but all the time I'm right to you, you should say Chris. Lord, it's prayer. Why pass this around? Lord tells us, if you hold that the fourth brother mentioned, I think I mean, it's the right, so there's no need to mention mountains kingdom. You don't say Baruch Hashem Shem King Melech. But you don't have to. But all that you're a Baruch, you have to insert the word Melech. Says in there, since you're already inserting the word Melech for the fourth brother, you might as well say it twice for the brother. Once for what you're Shemayim, that's not it. And why do you have to say it? What you're trying to do about the mouth was another. There's no mention at all about the mouth of the brother. It's not a company. So say it twice for the third brother to make it up for the third brother. Says the month on already making up and speaking in Papa, you might as well say 3 times what you're trying. That's what we do. And one additional one for Drapa of Arts. And one of the few ones, what we say, or I'm not sure if Mela for another one. They also say about people Malpenu, or we say Mela Malpenu. That's it. If a person forgets, say what he said. He can say, Baruch Atah Hashem, Nosson Shabbos is the proof of the Ami Yisrael, the Hois, who agrees that Baruch Atah Hashem is as trying to prove them. No, remember all that, all you have to say, Baruch Atah Hashem, Nosson Shabbos is Baruch Atah Hashem. But it doesn't really say that. Baruch Atah Hashem, the King of Chazlam, Nosson Yisrael, simply Baruch Atah Hashem. Many Yisrael that's money. Trying to say, Baruch Atah Hashem. Rothschild, 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 simcha, whether or not it's a settle, and when you grab one of the other brothers, the others. So that makes sense. These brothers are rabbis. That's it. Say, that's only if you don't support brother like that. Once you start to get into it, then someone. More says. There are Shmaish, you get this one as the other. But if you get now the other because you don't have to. What's the reason? Because the rest of it, we must say for us, whatever is for us. But the Shmaish, you don't have to do it. You don't need that. There's no fear, and they're not. But the hard things, you are not. That's enough. Then I'll be able to do that. That we not much to do with students, that's a shana. Then I'll be able to do shana. You don't have to. Let's discuss this. What about child students? Is that a key for that? Says the Mishnah. Look in the Mishnah that you pay the tip on the beats for. But what is the never said it's the science. But it's fine, except for remember, it's something that you do all the desires. When it comes to something with God, God has come from it outside of his land, and he didn't pass her something else. He must return if his leaders were burning in his leaders. Question how much? Well, there says different. He says that why is it different? So one shot is that you have to flip the shoes to right, what makes it that means that or the shot is that a place is possible. You may have heard the words, but how is from the so what's from the how is it not true? Is that so how does it so how does not satiated? That's the data. But when it doesn't touch it, because it says you can hear full of the always back to the basic because it's always the basis of go back to the basic things. It's more and feel the basic of this is always says the Mishnah. You have three people by three saying the Torah shall not look. You have four people you should say, Torah should tell the three, you shall tell Shasha. You have ten, the Torah shall not look. You have good, you should tell the unsaid, Torah shall not look. The Torah shall not look. Now, the Lord said, the Torah shall not look. The Torah yes, I did use this is the question of what he loves. And we discussed tomorrow. It's the difference between numbers. It's 100 people saying the Baruch Hashem will be paid. If it's 1,000 people saying the Baruch Hashem will be paid, it was like numbers. You always have to all about it. It's wonderful. One example, as we discussed yesterday, there are people that are examining to say the Torah shall not look. You have four people, and the fourth person can tell the three, Torah shall not look. You make it right. And it tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing. The fourth person doesn't agree with something. But we'll say the Torah shall not look. Lord goes to the mission leader on phase down. Three people that are eating, it's possible for them to split up. That resistant. But if you have six people, you can break it into groups of three. The question is, by breaking it into groups of three, you will only say, Baruch is a Shem. Baruch shall come. You have to say, Baruch shall come. You see from here that Baruch shall come is better than Baruch shall come. You might tell us that don't forget, in those days, it was possible for them to say for the city, but to say by heart. Even people said before. The Hamafach of the Gemara says, will say, prove it to God, and from his goodness, but not meet you by the man. Man means lessen what a God is giving us. It's only partial goodness of the God. What about the fact that we say, possible you got it, it's with the man. From you, you offer. That's when you ask for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say, after about 11%, look at the belt, that would be for anything that I'll give you. That's what 30 is. That's for a lot. You already did it. The phone says, it's good for you, power line. Or it says, I eat your life. The phone says, the bar should have found you should love it. Not like an Martha says, Misha comes like free to the host, the Fed. And we say on the base after that. Misha also, and I'm saying, well, those guys, go to Zabi. Paul says, Baruch Shachal Mishaloi. Martha says, Baruch Shachal Mishaloi. Thinking of Rocha, on the food that. People, you let us know how Muslim, because everybody extends it to be Rocha, because that's his name. That's what we describe. The events in the would be noise that the times are being done at 100 pieces. This thing, so then, it says, we're all the same. Here is this march, or the English of family to work. So when we not the noise, we learn that the babies in the mother's stomach say, Shira, like BXX, versus Zereg. I learned that the word is a big part. The Chama was in the great Genesis house to try to find things that they were saying, special symbol for only people in the whole world. Rabbi said that lots of people in the matter of your friend, the only setting the Lord of the Jewish country. Says Rabbi in the Rosh Hashanah's house, there's a lot of people there. And we think eventually we split up and make small groups of people. Because the Rosh Hashanah is very active to meet for groups, different groups. Why not listen to the Rosh Hashanah? Because still out there, it's hard. You meet people that will be there. And one of them mentioned his own. That bit of that, they forced the third one to start choosing them. It's not good. See, one of those is the Rabbi Bar Papa, that would have chosen and he said, oh, where's Hashem? And they never finished Nova. Sing the word now, and the Yiddish and getting answered, Baruch, Hashem, Baruch. Rabbi said, Hasi Ukma, you have a black cloud of Papa that doesn't change his color to do it. Why are you getting involved in a mistake? When the halacha is like small, they don't say I'm a better. You say I'm a better. And everybody agrees that I'm a better is better. Why are you getting yourself? Says the Mishnah. But if two groups in a house and some of the group sees the other group, then we started as one zero. Other halacha, you have a cup of wine, that's not they do it in those days, you want to destroy it. They don't put water. You don't make work your government. What does it? Supposed to finish our Mishnah. That we have examined, we discussed this. Remember, 2 weeks ago. One shot is that even if they just sat down and breathe, they never ate anything. They didn't eat at all. They could not get up. It's considered they got up and they can't get up and split. Or they all were eating. They were eating for their own bread. They were blessed to get up and eat. Shot is they had 9 people, so 3. And one person from each group went to the center and made a group. That group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original group is and then once the original group is their view of food disappears, dissipates, and no longer. The example is a raya from the bed. There's a bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed. The rest of the bed was gone. And even though you found the part was slowly reattached, it still never comes back. It's so cool over here. Once the original group says, Zipfi, the field makes the Zipfi usually dissipate, and that field makes the if there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between. That waiter is inside the 2 groups and you keep them together. When discussing wine or wasn't they do that, all properly make up that wine. My foot, you make great eggs, and you can wash your hands with it. I'm saying, regardless of that people or not, they make quite good up. What can you do with wine? It's not they do. Make medicine out of it. And you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Of the myth of the Christian prophet, special kiddush or simon on a cup of wine, that wine should be diluted because it's a Muslim and I'm not we know it's better wine. It's the best. Before Allah has that are set by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it or bringing a cup of wine over it. Why I bring it on the bread? A dish on the bread. If the dish spills on the bread, you won't eat it. On sutra, but this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread, not by food, and only by food. If it falls on the floor, you won't eat it. It'll be disgusting. You won't eat it. Mar does this now by the wedding. You gotta pour wine in different pipes as long as it doesn't destroy the septic system. Not as long as they're not destroyed, so they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize that you make a bracha, what do you do? Well, depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow the drink. If you're eating food that is disgusting, you take out your mouth, so you can decide you take it out of your mouth. Without it being disgusting, take it out of your mouth. Make the bracha. Wonderful. Brother, that banana is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? Consider this stuff. If somebody forgot to say bracha in the middle of the eating, you should stop and make a bracha. If so, if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal. And if the right person cannot make a bracha before he's done on a mikvah, he's not there, or he's there, you should make the bracha afterwards. So you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Torah says there's no right from there because the person who's in there should not make a bracha. Don't let him make a bracha afterwards. But the person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, lost an opportunity. More discusses this very interesting drink called the spargos. It's made of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's two types, two varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. One that's made out of wine is very good for the lung and very bad for the heart. It's good for your heart, your eyes, and spleen. Very bad for your head, intestines, and liver. If the wine is old, it's 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. Bread. If you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. Whatever that beer is made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety, let's eat afterwards because that has a lot of damage to the body. Beer variety, you should spit and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of a king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, Shimon ben Levi was talking to Surya, a very prominent Malach, and Surya said, you should be careful. And first of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. Now, when you finish drinking asparagus, you come over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it would be extremely dangerous. There are games of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess with one of these humans, and then they'll attack you, or there's a game of Allah. Either way, it's very dangerous. Sure, Libby was told that Allah is the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was switched. Allah didn't know about asparagus, but he told him that very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from funeral, because I myself, Allah sit between them, dance with my sword, waiting for someone to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 arms, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, whatever you have to do to get out of there, right behind the wall, and you should at least say the Pasi, you grab a phone. There are 10 halachas that are set by an official bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and only later on dilute it. You should have a full cup. If you do have nafla between tzarim, other shadis you have whatever I said, well, you should do itur, round your cup, either with aluminum or with other cups, fill those cups with wine, into one shot. Itur means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for bringing some Muslim Kiddush. You should bring halachim, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even mackin on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands and have somebody else lift it up with 2 hands and put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tevach, and above the table if you're using the table with 1 tevach. Breathes into the wine so that you can capture another bracha of Kiddush. It's amazing. But there's no result that put 4 out of the 10 on washing the inside and out. That should be full and should be undiluted. This points out that beautiful results knocking on the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amirayim were very confident on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be confident on all 10. The more discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos for Shvanish Chanukah, eventually is really long and it becomes heavy. Then you use your left hand to help it out. And since we don't have to push it, you should be left to send your wife wine from the Bishop Rothschild in order to store. We're not going to have Kula as a guest and he honored with Simon and then he told Kula, give some to my wife. Kula said, I don't have to because you drink from the Bishop Rothschild, that's enough for your wife. Yalda, Nachman's wife, was very upset. She went ahead and she drove 400 barrels of wine. And Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. Bishop Rothschild goes from the barrel. She doesn't really think I'm talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another two halacha Gemara says, once you look at the picture, you're not talking anymore. If you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, and not drink the second cup, that's called sumas. You should not drink some other than that second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything impairs is dangerous. When it comes to things from Muslim halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're reading, you should always be in the same position so you can concentrate on being a Muslim. That we finished. Perek Shlosh Shachos. Now we're going to begin Perek Bigui part. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlokes in Shabbos Silo. We're going into all the machlokes later on in the studios, one by one. We mentioned them briefly here. And all of them, the halachas like Silo, we have a machlokes in Shabbos Silo. If you make, according to the Silo, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make the first you make kiddush on the Silo, then you wash your hands. Wipe your hands on the towel, just put that on your cushion, not on the table, like the shower. First you wash your hands writing, then you sweep up the floor for crumbs, the table for crumbs. You only have to do 1 cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for a bella pepper, some other one is water. According to the Silo, you take Ner, candle, then Besamim, then Birkus Hamazah, then Havdalah, and they still say, you see the words, not the different colors of the fire. If a person forgot to bench and you walked away, you should just look at some other one. It is on a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to this pillow, you make a bracha on then you make a bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle on the summit of a guy, the person in that of Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Shlomo can be said until the food is digested in the body, and what you do that, what exactly the shear is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what he's referring to, well, that is coming. You see, says that bracha. You don't know if you consider bracha. This God is powerful, therefore, you don't say amen at all. First, we shall be still in this. What comes first, Kiddush or Yayin? It still says you say bracha on a girlfriend and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine, you cannot have Kiddush. And wine is other. Use wine for a color, use some other Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's 2 reasons against the Shabbos, 2 reasons. And the Lord like to sell. What's the big Kiddush that Allah like to do? We know. But the basketball team said that the Lord is always like to sell. It's very possible, since before the penalty points came out, and it's possible that you don't go by a basketball. The Shmuel says when it came to the Yezer, he said, I'm not saying the Yezer, you don't listen to the basketball. I mean, wonderful. Bracha is that means if a person only has 1 cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimah, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the 1 cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. Well, what is the water? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Besamim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Misham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes to remember. What is the machlokes between Silo and Misham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end. And in Rameir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Misham and Silo is in the middle. You say Birkas Birkus Hamazon and then the stomach, or do you say Psalm then Birkus Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkus Hamazon is first. Machlokes is Ner before the summit or the summit before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkus Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes the summit, then Abdallah, like we said in the Brisa. The only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. Issue is that you see Abdallah is all the way to the end. Abdallah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah of Bishamai hold, first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First wine and Kiddush, Abdallah. The answer is there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then buy your Priyagah. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make your Priyagah first, only afterwards you do. Are you required to have Kapzima? They still say yes. The Shammai is a machlokes, two-way machlokes, what the Shammai hold. The Brisa says specifically that according to the Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to the Shammai, you don't need. But in the Mishnah, there's no heifer. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine before benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tastes it a little bit, he put it in his hand without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to be yotzei both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tuma and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is avi avazatur. The person that touches that corpse becomes a hava, and one step lower. Hava Tuma, who touches food or pill, they become a rishon. A rishon touches another food, becomes a sheni. And that's pretty much it for Pula. Unless you truma, which becomes a shlish. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of tuma every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashking, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, if a person who's a sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a rishon. And it has the power only with Rabbanan to be metama something else and make that a sheni. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the tilas yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlokes? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become common. The Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is coming. Outside means only to the Rabbanan. I'm concerned that if your hands are coming, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid on them, will touch, or perhaps the cup has excites, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's the sheni, touches that wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the time of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's coming, say rishon. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is coming. My concern is, says Basil, that your hands are going to be. You're not allowed to eat with coming hands. So if the cup is coming, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands. You didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a sheni, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to become a cup because a cup cannot make hands coming. You need the water and you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup coming either, because a sheni doesn't make a shlisha. Another machlokes we learned from the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table, or you put it next to you on a couch, on a cushion. What's the difference? According to the Betzilla, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni. So there should be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say Betzilla, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the kamarisha will make other foods on the table common. I'm not concerned that my hands will become common, because that is not something that we find in the Torah that just hands become common with the rest of the Torah doesn't become common, where food becomes a sheni, that's in the Torah. Mishai is saying differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become common. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a sheni according to the Shammai. You're not allowed to use the table as a sheni according to the Shammai, and therefore put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is you have to sweep the floor before you wash Mamafred, or you have to clear the table front. According to Shabbat, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter, who's an amaris that doesn't know the halachas, doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread? According to Shabbat, you are allowed to because he will. You're allowed to use a shamish that's amaris, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces, and the water from your Mamafred will come in and ruin those pieces. So say, not concerned because you're only allowed to use the chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. Halacha in this case is like the Shama. Unless you switch to shikas, you say that what the Shama says is what the Sila said, and therefore the entire Mishnah and the entire parak, all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. The machlokes between the Shama and Beis Hillel, do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word boire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Boire means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes the Shama and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yitzhak with boire and Choshev. Doesn't mean he's creating like now. It means he created, she just made gracious. Therefore says, everybody wants to say boire. Machlokes says the word ma'oire. Does ma'oire mean that light? How many different colors does the fire have? According to the Shaman, one, or the Sila has three ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire. It has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a guy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Abdullah because he did it with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it from Allah on Shabbos. He used it from Allah. The summer of the guy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party. Most of the parties are found in Zara. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is definitely given. Today we're going to be discussing immediately the Havdalah candle and the summer. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but the heter, before a woman was giving birth, or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayim because you're taking the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's possible to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle, the same way that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos? There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if at the end of the process, we're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in the shul? Very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Abdullah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha on it. If there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Abdullah. And they brought a candle into this measure for Abdullah. Machlokes, Mishana says everyone should say the bracha to themselves, because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that could cause a big difficulty. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of this, you don't say blessing because that's the difference. It's all argument. They say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept. Like one person makes kiddush for everybody, I might for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Abdullah. But if they're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, fragrance for the dead to counteract bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, you do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in the store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, do not make a bracha on it for Rabbi Desire. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for kishes, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Abdullah, and you have a minority that are the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Abdullah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Abdullah Zara and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Abdullah. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Abdullah. First, you must see the flame and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rav says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dipping out with the olive. But Rav says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light, different points. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Shabbos, like you would search for esrog and other messages. If it comes to you easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot to say Birkas Hamazon and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Basil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he does have to go back. But Basil, according to Bishami, that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, amazing, he must go back. He knows it. One was not like Bishami. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Basil, the other comment on the other hand, like Basil, but on the amazing part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench and he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, the last time they'll say, bench right here. Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them and said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Back. So he went back and he benched. And Gemara says that we found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klal Yisrael is neutral to a dove. What saves a dove? It's means the mitzvah saved Klal Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, it's still saving from mother. What does that mean? It says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. If you walk 4 parcels, it's the time of 4 parcels, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than you can. And that's if you eat a very large meal. But if you eat a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you can bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you can answer of it. So the Gemara obviously is not trying to be yotzin or kishamoitzi or kiddush or whatever it is. Because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, you know what bracha to refer to. You can say amen. The machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead ziyun, or is it preferable to answer the ziyun? One of my says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says you get safar before the person that says, okay? And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or is reading after, you could say amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi Ziloi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Ziloi, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Ziloi and says that hands that are mizuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it's not. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Ziloi, Ziloi, Ziloi. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a brayz. The brayz it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim and Shainim to wash those Mayim and Mayim Achronim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says Ki Kadosh is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us you should bench Birkas Hamazon. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi's Afron Dal, a brand paragraph already, which discusses many different types of prophets who can say different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and makes having his forefathers, he says, Baruch, also, we see Rabbi Simon, but look at this points out. The prior paragraph, we say, Baruch means Baruch Hashem, and this we learn from Yisro. If a person sees an eternal place where the couples are Zara and broke down, it's the higher stroke. And it's a special custom for that. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, Baruch explorations. He says he sees the great ocean, he says special bracha, Baruch Hashem, as long as we didn't see it in the last 30 years. A person sees rain for years, great cruise, he says, Baruch Hashem, years, bad news, he says, Baruch Zion Emes. Person builds a brand new house, buys clothing, etc. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. That's called a tefillah shav. So if your wife is pregnant and davening to have a boy, that's a tefillah shav. You hear her screaming, saying, "I hope he wrote something." It's trying to keep somebody from the family. It's too late. That's a tefillah shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, a funny somebody says, two prophets or four. One when he comes in the city, one when he leaves, or two, one when he walks in, but as he gets into the city that he's sitting, he says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha, when he realizes that he's safe. Before you make a bracha on the bad, just like you make on the good, so say, here's my everything, the full of love, it's hard to be like it's from Nashla, it's away, Shama, all the definitely shut even if it's being money, or it's definitely a lesson of this measure. All measures that the world gives are for good and them. There's an insert to act right in front of the history. Some people are now walking to the next industry, walking stick, with money belt, and dust on your shoes. Shooting use these munitions and hundreds of more explain and certainly shouldn't spit. In the first place, I'm going to say, every reference to us is a very interesting much. Elohim Yisrael, Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, Ada Hashem finally attacks. Because there's only one world, there's no world in God, so therefore, it's really, you say, Ada Olam, this one, Ada Olam to the next one. When you ask a friend, you say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning, to use Hashem's name. Just read. So, Ace last Hashem referred to himself. It's in certain situations, to break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurred to the congregation, everybody's been pleased to say, bracha, of heaven to individual, referring to cases, or lying, or a word that was saying, of a wild camel, and also the mace who's very thirsty in the river, running into everybody past that place. We mention both using the heaven. We say the bracha Baruch Sha'asar, this is what we say, we come to the place where Yis Yasser, or Eber Yarden, or the Yerusha, the next Yerusha, where the wall of Yerusha was swallowed by the ground. Why did we fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, since the Torah was coming over. I don't know. Where does the story of his ace? That Israel were walking in the desert, and the people wanted to kill them, and they didn't think they dug holes in the walls and mountains and did it. And the Pharaoh flattened out all the mountains and destroyed them. People, ace, body, they were meant to write, they were behind Israel, the Sufa at the head. And when Israel passed, and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened. And when Israel said, Shiva, El Gavay, he out there, he shot out of the back, the man, the baby, his married Baruch, Marcus Martin stopped him there. They around Yeshua, knew the part to kill the enemies, came back there. It was the stone that went off the Moshe, and the Moshe made some sort of calculation of Israel's comparison. We lifted up a mountain of that size and stuff, killed them, we put it on the same carries. So the part that Rothschild made a mix that ants dug a hole in the mountain, and still ran over his head, and that stuff in his neck. Look it up and put it, but it says the passage started at this thing. Came out, she laughed at it. They keep it long, pregnant, and they couldn't get it back off. At this point, he was really weak, and much our man was tired, had an axe that's That's why that's a disaster. So you don't say a nice bro, you say part of that. You see light. You say it's part of the surface that's upset. Bad thing. Jail forever. It's in the same light because of a brother. It says there are four people that must say, because the Russian is going on the Hassanic life. We based on the Russian we say, Hagiman considered the voice. That is people that cross the desert, not ocean, or a sick person who's or something in jail, then you say, going up. You need the people to write a plan must be Rabbi. But you could also say when was sick and he was healed. Rafana and 9 other people visited, and they told him, you're Rafana, the Yahweh of Na'alah, you eventually powerful, you're giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said, Amen. And he said, Amen. And there are three that need special protection. And they are people that have bad hazard, a sick person, or we want to just be burned as I'm saying, somebody that's mourning. And there are people that have, because of jealousy of shame, they are dangerous, possibly power, some say, and finally, there are three people that are joyful for longevity, or even something because they do something at length. And that is that a long davening between power, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of people's expenses. They spend a lot of time in the factories. This movie have wonderful. Romans chapter 8, or it tells us that there are people that use up the file of the quarter of season. Put yourself in the danger to sit underneath the wall. It's not horrible, my friend, that you take care of it. In other words, it's not horrible, it's not perfect. Take care of that guy. And if you hug and vocal, my feet are so great, why don't you accept my feet up? That's even feel out of what is. You should have come on, you should look me down, and perhaps that be accepted. As long as it's a leadership system, this may have to give us a word. What is this? They don't have any leader, so it's our table. Our table to the part of us is a list of things that you remember. Part of them is sitting in the bathroom in a squat position. When we said that the bathroom is a really good thing for facilities. Or yes, if you sit on the toilet like we are doing, that's good. But lifting, stay is good. But squatting is not. The Lord tells us that there's about to be some more over very light. It seems like you're making a lot of money, so perhaps you're probably selling big. How do you loan shark? He says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But my house lives eventually for bathrooms make you stop and try to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing. There are three things that shorten a person's life. The person uses three things for parents are able to life. So those would be the person. A person who uses the zero when it has to be question profit up Africa. And a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like let's decided to punish for hinders his life for every time that his brother said the word. I'm the Avinu, your servant, our father, and an infant. There are three that need Rachanim, a good king, a good ear, a good tree, which we discussed. There are three that God himself creates. That is, he's a famine or the opposite of famine, plentiful, a lot of food. And the leader of the unit, the race of who doesn't put somebody in a position to lead the community as the community needs them. What would that Rabbi? You really should put sallow place as a reason. You even certainly good condition, so it's not enough. So that's Leisra. So that's Leisra. Leisra says if it's good, by the way, if it tells only 15 years old, it's good. If you push Rabbi, it's certainly good for us. Push Rabbi, some say it's actually pressing the towel. Reverse the years of the Bible said, towel first make the oven, then the tail, and then the Mishnah. It's also, Moshe Rabbeinu used those words. He called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you don't have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. Moshe told him, are you sure you're not going to sell Kel? short point in the shadow by Shem Yerushalayim has to come over himself. It's all a tremendous chachma. He knew how to take the letters that probably used to create the world. Zero for Israelites. Fourth one, Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. Reference says numerous quotes regarding this person. The worst dream a person has is dreaming that he is fast. He's fast. A dream that nobody can decipher is great. It's like a letter that has been opened. Once you open it, then the problem starts. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you them. A bad dream is a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually part of it does away with the dream. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his society. A bad dream is worse than any malchus. We learn from his tzaddik that not everything in the dream comes true because he's talking sure that his mother family, that his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from his tzaddik that sometimes it can take years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik, such as Rabbi, never dreams of a dream. Rothschild, like a playful, never dreams of a bad dream. It says the Pasuk is Surah left or wrong. We live this possible that the tzaddik dreams of a dream will forget about how he wakes up, and therefore that it's a dream. And when the Pasuk says, the negative weight on the left arm should come back to the whole truth, should not find his right mistake, but it's something good. Any person that doesn't dream at all, for 7 days, is considered bad. A person who's really worried about his dream should go find 3 people that they should do us color. They should make his color better. They should tell them. Tell them what color has a so really good dream. And then that it should be good. Seal 7 0 aesthetic that's good. And they should say that are the reverse, be about redemption, choice, and choice that we say to be there. Lord told us, be friends. I made my Mr. Rabbi sing together. And he said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first thing that everybody said, you don't know what you need. You're worried about who needs. So you should talk about it. You should say that you're not saying it's going to happen. Explain about it. See what that says. Everybody should have a initial thought for a relationship of I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long you want something. You're supposed to finish all that you want them with everybody as you're saying, oh, but if you miss the boat, they don't say, oh, but you're awesome. Today you're supposed to say, Adi Babari, Shows me Guru, Adi showing you not such a possible thing. The second one gets what's whoever is afraid of an iron product should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand. And then he should say, I need to claim I'm so and so. This area is I'm a descendant of Yosef, you're not a direct descendant. You probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik is descendants don't have a heart. What about your own heart? Try to steer that left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. After that, he should say, people should down you. And he feel through the down because Rabbi was sick. Told this Rabbi, don't tell anybody. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should down his Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick. Because when the enemy is happy that he's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he'd say to the person, they're not. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say in a confession, they're there was. Are not there. In fact, says the Pasuk, should consider food. Rabbi had the conversation. Consider drinking. Let me show you the way. He said, well, the dream comes from a malach, and we know it's true. It comes from a shit. No, it's false. Noah said, it's like the 24 people that knew how to place their legends. They knew how to decipher people. Went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones. And all 24 paid the dreams for our organization. Wonderful. Yesterday's staff involved were continuing with an amazing study of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi going regarding a short passing through himself and gave me as a gift. It's all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Mar tells us during the day that's with the night. Mar tells us two stories. We're going to keep the Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind steak bits. Mar tells us about Bar Hedda. Bar Hedda was a good interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation. And if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. I and Rabbi had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever you interpreted to Rabbi in the negative, you interpreted Abai in the positive. You told Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your kids are going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by two clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked through the show and saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight, and he got hit twice. You're about to hit him again. Rabbi said, stop. He dreamt that he got hit twice. He interpreted Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid it, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means he's going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abai's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abai under the bus. Even though Abai paid him, he said Abai's going to die. You're going to call Abai's going to be there. My house is falling. Your is going to go everywhere. And all of a sudden, there's so many dreams that my head's split open out. No, that's just a pillow. He tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Hallel Mitzrayim, the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have these. The Gemara says both Barhen and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Barhen remembered that Rabbi's going to have an ace. He said, why should I get a hope with Rabbi? If the boat sinks, he'll have an ace. Al-Zai jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, he dropped and Rabbi in his boat, and he saw it says, all the dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Barhen and he says, Russia, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything, but I do not forgive you for killing the daughter of the sister of my wife. And he gives him a verse that his head should be split open and his brain should fall out. That is a very difficult thing to happen. Our head just said, if Rome personally, I better do true love. Let me go to Dulles. Goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, the customer comes, head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, but then you paid me, I'll take the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. He says, I won't interpret. The next day comes to him and says, I dreamt that I have worms between my fingers. Pay me, no. The following day he says, my entire head is wormy. He says, but then you don't have to pay me, I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasure out to kill him. The treasure doesn't well. Our head knew about this, and they didn't tell him. They took our head and they tied his legs to two cedars. They bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedar, and our head, his body was split in half. His brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Rabbi came to him and said, my two jaws fell. He says, Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell. So that means that the eagle of his bone fell away. My hands fell off. He says, Shmuel, that means you're not going to need for us anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in mother, and I'm not going to make it to these sons. So that means you're going to die in honor, and you're not going to have this son in the Russian sons. Lord tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's two people came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. He says, Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you killed a Jew. And I swallowed a star. That means you sold a Jew and you already used it. My eyes are touching one another. It means you have relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means you have relations with your sister. I stepped on on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means in relation to a naira and a rasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me, because the relation is the wrong way. I saw a raven's head, that means you would come many. I grabbed two villages, they flew away, sent away with two wives, not giving them a gift. I killed an egg, that means you're still from the dead bodies. Says the story, unbelievable. I agreed to everything, I did all of those things I mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. That woman comes and says, that clothing you're wearing, you stole from the dead. And finally, and this is incredible, why would Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. Because Shmuel had dripped, and the father said, he left me money for cooking. He says, that means that he left me money for cooking. You're seeing the effects of money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of their peace, or of Torah, and notice says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meaning. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down. We can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each point you have to say a specific possible, and not a different possible that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, it's supposed to say a special story. About a shayk for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about weeds, plural, he should anticipate bina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, time and wax, it's a different dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Yerushalayim. There are 5 things that are said about an act. If you eat and speak, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great at learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you're dreaming about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you're dreaming about a cat of death, and call the cat Shura, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shura with a yod, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, that's a good sign. Black grapes depends. If it's the right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great red horse, it's moving nicely, it's a sign it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, you should know the inherit. If the son of Avram Shmuel, then you should know that your tefillah will be a skabel. If you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. Brothers and sisters, I will continue with dreams since we have over 150 different dreams determined. We are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams a name written down, with 1 nun, they'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanim and Yochanan, they'll have multiple nisa. If a person sees the word hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemai. If a person sees himself saying, Shmei Rabbi, he's promised to have a Rabba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's heroic to have the Shema on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. So if a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. That there's a certain illicit relation that a person dreams of, on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his father, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, it's his sister is Chachma, his mother is Ina, Naira, Rasa, is Torah, Ashes Ish, Rabbi, Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of, he dreams of wheat, it's peace. Barley is, born of any Averis. A person dreams of grapes, that means his wife will miscarry. Grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then it's Chacham. It says sign of Torah. If he's Amor, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, he won't have any affairs. The person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll only sees an esrog. Now we're going to the Arba Minim. Esrog, that means that the Baruch Hu thinks as beautiful in front of the Baruch Hu. The person sees a lulav, that means it's one heart that the Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign of Rosh Shiva, like Rabbi said in Rabbi. If a person sees a chicken, that's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Ben Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs or any round thing that's closed, like a nut or a glass cleat or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended. But if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into the city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he is in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow. And he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Roof on the body, say no. Once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently it's our din. If a person is naked in Chutzlaretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. If he's naked in Israel, that means he stripped himself of all of the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have global protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kalom. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means parnasa. The snakes don't have to work for the food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa. Even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnasa will double, that's because Rav Sheshes ripped it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if it's Talmud Chacham is a great sign. If he's not Talmud Chacham, it depends. So there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if a person sees Sefer Melachim in his dream, that means he'll rise greatness. He sees the Cheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is in Chama, Yirmiyah is Puranas. The person sees the Tehillim, Shira Shiru, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. The person sees Mishnah Kadosh and Rabbi Ben Zoyma, it's a sign of Chachma. A person sees Iyov, Kiros, Acho, and Shmuel Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranas. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoma, that is a sign that will have a nace. If you see Rabbi Elazar Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe with a handle. Those are all items that he can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are 3 things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Sharis, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are 3 things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bed. There are 3 things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bed. There are 3 things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, especially being a woman, and good sight, like there's pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are 3 things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are 5 things that are 1 of 60. Fire is 1/60 of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the man. Shabbos is 1/60 of the Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60 of death, and a dream is 1/60 of a nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal us a sick person, and that is cabbage, the womb, the intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fish, meat, and dry penny royal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if you eat the meat of an ox, and if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave, or if you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's a large cucumber. Small cucumbers, the Torah always says, the Rabbi always had small cucumber tables and very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means a sign of peace. If that person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides the shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, Mara mentions Marsulis. She says, Hashem has rachmanis even to those who do against his will. If you pass by a place that Avodah was uprooted in their scroll, you should say, it's a shame, just like this Avodah was uprooted from Nekron, and Makim is happening. From all over Israel, but and you turn the hearts of these people to do tshuva. The Tanakh says, don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Shmuel says, even since all the goyim are going to become gerim, you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Rafa is definitely fascinating. First of all, the person stands with regular Rashi, bless this. Just like every human face looks different, so to every human mind is different. You see 600,000 Jews make special prayer for the Rosas.
Someone wants to clinic?
Each and every one of those 600,000 mind faces 600,000 times they push in. But the sources, we added a different, another prophet. Borrow, and Bacon, all these people serve me. Other reason when we wanted to bread, you had to perform 11 different functions. You had to field, you had to see, etc. When you wanted to put clothing, you had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk in the store and buy a loaf of bread. All these people that have clothing, all these people that there's either good guests and bad guests, but guests mentions the type of food you serve them. Thank you for the meat, wine, clothes, and I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food, just says thanks for the peace, for the drink. You didn't do it for me, you did it for yourself. Rabbi's father, Yishai, when he came in, he came with 600,000, when he left 600,000. When he spoke to 600,000. But in Florence, don't make the rough of Chacham or Roth. When you see a brother, Chacham Yisrael, you make a special prophet. Possibly real. When you see a Chacham, you say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, the boss of the time. You see Jewish king, you say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, not Jewish king, say, Baruch Shalom B'Chachasa, the boss of the time. The Rebbe says a person should always try to see Jewish kings, even not Jewish kings, so you can compare the two when Mashiach comes. I'm saying just the story was life. He went to see the king, and it's okay. He came in front of him and said, "You can't see anyways. What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, I'll show you what I understand more than you do." So when the first troops walked by and there's a lot of noise, the troop said, "Oh, here comes the king." Says, "It's not yet." The second troop started, "Here comes the king." Not yet. The third troop came and was complete silence, and the says, "Here comes the king." Because that's how it goes with the Torah. When the Torah comes, it's complete silence. Before it comes, it's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. When he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said, "The bracha." He says, "The why make the bracha?" He can't even see it. He says, "The Gemara either." His friends opened his eyes out, or the Sheshes looked at the food, and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Rav Sheshes gave Malchus to a Jew who was boiling. So the Jew went to the king and said, "Rav Sheshes, something from Shayla." He said, "Why do you take these with your own hands?" He said, "Shayla, because he boiled the donkey." He says, "The king is such a good." He says, "No, guy was turning around to the gentleman once again. He said, "Go on, come on." He took a stick and he killed him. Because all of people, Ashkin Harga, he was a writer. Mora says, since we saved by this concept called Fashon Akula, the Fashon Akula means my inspiration. So people says it's from the apps. Black Guru, Rav Shane says it's the seeds of Sharim, Rav Shane says it's not the Fares. Not the Fares is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rav Shane says not the Fares. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rav Shane says it's Yerushalayim. Ahoy is the war of Aaron. He says this big dog. The Chama Shamayim is Sisra, the Fashon Akula. This is all Shayla, who says Rav Shane is a Kogi model in the future. The fall of Rice, the human, the head of irrigation, and the problem decides that should be his job. If you see houses of Clydesdale that are settled, you see the brothel, or Patsy Kulambana. If they are in a rubble, you see more dynamics. If they're in Paisha housing, you see base, cave, east out. In other words, it should be uprooted, and with the fork, you see, build a conversation. Says tomorrow, a story. All the refugees were walking by the rubble of the house of Rav Hanama and the light. And Rav Chizda went on his side. He says, "Oh, I'm having side to remove your body." So Rav Chizda not getting that side. In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people with 4 doors. And people coming all over. Rav Hanama had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed with his reset that things to slip out in the pocket. He put the barley out the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed at the beginning of the night. How should I not decide? So we tried to console him, and he said, the house of Tzadikim, with the spread of Reuben says the house of Tzadikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better, you just assume that parts. And if you was home, and it's a mission destroyed, so be yours. It says the Gemara, if a person sees a paper, a cemetery, or just a grave of something in Christ, you say, this man is prophet. Or a Hashashi, you also ask me, this first meeting, you also ask me, you also ask me, you're not going to say, you take out and you end off. You get this report, you also have to listen. Or a Hashashi, say, Moshe great, Moshe legal. He says, if you see a friend that you see in 30 days, you should check me out. It's more than 12 months. You say, if I have some I would say, it's 12 months. Forget about the dead. I'm down in every day, we don't really say this brother. One of the son of the short Republic, great story. They were walking and he bumped into a great Rabbi. It was a big dog. So they said, first of all, Shafi, they haven't seen him in some days. Second of all, they said, Shafot, it's supposed to be around. So they were like, you want more than you. I'll say, it's there, bro. Let me say, it's a hot question because you are equal to 600,000. Look at it, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. He looked at it and he died. First, he said in the Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of them says the more you see a Bahamkim, somebody that has major threats. This colored phrase, you say, Vishama Amrios, special problem. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say, Dayan Emes. You see a Bushi, or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say, Vishama Amrios. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or is blind, or has ear that's mad and it's one piece, and you say, or Dayan Emes. Person sees, say, an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, or Vishama Amrios. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say, or Shakapla Berlon. Look for the Mishnah secret. What's the secret? It's a Shabbat. Some say it's a cover, flying star. Says Shmuel, I know what happens in heaven, but I know the splits here in our God. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by seal, then the world will be destroyed. That's the see that it goes by seal. That's just that's low. That's one shot. Another shot is there's one curtain that's more than we see through it. More than shot is Shabbat comes this way, and another star comes towards it. That other star backs out. But for us, it looks as if Shabbat is continuing. That's why it seems like totally different. It doesn't have a wonderful day. Rothschild staff from class, we are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have or watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube download our app, whether you see on WhatsApp, I guarantee you it's a lot more smiley, it's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, or if you wanted to make a model, it's from 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the model, he replaced the 2 stars. If you got a Kima with 2 stars from Ash, the question is why don't you just replace it with 2 stars that are removed? Since as far as the concept, you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit and try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt in it. Or make a thing or not or a prosecutor, something that caused a model, cannot stop the model, cannot be put in the bed. He said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, that make a bracha. It says in a story about Katina was walking by, and Oy was a person who verses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the Oy knows why we just had an earthquake. He says, the Oy, of course I know. So when he thinks about why he's from Golas, he sheds some tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. He says, Rav Katina, that's not true. He's lying. Then they should be toured. Says the reason why the said he's lying to people who don't follow this argument. But in fact, he's right that the art
First, 1 championship.
thunder is created, says the Gemara, to show either from
2
clouds
championships, 10 and 1.
bumping into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Alacha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder. Brings the Gemara says the lightning shot the best. Another shot is the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel and creates that.
4 championships.
Mishnah says winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and
5
hurricanes.
championships. 11 and 0.
Rafa
I couldn't see
says
that fucking like
we have an
undefeated.
indication that hurricanes do not start at night. Give people a chance to escape. We can start in a day, but we can have it won't last 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, say, Rabbi says that our lightnings are terrible and unstable. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, then there's a cloud that comes from Myra and comes around the north, or 2 clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other. That's a time that it's enough. Rabbi Shmuel says the reason why they all created thunder is to scare people and to pick out their crookedness in their heart. When you see the rainbow, you should not bow to it. So this is bow to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zimmer Abris, going to be Christian, not going to novel. He's never been so kind of a heart. Rabbi says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those make when you see lightning and thunder, you predict clear orb. But when you see mountains, you can only say, place a message gracious, and since you took the person of the earth, because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. The clear sky, the light that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes the wind. According to Shmuel Levi, say you guys say by separations, but this says that once was proven by Samidosh, which knows such consequences of clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun, as it was created, in other words, the sun was created according to this on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun came back in that position is every 4 years since the year is 365 days. Divided by 4 seasons.
Any other
season is 31 days, 7.5. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But it can happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. If with 28 years at the same time, that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night.
The worst we did,
it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. That's when we say the morning, so that everybody gets together and says it. But that's confess, that's when the Torah created the sun.
Where's she getting
The same, the Gemara says, it's roughly no stars, the moon, also is something that can make bracha, basic situations. The Rabbi says on the great ocean, and the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. At least 30 days.
Shout out to Napa Howard.
You also make a bracha on the four rivers mentioned in Torah. If
Yes,
they
athleticism, folks. Shout out to the nappy-headed hoes.
the river, you no longer see a bracha. On the river, you see
Well, I'll say whatever the fuck I want.
freely by the bridge. So you can say the bracha from the bridge to the upper river, not down river. At a certain time and place when they diverted the phrase, you no longer say a bracha. Hideko is in the tree point of Fatim the top.
Rabbi, top kick cooker. Hybrid Gert.